Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IESF. Have some good, fun old matches as always for you today. Going to have a double check the good old bit of schedule. Serbia versus Bulgaria. I mean, this Bulgarian lineup's one that's impressed us multiple times, and the Serbians have been quite crafty with their draft, so it has me excited going into this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good match, man. I think we might stand the chance to get our first game 3 together. So, both of these teams are looking good. They both 4-0'd their way through the group stage. Neither team has dropped a map that they've played on so far here in IESF. So, yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to get into it, excited to see what's going to happen. I think this Undying is going to be a contested pick. The Skywrath Mage, the Techies, all three of them should be heavily contested. We'll have to see who gets their hands on what. I know the Bulgarians, they're very heavily favoring this Undying pick, whereas the Serbs, they love this Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, this Skywrath Mage has always been a bit of a blast to go for. The classic bit of pugginess in style, I would say, would be the best description. Just this absolute brawler. Not necessarily get in your face, obviously, with how long range he is, but this complete dominant controller and disabler that can be so problematic for most rosters to handle.
Yeah, but taking a look at the Serbian lineup, we do have a couple of professionals here. Bucktop and Milan, both are professional players. So it's not like they're going up against 5 red tabs. We do have 2 blue tab on Liquipedias. Here for the Serbian side, Miska, Boranja, and Kuhns will be rounding out this side. But Buktop and Milan, those are the stars of this lineup.
Yeah, and 2 good stars indeed for us to have, because it's going to help give Serbia a little bit of a clutch factor, a little bit of that flexibility that they can really, even as perhaps underdogs in this game, be able to prove their Dota knowledge, their experience, and just abuse that tenor to just try to surprise everyone on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm clicking around Wikipedia. I was trying to find my place back after I had my technical difficulties and had to restart. So now we're back, we're ready to go, so we're all good in the hood. I do believe that we have the roster for Bulgaria locked and loaded, so we will be throwing that up onto the screen. But
at a moment's notice. But I mean, it's because they've had some absolutely insane players to fill in this Bulgarian squad. Of course, they did have a stand-in the other day, but held their head still high. Of course, Mastermind, BCM, Little Pleb, La Jolla, and Felix. An absolute disgusting combination of players that are bringing all of that decades of experience of playing good old Dota 2 to make this one of the deadliest rosters you can imagine.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's a very interesting dichotomy, right? Because if you look at the professionals on either side, with Mastermind still standing in, BZM and Lil Pleb for the side of Bulgaria, that's your 1 and your 2. So that's going to be, you know, your two cores, your 2 win conditions. That's where your star-studded talent and your experience lies. But for the side of Serbia, you have the 5-position Milan, which means that you have the chance to have this, you have the shot caller, a high-level experienced shot caller directing you around the map. So it'll be a very interesting storyline, and I'm super stoked to actually get into this game. We have the draft up now, so we can start to see these things actually play out. But yeah, man, I'm excited to just kind of see how this, because the lineups, they are constructed differently, even though they both have 2 professional players on the side. So I think it's going to make for some very interesting storylines and some very interesting Dota.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Yeah, and we're going to see a bit of maybe the classic bans. The Pugna being a little bit different of a surprise, but a good read of a solid pick to remove from the current meta. The main focus being on those offlaners like the Beastmaster and the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, one of these very overpowered universal heroes at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like if I remember correctly, Bulgaria, when they played up against Azerbaijan, they just played this death ball run at you strategy. So getting rid of this Beastmaster, getting rid of the Pugna, trying to prevent that same fate from falling on themselves or the Serbs. So I like these bans. That does mean that the Undying is going to come through, so I expect that to be the 5 pick from Bulgaria. Well, never mind. They'll have 6-7. So yeah, I still expect it to be the 6 or 7 pick, but they won't have the 5 pick, so it's impossible for him to be the 5 pick unless Serbia steals it.
Which is certainly a possibility, and it's making a little bit of deliberation, but Bulgaria deciding to instead remove the techies. So the Undying floats through, Serbia will snatch that right up. Imagine Bulgaria might have a decent response to this, but one of the main things that you can use to try to respond to the Undying is, in fact, that Timber Saw that they first banned out.
10 seconds
So a little bit of a
remaining.
consequence of how they decided to handle this play, and maybe force themselves into a
5
bit of a
seconds
corner
remaining.
by immediately removing the techies after.
Yeah, maybe go with like a Snapfire here. Give you like a Snapfire +1. That you get a little shredder to cut through. And they're going to go a bit of an opposite direction here. They're going to go back for that Monkey King Venomancer. And remember, Bulgaria is the side that ran the 4 Monkey King. So this isn't necessarily a carry Monkey King answer to the Undying. It can be, it very well can be, but it is possible that it is still the 4 position. And seeing that they don't really have any answers to deal with the Brood Mother, Serbia going to go ahead and 8-pick the Brood Mama.
I think they certainly do. I mean, the Boundless Strike can completely clear out all the Spiderlings, the
10
Spino
seconds
slow.
remaining.
I think Serbia
13
understand that Broodling is another one of these nice universal heroes at the moment that hasn't faced the Banhammer, doesn't have that hard dependence necessarily on the Spiders. But this Monkey King's happy to fight the first 10 minutes of the game, and it's the exact same with the Finno. And with all of the
10
strength
seconds
that's going to be
remaining.
built up with the Undying and the Brood, I mean, this
5
Finno's going to
seconds
shred right
remaining.
through them with that max percent HP damage with no problem.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely that's a good point, and that's a fair read of the game. But I think I see this Broodmother. She's just gonna be able to eat, so far, man. Is my concern, and that's definitely what the Serbs are hoping for with this pick. As now we're going through the bans, gonna get rid of the Skywrath Mage. No surprise there. That's a very popular pick for the Serbs. Gonna get rid of the Naga Siren. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of some of these heroes that can deal with the Broodmother in lane. Morphling gonna go out as well. Very popular hero so far. Very meta hero here in IESF. And maybe in Europe in general. I don't know. I've not gotten to watch a whole lot of European Dota lately, so I'm a bit out of touch with their meta.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and that's going to be a bit of the question. How's the Dota going to be played? Because it seems like Serbia might be trying to use their own power against them a little bit. In the sense of the just full rush down, get these early fights going. The Monkey King ult specifically not that great for that, and they're going to need more heroes that can try to handle all that team fighting that might go through. The Snapfire being one of those that can handle with the Undying in multiple ways. I do feel like the Brood's already answered. But what else do Bulgaria want to go for is the question. I feel like the goal, as much as you can flex this Monkey King towards the offlane, you want to flex it towards a mid at most,
Radiant team ban.
in case an Ember ends up sliding through, and just deal with good counters that can help deal with the monkey, like the Slark. Get those meta cores removed.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they stick to the pattern, because the last time that they first picked a Monkey King is when they put LaJoya on it.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
that's my expectation, is that it's going to be a 4 monkey again. Of course, they can always flex it, and they're going to flex it until that last absolute second.
It always leads to that bit of danger, and as much as that felt like a very just creative, like on the nose adjustments to fix for the situation they were in, I don't think that's something they're going to plan for unless it's for the last
Team
second,
ban.
like how it is right now. And Looks like we got more issues from Rata, so I'll just tweak my way. So now I'm over here until we get that fixed, and we can get his return.
There we go.
There we go.
Might have
Now
some
not the
technical
only one with
issues
the
here
routing
today.
issues.
Remaining.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. I've never had this many issues with Discord in a single day before. So troubling to say the least out of the gate. And the dog agrees. Troubling signs on the horizon.
Hearing a noise and not thunderstorms, has to pay attention to whoever's being noticed stumbling around,
Dire team
as
pick.
dogs do.
Radiant team
And
pick.
you know, what Bulgaria are doing, they're bringing that Tidehunter potentially
Okay.
off lane. Another one of these flexes that can completely change up to the mid lane, leaves everything completely unpredictable, hard to call what the next shot's going to be. And with a lot of these strong cores like the Slark, the
10
Bloodseeker,
seconds
the
remaining.
Morphling removed,
5 seconds remaining.
not really any options to lane against him. I feel like
They could Ursa.
Ursa's a decent option.
They could Ursa. They could, in a bit more of a passive route, they could maybe get by with going like a Juggernaut lane. They could go a different route and they could go look for like a Drow Ranger and put this Undying in the same lane as the Drow.
Ooh,
Instead, they're
another
going to go for a Shadow
top meta
Demon.
pick. One that we've forgotten about and haven't spoke much of in the past day or
I
two,
didn't-
just- he hasn't been brought out.
I honestly, I assumed that with the Undying pick that they already had their 5 heroes, so I didn't think they'd be looking for the Shadow Demon. Bulgaria haven't run the Shadow Demon so far, so I just kind of pushed that hero off to the side and figured that he was just not going to be seen in this game. But surprise, surprise, we got a little Demon Boy in our game.
It's a nice way to respond, maybe potential save against the Ravage, but more importantly, in this early laning phase, it's a nice way to respond to the Finno. And interestingly enough, deciding to pick up the Snapfire,
All right, so
As-
Core Snap.
a core snap of some kind. Though we don't
Should
know
be
where.
mid.
We've seen this Broodmother mid and off lane, so I feel like it's a little
10
bit
seconds
unpredictable
remaining.
just yet, but they're going to be in each other's lanes
5
hand to hand.
seconds remaining.
But this is going to delay whatever their core carry is going to be even further and give more time for Bulgaria to ban out and make for the best option possible and set up this Monkey King for success if they decide to bring it towards that position.
Yeah, I really wish they would have picked Ursa there instead of Snapfire. If they put the Monkey King core, the Ursa can hang and bang in the Wukong ring. He's not really worried about it with the passive that stacks up. I can't think of the name right now. God damn it! But
The shield crash?
10 seconds
Or
remaining.
no,
You
the
mean the,
Ursa
disarm?
Fury swipes. The Ursa Fury swipes. They stack up, and so he's able to hang and bang inside that Wukong ring, and he would have a good lane against the Tidehunter. So that I'm expecting that he's going to get banned in this next phase. And they're going to go ahead. They banned out the Bloodseeker. Pango made its way through, so and the Puck got banned. So they're going to go ahead and pick Pango, and this is a good Pango game.
This is an absolutely amazing Pengo game. Gives a way to interrupt and stunlock the Snapfire. That the only way to disable it is by using the disruption. It means it's hard for her to get that damage out, continue that harassment, completely interrupt her ulti, just cause chaos around the map, clear out the broodlings. Only thing he can't do well is clear out that tombstone, but that shouldn't be a big enough deal as this MK can easily go for the Echo Saber, which I think he still did even in the position 4, if I recall. So he can still help get those right clicks out to clear the tomb. And even though it's at a
10
reduced rate,
seconds remaining.
so can the Vinno with the good old Plague Wards. If he can get some up before the
5
team fight
seconds
begins.
remaining.
So a couple of good options for it currently.
Yeah, I like that point that you made about the Pangolier being able to disrupt the Snapfire. I feel like it was a game that we were casting earlier in the week, if not this week, last week, where the Snapfire was in the backlines trying to cast her ultimate, and the Pangolier literally just beeline, straight line for that Snapfire, had tunnel vision. That was the only hero he was trying to chunk with his ball, and he got it off. So, yeah, it's going to be a great answer to this core Snapfire, who's going to be hoping to stand on the back lines behind all this noise that's in front of her and to just allow her to Mortimer kiss everybody away. There's not a lot of lockdown for the Serbs. I mean, we have Cookie and then we have the Disruption Bubble, and that's really the only lockdown that we have for the side of Serbia. So maybe we do end up seeing this as a core Monkey King. Then you have this dual core, the Monkey Pango, that just can't get touched. Like, they're just able to move around the map pretty much at will and cause all sorts of devastation in that sense.
Yeah, now with the Void, the Drought, and the Juggernaut removed.
Go Ursa.
What carries exist? Ursa?
Go
That's
Ursa.
True. Sven as well, maybe?
Finn just
But-
got banned.
Pick.
Oh wait, yeah, I completely missed that. They're forced into the Ursa. But I have to wonder if they're banning everything else, or do they know this Ursa's going to be picked? Is this some sort of bait?
It could be. It very well could be that they're forcing them into the Ursa pick.
Oh god, because you can have the multiple diffusals easily, whether on the Pango and or the Monkey King.
5
Can
seconds remaining.
With the Vino and the Tidehunter too, you can completely kite this Ursa, even though he has the Fury swipes. That's no real big
Right.
issue. You have the constant stuns and slows from every single direction, 6 ways to apply it. I don't know how he's supposed to get in and melee anyone. Same with the Broodmother.
Right. Fury swipes do nothing when you can't actually right-click anybody. So that's
you have to be able to swipe that Fury to be able to get there.
and they're
and
gonna
the
go for this
Wyvern,
Winter
too.
Wyvern.
Even more slow, punishes the team fight to give the circle control like a Void would. Gives this flexibility as this 4. That is a perfect pick, and I love Bulgaria's draft here. There's nothing wrong with Serbia.
Yeah.
They got tons of these meta heroes. They got tons of this quick pace, fast aggression to be able to have what on paper is a strong draft, but I think Bulgaria has the perfect answers to everything. And with how creative and talented they are, I have a feeling they will be able to take this game number 1.
Yeah, Trev, I think I'm with you, buddy. I think I like this Bulgaria draft a little bit better. The one thing that I will say about the Serbian draft is they are less dependent upon cooldowns. So they should be able to take more scrappy engagements, more tiffs in and out of the fights, and they always have that option. Hey, we just lost a fight, but guys, they spent Winter's Curse, they spent Ravage, they spent the Veno ult, they spent the Pango ult. We have nothing. They have nothing left to fight us with. So now we can just run right back at them again. And our only really big cooldown is the Mortimer Kisses. So like. But they still have ways to find kills outside of just having the Mortimer Kisses. That's just a nice little accoutrement, a little icing on top of the cake. But yeah, man, as long as this Ursa gets going, as long as this Ursa Broodmother, they don't absolutely crap the bed in lanes, they should have the damage to be able to get kills on some of these lesser HP targets. But they are, a lot of their damage is physical, and they do have this Winter Wyvern to put somebody under. And at that point, what damage do you have? Scatterblast to try to
The
kill somebody?
Wukong's command's going to give all that armor once it gets to the later stages. And again, there's going to be things like the Venomous Gale, as well as just the passive. There's always going to be this 20-30% slow on most of these heroes, if not more on Serbia. And when you add in the Frost Breath, the Wyvern able to just bash at people's way, when you have the Rolling Thunder that can constantly be brought in during the team fights to bring in that additional slow with a single target gush as needed, I think they're just have complete zone control against the side of Serbia, and there's no real way to counter that like a Darkseer, for example, would be able to just completely ignore, be able to help give that mobility to teams. Nothing like that in this case.
Yeah, I think I would definitely I would prefer to play on the Bulgarian draft in this game. Not to say that they cannot win on the Serbian draft, but I would prefer to play on the Bulgarian draft.
Setting up for this full smoke gank, however, both teams wanting to do the exact same objective. So it'll be no one to find anything at the start of this good old match.
yin-yanging their way across the map. So we'll go 2 for 2 on runes most likely. It's possible that they split up now. That they realize, like, hey man, we tried, we smoked to an area, we didn't see anybody, nobody's around, so let's just chill, let's just try to go back, get runes, get a good setup, block on our creep waves, make sure lane equilibriums are in the right positions. But it looks like we're just gonna hang out, continue to stay potted up. I think they suspect that they're also grouped as 5, so nobody wants to be the one guy who gets found out.
End up rare trade immediate in this bounty runes, and there's still a little bit of flexibility on the Serbia side. This Pangolier is going to have a good lane, I feel, no matter who he goes against mid.
Yeah, it should be the snap, and it is.
Certainly should be a decent lane for both of them. The range benefit should help the Snapfire a little bit in this first level or two with the Scatter Blast. Trying to set up bait in that raw punish. And interestingly enough, having the Vino as a 4, trying to get him that little bit of extra gold to try to benefit.
I think this is the best position for Vino.
Especially in this matchup where it's clear that you want this Winter Wyvern to just be reliant on the ults. Instead, a little bit more greedy on maybe the XP side rather than the gold. So it all balances out. Own way, and interestingly enough, having the Tide in the safe lane, so this Monkey King can be directly against the Ursa. Undying pretty good level 1, as always, especially against the Vino.
Yeah, just
Doesn't
able to
have any
walk
of that
this Vino
lockdown
down.
slow yet. Yeah. Bucktop's been able to get this Undying all the time and have good performances with it. Shadow Demon, not the same success against the Wyvern. Good harassment with that burn. Does have the benefit of technically being an int hero. Having a bit more in the strength department at the moment.
Bit of an early lead built here for Borania on the Snapfire in the mid lane. A little bit of a lead over BZM, which is a bit surprising. I feel like BZM has been kind of dominating all of his lanes so far. So that's a very good start for the Serbians if they're able to come out of this lane even and not have BZM just absolutely running crazy across the map.
Yeah, this is certainly one of those lanes I don't expect him to have that dominance, and the Tidehunter is honestly the best response to the Broodmother. Can just completely delete those broodlings with the Anchor Smash, as it'll be leveled up by the time she can bring them out at the good old level 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this lane swap. I think this is very clever.
Yeah, also with how much movement slow there is on every single hero, no need to go for that level 1 or even later Gush. You can fully read the damage block with the damage reduction.
Yeah, well, they're not looking for kills here, man. They're not looking for kills, right? Because, like, so what does Broodmother want to do in the lane? Broodmother, she wants to punish you, she wants to bully you, and then she wants to force you out of the lane by level 6, and then take your tower down. What does Tidehunter excel at? Tidehunter excels at being parked in front of towers and preventing them from being pushed and preventing from being shoved out of lanes. So this is a beautiful lane swap, and it really it sets Bulgaria up for success.
Yeah, and this Monkey King, you can see he's enjoying the direct matchup. The Finno has suffered a little bit against the Undying. However, the Monkey King has been able to get tons of lifesteal in, forcing the Tombstone out.
Yeah, that's a win for Bulgaria. And that's what I mean. I think the Ursa, he struggles in lane like all melee heroes do against Monkey King in lane. It's not until later in the game that he can actually start to hang and bang with the Monkey King.
It's like they'll be able to get some lane dominance in, securing both the water rooms, as there's one still available, but Shadow Demon just showing his presence is going to be a little bit of an issue. A beautiful quick reaction too. to get the reinforcement in, denying the Swashbuckle from clearing out the creeps.
Just couldn't land the cookie. They might still get the kill here.
Not. The Blood Grenade with the illusions and the Shadow Poison should just barely be enough. But the illusions decide to aggro the Pango instead. Able to barely get away. Still with its cost, this Pangolier, low on mana. Nothing to
If
work
they land
with
that
until
cookie,
that
they get the
6-minute
kill.
bounty. Oh, certainly. So it's a big kill to avoid giving. I think the entire goal of Bulgaria is just to stall this game out in the early stages. You can see this is one of the most peaceful early games we've had. And of course, had to jinx that out. Perfect Swashbuckle out of there. Able to somehow dodge the cookie out of it.
Yep, so the first time we didn't have the distance right on the disruption and the cookie combo. This time we had the distance right, we just missed the timing. Hopefully next time it'll be just right. It's Goldilocks and the Three Bears over here. One bed's too lumpy, one bed's too soft. Hopefully we can find the bed that is just right for the side of Serbia.
Hopefully, but they need to start getting this acceleration movement going. Of course, causing some nice harassment for the Pango. Finally be able to return back to lane. Now without that shield crash also going through, it's forcing both of the supports to go to this mid to try to create the harassment. Nice landing of the cookie and even the blood grenade to follow. That's not going to be enough to get the kill, and now the Vino can rotate in from the side. Having the illusion rune benefit to start getting damage in on that tombstone. Likely to still live its full duration. So getting that solid harassment in. Importantly, dodging that venomous gale for now. And all this presence, the focus on these rotations, just to deny any kills to going through. Because if you look at these side lanes, you got a Tide against a Broodmother. And you got a Monkey King against an Ursa. Two matchups that they're happy to take. So I feel like Bulgaria's getting the baits from the Serbians to rotate exactly where they want them.
Bye, Buckdog.
Not able to secure that Wisdom Rune and even going down soon, making sure the Monkey King even gets the kill.
That could have gone.
Beautiful. It gives this Ursa a second of respite to breathe and maybe get some of the jungle creeps, but this is another thing I've heard, the fact that he is going for this Battle Fury. He's not going to have anything other than the Enrage to get him out of situations. Unlikely to be able to build that Disperser later on to give him that surge movement speed, the Purge. I'd be surprised to see anything like a Manta to come out.
Oh no.
And, oh, that's going to sting to have the Monkey King's own Perseverance, or whatever it's called. The fake Perseverance. More fitting name.
Walmart value, or Walmart brand, Perseverance. Cornucopia.
It certainly has the off-brand name. The Undying barely able to get away. That's another benefit. There's no strong way to answer the Tombstone directly, but when it comes to the insane strength that Undying can build up, this Wyvern gives that effective punishment against it. Normally something like the Lifestealer would enjoy going up in lane against Undying, but kind of terrible at the moment, unfortunately.
Can its end be drawing nigh?
Lil Pleb out to a great start. Top of the net worth, top of the CS. Just having a good old time. Farming away on his monkey, setting up another kill on the book top.
Able to get that tombstone out, still doomed to die momentarily with the multiple stacks of the poison, thanks to the Plague Wards also coming in. Nice harassment onto the Wyvern, having no one else there, except the Pango being a little bit late. We'll be able to clear out those cookies, but of course trying to spawn in those additional Broodlings with the move flow and the damage nuke, getting that power, but now the Gush and the Tidehunter that could have gotten some help, but a little bit of surprise from the Shadow Demon gets this hard nuke, allowing some Broodmother Spiderlings to come through and to get that kill secured on the Pango. Up just to the Finno to slowly protect this mid tower.
Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower.
Undying found out yet again. Cookie trying to get him to safety. Not going to be enough, though. And now they're swinging around. Going in onto Borania. That's going to be the Swashbuckle, Disperser, the Disruption, trying to cancel it out, but the Rolling Thunder coming through to secure the kill. BZM gets another one.
And the more we play around this balanced game, the fact this Monkey King, even though he dropped and wasn't able to secure his cornucopia for a minute or two, won't be too big of a deal. Tidehunter's Courier killed post-currying.
Well, that's good. At least he got his items first.
That means won't be much net worth loss or even delayed.
Radiant's
Interestingly
middle
enough,
tower
the
is
Monkey
under
King
attack.
also going for a Battle Fury. Even more clear against the East Spiderlings. Helps accelerate that farm too.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is
There's other webs. Pretty much ignored at the moment. No one too worried about him.
Ooh, some stack gaming happening.
Normally taken by an offlaner, but in this case, the mid Snapfire will be able to do the offlaner's job of clearing a crap ton of ancients that have been stacked for them. No similar move being made by the Bulgarians. But no need to. With the pushing of mid, the exposure of the double ults effectively with the Winter's Breath and the Finno ults. Still not able to kill the Undying. And instead, the reflections of himself provided by the Shadow Demon plus the Scatter Blast from the Snapfire. No kill confirmed on the Undying, and it turns the other way. Haste from the Pango, so they might be able to find a response soon. But it's interesting to have both of these hard carry cores on Serbia and Bulgaria going for the Battle Furies, not trying to go for the early fighting and just delay.
Yeah, very passive and start to this game. Just chilling, everybody trying to farm, hit their item timings. Ursa has been forced out of bottom, so now he's gonna come occupy up top, get that lane that he wanted to have anyways up against this Tidehunter. And but the Broodmother, she's living out her dream, cutting creep waves, living inside that farm, or living inside that jungle to farm, and just dominating the map. Top of the net worth is Miska.
Able to cause that normal presence. But with the towers at least being protected,
Radiant's bottom tower
not much
is
to
under
expose.
attack. Dire's middle tower is under
In fact,
attack.
not a single tower taken out yet at the 13-minute mark. It's a bit wild. These broodlings are going to start being able to work on this mid tower with
Dire's middle tower is under
no one around. Bulgaria focused on taking towers of their own. They'll be able to trade and make a bit of a split.
middle tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Brood will go back to farming. A little bit of a disconnect on the Mastermind Tidehunter.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the product of the lane swap, right? As you pointed out, we're 13 and a half minutes into the game, and this is the first tower that's been taken, whereas in a normal Brood game, that would have been taken about 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, if not earlier. So, like, this Tidehunter being moved up top and just parking up top, Lil Pleb being able to control up against this Ursa down bottom has just kind of stopped and stagnated a lot of this offense coming out from Serbia. But they finally get the opening, they see a tower they can take. It looks like they are going to have to trade the bottom tier 1 tower for it, unfortunately. But Yeah, that's just a product of the game here. As we do have this pause, hopefully Mastermind has reconnected, so hopefully we should have a resume here pretty soon. Glad to see I'm not the only one having technical difficulties here on this fine Thursday morning.
I feel like even then, the only reason that they've gone for these towers is just simply the gold. Not really much of a threat against it. Broodmother having that first big universal item, of course, of the Echo Saber. Good when ready.
Is it spring already?
Says Milan. It seems like still a little bit of issues from Mastermind. Be delayed for a minute or two longer and be able to enjoy our faces and perhaps some friends along the way, as of course we will have the waiting as the broodmother broodlings trying to swarm around. And normally one of her benefits is this quick farming, which she's able to get. She's not able to get the towers, and as much as she can team fight later on, and it's not about just
Yo defiendo, muchachos, no se preocupen. Eso no lo vi venir.
He supports at will, and oh, pauses. The game is resumed, so we will be cutting back to the action here just shortly, unless my Discord is goofing again, which is entirely possible.
don't think it's on you. I think with the disconnect. Lost our capture, but I can hear a Monkey King dropping around. It's Pengo's clearing some creep waves.
But yeah, I'm excited to see how this game progresses, man. Sounds like there's an Atos out there for the Snapfire, most likely.
Certainly gets that long.
We have just some slight technical difficulties here this morning, guys. Hang in there with us. We're getting it sorted out. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to the game, casting you guys.
Dire's
Here, sir.
courier has been killed.
Well, it sounds like a courier just died.
Suspension of cruelty is under attack.
Yeah, and we can see there was one kill or two secured. Able to get that good old monkey, but not too much bloodshed. We still have this very slow pace, methodical, getting close to 3/4 a kill a minute.
Yeah, kind of a meandering pace to this game. But I think that just goes to show that both teams feel like this is a valid competition that they have to play against. They're not really... We've seen a lot of bullying happen in the group stage. But now that we're in the playoffs, these teams, they're having to play a little bit more legitimate Dota. There's not just this clear gap in class between the two sides. So we're going to have a little bit closer to like a DPC game.
A little bit more competitive nature. We're able to reset the pace at least a bit.
Oh, Bucktop, not again, buddy.
Sometimes the winds of war.
Certainly a bit rough of a game for him, especially with that Wyvern for lockdown.
Yeah, now we got the Diff Blade slow out there for Pango as well. So whoever they see, they're just going to be able to slow them to hell and back.
Certainly, and now that's going to result in a bit of trouble as we have our next tower to soon be victim to the Broodmother. Perhaps the Ursa will get it. himself instead.
Dire's top tower is
He's able to finally get in that Battle Fury, planning to go for the Blink BKB initiation. Quickly, the Pango clearing the creeps, trying to slow that down, and have a hidden in the trees Wyvern trying to set up for the next hit.
This Broodmother's having a good game so far. Hanging tight with this Monkey King. Although she did just feed all of her Spiderlings over to the Tidehunter.
We're now getting to the 18-minute mark. And still at 10 kills total. This is quite literally the slowest game of Dota I think we've seen the entire time.
Yesterday we saw the fastest game of the patch. Today we're going to see the longest game of the patch.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
A little bit of net worth disparity. So that's good on Serbia for being able to still keep the lead in net worth even though they're trailing by 1,000 gold on bounty runes.
Yeah, but they're doing a great job controlling enough this map that this Monkey King is still keeping up and ahead of the Brood.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, this Pango significantly falling behind, being the main one trading space in these rotations early. So sacrificing in the farming aspect due to that, and a bit behind this Ursa. But we'll have the Monkey King, the first one to hit the 10k mark, and the Ursa 1.5 behind.
Yeah, he's got some ground to make up. Hopefully they'll be able to start finding some kills. Not this way. Oh, Disruption Bubble gonna save him? No.
Able to get that delay, but the Wyvern slow should still be enough with just those right clicks and the burn. Amazingly isn't. However, BCM still gets an individual pickoff against the Broodmother.
Oh, that's
the bait and switch with all those rotations going through with the Vino to get that slow and lockdown. Mentioned they have 6 ways across to be able to slow down these heroes. So when you have the Vino and the Pango with the Diffusal, they can lock down every hero on this map, even with the lack of stuns. It's just going to be kills through slow grind, surprise ravage out of nowhere.
That's Bleak reveal on Mastermind.
Certainly expected, but it's going to sting nonetheless as Monkey King can now bash the Shadow Demon as the Wyvern ult's been dropped to keep the Snapfire locked down. She hasn't put down the Gobbles up yet, so been able to now spit them through and catch a couple of the Bulgarian heroes. Now the bloodshed, things resolve. Tier 2 helping give that extra offense and defensive capabilities. But no kill on the Monkey King, which I feel like is the most important detail. And how did the Pango get the Undying after the buyback? That's
looks like he just found out down bottom. They have vision down there. So he saw where the Undying was, and he was just able to burst him down.
That's really big, because that's an early dieback, meaning his gold is completely gone now.
Yeah. And that Pango solo kill on the Broodmother in the mid lane also, well, I guess it wasn't solo kill, the Venomancer was there. But every kill in the mid lane is a solo kill if you didn't know, regardless of how many people are there. But that helped the Pangolier catch up on the net worth. It pushed the Broodmother down. She was keeping pace with the Monkey King. Now she's about 1,000 gold behind the Monkey King. With this Battle Fury, he's not going to slow down. He's got the BKB in tow as well. Lil Pleb, he's having a good game.
Dire are scanning.
And having quite a good game with what I feel like is probably one of the most unorthodox Monkey King builds. I've seen 2 Radiant Slarks today. We're now getting a Battle Fury Monkey King. This is probably the best game for it, but man, is it so weird to see. Everyone dancing through those twin gates. One of the Ag shards obtained, almost costing the Undying his life, but giving him that shard gives him that nice spike in net worth to help compensate.
Right.
And it's a fun one too, because that's the in and out of the tombstone, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
It's a joy to see. However, what won't be a
Or
joy
yeah.
is the Snapfire having to pop the BKB just to be able to resist all these slows momentarily. But of course, the stuns, the harassment with the Monkey King, a little bit bold for the ults. But of course, considering the Undying's also stuck there, able to get a kill on him and eventually able to leave the circle and turn this into a tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant structures
Mid and safe lane already lost. The Broodmother's going to work towards bottom, or at least try to. But the Tidehunter's here to defend it.
And now
the
the
Pango
TPs are
rotating
starting
in.
to come in.
Oh, and they know she's nearby. She can see exactly where she's trying to get away. I don't know where those... I guess those illusions must have come from the Shadow Demon to help give the harass.
She
But
bought
now
Manta.
she's on the Great Escape.
She bought Manta on the Broodmother. She went Echo Manta, so...
Fair enough. A good way to deny the blink from the Tidehunter to keep chase. Otherwise, she'd be in for a world of hurt right now, and still might be.
This just
They
seems to
got
be
a
the
couple
build-up
heroes
for...
working out.
Yeah, definitely some enemy heroes in the area. Looks like they might be more focused on Roshan, potentially. I don't think they have enough heroes down here to take it just yet, though. But maybe more concerned about the Ursa Roshaning. It is about the time for Ursa to be strong enough to take Roshan by himself. So keeping that in mind, we're going to keep some vision down here, going to keep Parker Guy down here. And you can see the pings coming out from the Radiant side as well. They might be thinking, hey, it's time to get the first Roshan on our Ursa Bear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe. And it seems like they've maybe done some D-warding, so it's kind of clear that they've brought the bear into this pit, which is exactly what Bulgaria is waiting for. The
No
Undying
Ravage for now.
Tombstone to keep the Tidehunter away, top of the Ravage on top of it. So they're trying to get ready to dive in to go for this fight. Eventually the
They
blink
get
will
vision.
come through.
Roshan goes to the Radiant. Coons picks it up.
The Wyvern ult a little bit too late to be able to deny it. A creative circle position, but all it's resulted in is zombies all over the place, at least for the moment. Eventually this Ursa could get the hits in, but all of the movement slow, forcing him to be kited, but the second life is going to be too problematic as 3 go down, soon to be 5, as this Broodmother is going to hunt down the Vino. Even getting banished, meanwhile, and this Ursa is going to go straight back to farming. The first confident team fight and won out by Serbia. Able to force out Bulgaria into an unideal team fight with their cooldown still remaining, held back.
Yeah, I think that was the big deal there. Tidehunter didn't have Ravage. I mean, you saw his blink initiation into the pit right there. We just saw it. If he's able to get that off, he Ravages 2, maybe 3 there, and that whole fight looks completely different. But no Ravage on the Tidehunter. You can see it's on the screen right now. He's still at 36 seconds in this fight, so just made it impossible to actually take that fight. And then they're going to find another kill, picking up La Yoya.
Dire structures are fortified.
Killing him twice within the past minute now.
cold and sweet.
And this Ursa that was quite far behind, having a bit of a struggle. And
Yeah.
just with the gold in general, a pretty competitive 1k net worth lead the entire way through is suddenly swung to 8. Can
Wow, this
easily be
game opened
taken
up.
aback. Especially considering this Monkey King's about to finish a harpoon.
Oh yeah, this game is far from over, because again, they won that fight because they did not have Ravage. can you win a fight when Ravage is available on Mastermind is the great question. And I mean, you can see it on the win probability here. It's still 58-42. This game's razor tight, baby. This thing is far from over.
Yeah, far in so many ways, and this is only going to snowball a little bit crazier. I mean, there is a point where Tidehunter becomes a building smasher, which is always so wild to see.
Man, I love Tidehunter. He's so much fun to play. Getting a big Blink Ravage just makes you feel so good. I like that. Gonna go ahead and get the Heaven's Halberd. Ooh, they did force out the Wukong ring.
And he needs to be able to tree to jump away. I mean, the full disruption was used on the Shadow Demon.
Precious bounty.
So to get off that purge and not able to find a kill off of it's going to be costly.
Yeah, I mean, it's 30 second. It's like a 40 second, 50 second cooldown. It's already almost back up, so Milan's fine. And that's what I was saying in the draft, where like Serbia, their draft is much less cooldown dependent than the Bulgarian draft is. And I mean, it already cost the Bulgarians one team fight and one Roshan, and about an 8K net worth lead that has now been cut down to 5. So like, yeah, the cooldown dependency, these things, they are important. They do add up in the course of the game. It's just they're gonna have to better choose when to take their engagements. And I mean, of course, that engagement was forced by the Radiant. It was forced by Serbia. They wanted the Roshan. Bulgaria was doing whatever they could to try to prevent Roshan from being taken. The plays just didn't quite line up in time, as that is going to be a Tormentor going the way of the Dire, going the way of the Venomancer, picking up his Aghanim Shard.
And this will help with a little bit of farming completely eradicate this net worth lead, cut it in half. Keep things in a pretty equal state. A very interesting build from the Veno. Going for a Halberd. Already has a Yules and a Drums. So fully focused on the movement speed.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're two guys that are just, they want to hit you, right? They want to right-click you. Ursa and Broodmother, both of them, that's what they want to do. They just want to eat you up. And so lots of Halberds coming out from the Bulgarian draft, and I like it. You can't eat me if you're disarmed. Of course, now the BKB on Lil Pleb down below. He's going to drop the Wukong ring. Look, the man fight here, but that's going to be a bash coming out from Goose. Harpoon bringing him over to the Disruption Bubble, trying to make a save. Lil Pleb, he's doing what he can to man fight, but it's not enough. Lil Pleb to fall. Now in the mid lane, there's engagement happening. Roller Thunder coming out. They are going to be able to find the kill on the Broodmother, so no good deed goes unpunished, Trent.
Indeed, this is going to be a bit of a costly one, trading cores. Now allow this Ursa to snowball. Beautiful kiting and dispelling to ensure that Wukong's command cannot find the necessary success. And you can see as the second, the Snapfire goes to 3. Glimmer capes and just goes for the distance, stands away, just harassing from the side, bringing that Scatter Blast. With all those dispels, hard to really get away with that lifesteal with no one on his team to support, to give that necessary lockdown. I mean, once the 4 stacks are built once, it'll be good enough. But it's not a Glimmer Cape, actually. Should have noticed that by the lack of no shield being shown. It's a full Shadow Blade, possibly into a Silver Edge to help counter this monkey even further.
Yeah, it helps with the Kraken Shell as well. Helps to break.
Already finished.
Oh, snap. Good call, Trent.
Fire. Timbersaw is, or not the Timbersaw, but Tidehunter. The other tanky offlaner. Another good point. Already has the Monkey King buying his dust and I would just presume a sentry in his back pocket. A good adjustment. As this gives them another gank initiation tool. So the Ursa can rely going in late and taking the man fight against this Monkey King that normally can punish him pretty hard, taking these direct fights. But now with the Skull Basher, soon to have the Nullifier as well. Just everything to completely shut down this monkey.
What was that? What canceled that TP? Is there a Hex Stick out already?
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
There could be, but I think it was just the disruption or maybe a bash from the Ursa.
Yep, there is a
Hex
Brood
out.
Mother. I
Oh
thought I
my
heard the
goodness.
Hex animation, man. I thought I heard it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This Broodmother's snowballing. Most of the core is in a good position, but this Tidehunter isn't able to get that much space or farm at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower.
But I guess that's being traded off with nice farm for the Vino. So it's not entirely non-existent. Just forces this Winter Wyvern to play a very hard 5 position.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern, she doesn't care. She's one of those traditional position 6 supports. So she's perfectly fine with having to deal with this.
And while we have both of these safe lane carries working on a nullifier, they're ready for the lockdown to try to capture the snap, the immediate BKB and run out, everything to try to get the escape, but of course the entire team is here, and now with the Wyvern's done, the follow-up, it's not enough to break through. More dust immediately purchased up by the Monkey.
Time is running out for Dire's middle tower.
And
Dire's
with no
structures
snap
are
fire for a solid
increasingly
60
fortified.
seconds. This will give all the space for them to be able to go back to farming, building up these items.
Dire's middle
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle
tower has fallen.
Now they're looking to steal Roshan number 2 away from the Ursa. They've got about a minute to cut this down. I think they should have plenty of damage to do so. This would be a big victory for Bulgaria.
I mean, there's no way for anyone on the side of Serbia to respond to this. The best thing to do is try to get some split push and some farm in.
Oh, portal.
Force the Vino to rotate.
Portal
defend
play.
the mid lane.
It's gonna be too late.
Even if so,
Immortal.
the main benefit would be... Oh, they're trying to hold the portal, expecting this rotation momentarily. Beautiful Hex right on the Monkey King. There's no one to help him, and the Ravage won't be able to come through, but the Tango Ball will. Perfect save, clears out all the illusions, and of course the Aegis on the
Maybe he
Monkey,
canceled out the
so he'll be
Ravage.
able to live. And if Bash comes out from, I presume, the Tango to ensure that the Ursa cannot get away, now the Undying, soon to be the next on the list,
Tendril.
getting stunned out by the Monkey King. The Tendril is saving the day.
None will remember your death.
And a beautiful double. Aegis already expended, but I'm sure they're going to be happy with the price they're able to get off of it.
Yeah, I mean, they just
They're
keep,
getting to live on.
keeping the Aegis off of the Ursa is a win in and of itself. Like, yes, they lost the Monkey King. It would have been a bigger deal if they lost the Monkey King twice, but he had friends coming through right away. They sent the guy with a second life, made sure that he was going to stay alive. As, yeah, I mean, again, it's a victory in and of itself to keep Ursa from getting his hands onto that second Aegis. He's a tempo snowball type hero. They were up 4K before that play happened. Now it's already an even game again. So, and I think that in and of itself favors Bulgaria. Because if you think about it,
Radiant structures are fortified.
yeah, and that's going to further extend their net worth lead now and solidify that they actually do have a net worth lead. As here we get a replay of that of the play that just transpired. Man, I tell you, this he had to come out of the.
Has fallen.
He was already rolling when he was coming through the gate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Ursa
and you
gets
can see
isolated.
the bash on the Tango. Pretty sure he
Yes,
has his
sir.
basher as well. The only reason that Ursa isn't able to teleport out. Absolute godsend, and of course the Undying end up being the secondary victim. Now the Harpoon coming in. Fortunate enough for the Snapfire. Running out of a little bit of dust. And interestingly enough, that Nullifier should have come in and dispelled the Invis, if I'm not wrong.
Yo, I'm honestly
So-
not sure how that interaction works. We have a go on the
It should
monkey.
dispel it.
Who's going on who though is the question.
It's definitely Bulgaria going on them because now the Veno's able to pop in all the ults, surround with the Venom to follow up the Wyvern, and now the Snapfire's trying to BKB out, but of course with all the damage from the Pango, no way for the Ursa or the Broodmother to have any participation. A perfect setup from Bulgaria. The attempt to try to rotate just means even more cores dying on the side of Serbia.
Yeah, that was an audacious play. That was a very courageous play to try to make. Maybe Serbia feeling the fire on their heels a little bit here, feeling like they need to make plays happen across the maps now that Aegis has expired, but they forced the issue just a little bit. They got punished heavily for it, and they're going to lose the mid-tier 2 tower off the back end. Oh, they're trying to set up on the Ursa. Ursa gets in rage off as well as BKB. Dust is going to be shown, so they will be able to see this Ursa now. Oh,
and now the bashes all the lockdown with the Pangolier. We can take a look at his good old inventory in a moment. I have a feeling they have all the lockdown required to completely secure, and now the Shadow Demon getting caught out will be able to disrupt the wave momentarily, but this is a certain death momentarily.
Yeah, bottom's falling out of the barrel, buddy. The bottom is starting to fall out of the barrel. Now's the time to see. Yeah, the Nullifier will purge off the invisibility, but he will still be able to go and live inside of his house for a minute. Comes out of the house and gets beat up. The bullies, they didn't leave your yard, bud. Hex on the BZM, but a good counter Ravage.
I would say the Hex on the Broodmother is the only way to lock down the insatiable hunger with the raw right click, with the fact of her being able to go up to almost 500 base attacks of the lifesteal. Tons of damage coming in, but the quick halberd from the Veno able to save the Monkey King, keep him alive, and even though the Snapfire ult's able to chunk them down, it should actually be enough. The damage is completely disgusting, plus the nuke from the spawn spiderlings. Not enough to take out the Veno, of course, but enough to force the teleport at least.
Yeah, just a little bit of strongman syndrome kicking in here for Bulgaria. Felt like they had this game entirely in their fingers. They overextend just a little bit, and they end up having to pay the Pied Piper for it. Beautiful counter Ravage there, trying to keep BZM alive.
As you can see, this Monkey King getting broken, not able to get that lifesteal off, and disarmed himself, it would appear, to be unable to get that. So he's forced to try to disengage, which allows for the stun set up into the full Snapfire ulti, unable to escape. Everything like the BKB already spent, and the Monkey King had the cheese in his backpack during that fight. So unable to get that heal off to keep him alive.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now we got a little bit of video game again.
Oh no, he killed the Undying. Build won't go to anyone, nor XP, but certainly amusing.
Will you hover over that shard, Misu?
Which shard are we looking at?
The demon shard.
I believe that's what gives him the ally purge. That gives the heal. If I recall. First, we have now additional halberd and pike on the Tidehunter. About to finish the Hex of his own to counteract the Brood's own Hex to try to get away, as well as the Mantha. Give that proper lockdown. Unable to hop over the clip, but we'll just take the loss, walk the other way.
Oh, bash. Bye-bye.
Certainly is a rough lifestyle. Yeah, double checking. The shard is what gives the ally cleanse / heal. Basically the defensive version of the purge. The demonic purge. And then the Ags is what gives you the second charge to both.
Trying to keep Bora alive. And he is going to succeed in doing so. So that's Wukong ring out. and not a kill gained. Well, Bora's going to have to run all the way home. He does have boots of travel, so he'll be able to TP himself back out to lane.
Able to essentially purge the purge with the disruption. Ensuring the snap can silver edge away this time. However, once there's that teammate supporting with that dust, of course with it being changed to be around an area, we'll just reapply. Still serve its purpose. But a nice quick break, the Harpoon to follow, but now the Ursa able to bring in a surprise. It wasn't for the fact that the Pango's also here, rolling his way through, forcing the disengagement, at least for a moment, as everyone from Bulgaria tries to run away as the Broodmother wants to go on the offensive.
Still a very close game. 71% is the current win favorability for the side of Bulgaria. This is still game number 1, kids. This game is it's taken a lot longer than what the games have traditionally been here at IESF, but that just goes to show how closely contested these two sides are. Just very even skill level, very good shot calling coming out from both sides, very creative drafts coming out as well. So it's just going to come down to when that big moment happens. Is the Ravage going to be available, or is it not going to be available? Is the Winter Curse going to be available, or is it already going to be spent?
Yeah, it's going to be a key detail. I have a feeling that something like an Octarine or a Refresher
they
might
find
be
the monkey.
good. Amazing read. Able to catch out the monkey. Dust, so no way for him to escape. No, I don't think he has any invis of his own.
And that should be Roshan if they're clever. Oh, but it's down low. It's down on the bottom side of the map. They're gonna go through the portal trap. They're gonna go through the portal trap.
But it's already being known that the rotation's going through. The Plague Ward providing the vision.
Winter's
Beautiful
Curse.
Wyvern ulti. I don't know if it was popped a little bit too early, but just every single ult being able to be popped together, and they're just being stun-locked to hell. In spite of the fact that Ursa removed the Bloods, the Broodmother able to still go for those right clicks, but this Pango is getting off every single Rolling Thunder, every single shield crash, every single swashbuckle, constantly stunning, constantly berating. But even then, the harassment still isn't enough with the raw damage. The Broodmother just now removed, and you still have a Snapfire and a Shadow Demon upon you to ensure the lockdown and the destruction with the Glepnir root, the banish, the Shadow Poison to stack, and he will be taken down.
Wow, what a crazy fight, dude. What a crazy fight. It looked so good for Bulgaria. They all come through the portal. They're privy to the fact they come through the portal. The Winter's Curse to set it up. The Ravage comes through. It connects onto 3. No, it connects onto 2. It's the Rolling Thunder that connects onto 3. But the troops just keep coming. They just keep coming. And slowly but surely, they whittle them down after all their loads have been expended. And this is the great worry about the Bulgarian draft. Once you have expended the Winter's Curse, once you have expended this, the Tidehunter Ravage, do we actually have the ability and the damage to bring you down? This time with the Monkey King being dead, they just simply did not.
This is just a consequence of having the biggest damage dealer of the group being this monkey. That could have had a Wukong's command down. That would have absolutely demolished all of the side of Serbia. But now it looks like we have the action going. The Monkey King and the Sapphire having their own Silver Edge taking engagement. And of course, this Roshan's rotated all the way up to top. Now with the 45-minute timer being crossed, Vino able to get a little bit of damage tucked in for his demise. But now, with himself and the Pango down, should be an easy Roshan to finish for
This
Serbia.
Snapfire pumping out some damage now. Look at her. She got the Scotty, she got the Gleppy, she's got the Silver Edge, BKB. Well, she's hitting for 300 damage.
Use it wisely.
Gold
she's
25.
taken- Yep, and she's to the point where it's gonna split now. And the damage is gonna start spreading around. Look at that. Look at her
Oh
cut through the
my
creep
God.
wave. Just wait until that's heroes instead of creeps.
I didn't know it also includes the attack modifiers on it. That's completely insane.
Precious bounty.
that allows for the true multi-shot. This Monkey King's hoping to get a break surprise on the Broodmother, but the Sentry discovered in play, being forced to back off. But still, loosely his position known, and I guess we just have a Invis Shadowblade lurking game. Starting to get to that late stages, a lot harder to have that dust and vision. Be able to provide the necessary reactions, especially in time. Soon to get to that 50-minute mark. A nice spread in terms of the neutral items. Nice spread amount around the map as a whole, as this is easily the most dead even game we've still had so far.
Oh yeah. Maybe the best game we've had so far too. Oh, the
Nice
setup.
catch initially on the Wyvern, but a nice turnaround with the Harpoon, but the Stun to follow. Dust being dropped down, I believe, 1-to-1, and now with the raw damage with the stun, the Bash able to connect. A nice Invis able to go for the great escape, and still popping the Aegis on the Snapfire. So still some success, but the damage from the Shadow Demon coming in late does finish off the Monkey. What an insane fight, and Little Pud's been debatably caught out a few times more than he normally would be, wanting to go for that MKB next, but he's still going to be just as squishy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm worried this isn't the solution.
My fault.
I mean, what? Does anybody even have like evasion?
Is running out for Dire's middle tower.
I don't think so, but just in case it gets built, or just to give that raw damage.
Well, who did they caught out down here? Tinder's out, now there's gonna be the Ravage out onto the Ursa. Ursa, he gets the enrage off. The damage is negligible. He's getting healed up as well. Let's get into the house he goes. They're gonna have to hit the tombstone. Now they've got a chance to kill the Ursa. Oh boy. Long drink for a short drink of water.
Even with this massive net worth lead Serbia has, I would say this game's just been delayed by another 5 minutes solid due to this Ursa death. At minimum, the 90 seconds. But these buybacks are going to be more important. The Wyvern, of course, having to spend her own to try to help out, provide that lockdown. But this Pango is such a natural counter to the Ursa, of course, with the disarm. More reasons I'm surprised we haven't seen the Disperser for the Dispel. Just not wanting to invest in that lockdown, and now we have a Shadow Demon planning to go for the Shadow Blade. This game's already getting silly. The Refresher Shard on him too means effectively 3 purges, both defensively and offensively. Which, taking a look, because he does have level 20, he has that talent for the plus 200. He can pump out 1800 magical damage with basic dispels, and 1800 in heals on top of that for his own team. So an insane amount of damage and healing the Shadow Demon is going to be able to provide now.
Yeah, this Demon, he's had a good game so far. As we take a look at the levels on the left-hand side of your screen, the top level, the Pangolier at 28, lots of heroes trailing behind him. The bottom, though, is this poor, sad Undying, who has not been living up to his name. Level 20 currently. He's had a rough one. He's died quite a few times, but that is just the life of the Undying sometimes.
Certainly hoping this Monkey, during the smoke, can try to catch some info or an advantage, but will instead decide to break it. A nice bash on some creeps before creeping through the twin gate, baiting a sound cue, just in case there's someone on the other side. The one that seems to be exposed is, of course, this ward that never got removed on the high ground. Seemed to be good instincts for the Vino to run away. Could have been caught out for a second. Eventually the D ward going on through, but still the info is there.
And now they're gonna try to force him back. Say we didn't find you, we smoked up, we didn't see you. So now we're just gonna force down the mid lane, force you guys to come back, and then we will be able to see you. We'll restrict you back into your map, and then we can hope to extend this net worth lead, get Aegis back up on our Ursa Bear, and look to go again. As now we have a 4-man smoke up, heroes already starting to TP back to their base, and other heroes looking to make a wraparound. Looks like the Monkey as well as the Winter Wyvern are making the good old-fashioned run around.
A dead Monkey King momentarily. We'll be able to see the pop in with the high ground vision still there. Still easily see him. A nice save from the Wyvern, but the attempt to bait and switch does not pan out. Instead, it's a dieback on the Winter Wyvern. The Snapfire destroying the Monkey King's first life. No way to Wukong's command out of that. All the raw damage being pumped out by her, both with the Scotty and the Glepner. Buyback forced out. Nice clearing of the Broodlings with all the swashbuckling, shield crashing, strength blink. So much solid AoE damage. And interestingly enough, we'll soon start going for that disperser.
Yes.
Yeah, he's about maxed out, so he's got to level up what he has. He's got to upgrade what he has. There's no point in selling the Diffusal Blade, especially now that it has an upgrade in the Disperser. So let's go ahead and get that upgrade coming out. Oh, Ravage! Ravage out! They found the spider.
A nice breakdown will dedicate the double Ravage. I mean, that Broodmother's so quick, she has so many tools to escape, and when there's saves on Serbia's team, that Ravage not only ensures the lockdown on the Broodmother, but ensures that none of these supports can come in to help assist. But now you have the team fighting the Shadow Demon being focused by the Pango, forcing him to disperse on the side. But now the Monkey King's caught isolated and dead for 2 minutes. I don't think this Pango can get them out of here. Just the benefit of the buybacks and the additional lives should give Serbia the edge. They should be able to take this first game.
It's looking like it, buddy. It really is, as they take the Monkey King down. No buyback on the Tidehunter as well. And they still have all 5 heroes up for the Radiant. Of course, we bought back on Mixa. Oh no, the Pango goes down. Now we're looking at tier 4 towers here.
Still no ags on the Vino to try to get that additional help against all that lifesteal and damage. The Venomous Gale, which is nice, but again, the second the slow's applied, Venomous Gale, Tidehunter able to get that ult, and a little bit of an old school glitch stuck in the wall. Quick follow-up rolling around, causing all those issues, and that is the Snapfire dead 100. One of the main damage dealers, no Monkey King, buyback being brought on out. But now the Pango left in the open, trying to kite the Ursa, but now with the Pentair removed, they can isolate the rest of the Bulgarian team, and this should be the true effective GG. As hard as they've tried to get the delay, and the OG will be called.
Yeah, what a game. What a game of Dota.
This can still go to 3, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. I would be surprised if this doesn't go 3 games. I will be thoroughly disappointed if this does not go 3 games. These teams, they're just too evenly contested. They're too evenly matched.
Serbia, clear creativity. Just having too many strong OP heroes of the draft.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to cooldown dependency, right? I mean, they lost an Aegis fight because they did not have Ravage, and that was a big deal. It exploded the net worth lead out to about 8k. So then they had to fight and scratch and scrounge their way back into the game, and then they blow the refresher Ravage to kill this Broodmother. Broodmother has buyback, and they can immediately take the fight after that. They already have heroes in position for it. They make the play, And after that, it's all just descending action. You know, they tried one more fight. They bought back on the Pango. They bought back on the Tidehunter. And it just simply was not enough with this Monkey King down dead on dieback. And again, I think a lot of it just comes back to cooldown dependency. The Radiant, they just had lower cooldowns. They were able to fight more often, more frequently. And they used that and abused that and got themselves a game 1 victory.
I would say the two biggest factors to me that comes in mind is the fact that this Monkey King got picked up consistently, unable to have that proper impact. Barely any Wukong's commands during team fights, and usually whenever he did, it was when he was about to die, so it has zero impact to be able to try to be that difference maker, to have more impact than the Ursa did. And as we highlight this MVP, it's also worth noting that the Tidehunter just doesn't pump out that same damage as the Snapfire later on, wasn't able to get there. And when you have something like this Broodmother able to constantly get this gold, have that universal scaling, and just make that extra difference in damage, because the Snapfire and the Ursa on their own isn't enough. You need that high mobility hero that can harass and pick off this backline, which the Broodmother couldn't be any better for obtaining.
Yep, Broodmother picked up at the 8 pick, very, very strong, and they just used and abused it, got that early Hex Stick coming out, and that was, it set up so many kills to that Hex Stick. So great itemization choices coming out as well for the side of Mixa, as just a solid game all around. He deserved the MVP. I have no qualms about giving the MVP to the Brood.
Yeah, tying hero damage and net worth while also getting almost 15k in building damage. Able to just get all that tower gold for the team, create all that space to just delay, and what's just like both these teams were clearly happy to take it to the late stages with this draft. And I think the real difference maker was that Monkey King falling apart at the last moments.
Yeah.
It was a good pick, but it just didn't have those impacts, was dead multiple times, bide backed, with also still being a disappointment, not being the connections, and just not creating that same space for most of the entire match in comparison to that Ursa. Really at the best delaying the game rather than excelling at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is they just, yeah. I don't really know how else to summarize it, man. Other than cooldown dependency was a huge issue. They had an issue with the Broodmother. I would like to see them either ban it or pick it. That they being Bulgaria, because they thought they addressed it. You thought that they addressed it. Oh no, my camera's out of focus. But let me see. Turn off camera, turn on camera. As Trevor goes and splits it right down the nose.
Hopefully one of these things will be able to get the magical fix and recovery. It seems like it has, at least for the moment. And yeah, the Broodmother had a fantastic game. It just shows how strong she can be. And ideally, the Monkey King would be the response to it. But when you have a Snapfire also with that universal scaling, on top of the fact that this Ursa's been here pounding the furry swipes the whole time, it's just too much to bear. And you'll have to bear with us a little bit longer as we cut to a break. And once we're back, game number 2 between Bulgaria and Serbia. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. A very surprising game number 1, an impressive, arguably upset by Serbia, but a well-deserved one, just abusing that power of the overscaled universal heroes, forcing the little bit of failure and punishments on the Monkey King to be a bit too costly, I would say.
Yeah, it just, I mean, obviously it grew to be too costly. They ended up dropping the game, man. And again, I think a decent bit of it comes back to cooldown dependency. But Serbia, they're sticking to their strategy. It's cut out. They want to pick up this Undying first overall. Bulgaria making a correction from the game before. They realized we thought we answered the Broodmother. We did not answer the Broodmother. Let's just get rid of this hero.
Yeah, likely one of the most annoying ones to deal with. Of course, plenty of things in play when it comes to the Dispel and the Cleave. Now Bulgaria going extra wild. I don't know if the Storm's a great answer. Maybe it's to try to deal with the Snapfire early, perhaps. But otherwise, it's not something I understand why they're going for it. The Pugna, sure, insane amount of saves and sustain, and even has that synergy where the Pugna can heal up the Storm and even give him mana.
Mm-hmm.
So there is benefits to it, but even then, it's a strange combo to go for, because you automatically know what this Pugna and Storm are going to be doing.
Yeah, kind of an interesting early pick, I agree with you, but yeah, I mean, if nothing else, as you said, it does solidify their positions, but at least they're a little bit less dependent upon cooldowns early in this draft. So Bulgaria correcting some of their mistakes that they had made a little bit earlier, yes, in the game before. Of course, there are still 3 picks to come out, but this is a very, very early Storm Spirit pick. And Serbia, there you can see they're thinking hard on how they want to punish it with the 8. And they just go for the lane matchup and pick up the Pangolier.
Trying to just go for the research of the most confident option they can safely go for to be able to securely get some success. Something very good at getting that chip damage in, harassing the Storm.
5 seconds remaining.
Gives that good team fighting.
Maybe like a silencer, something like that. That he balls lightnings in, and then he gets silenced, and then he's a sad boy. Or just some more extra lockdown. That would be another potential answer. He ball lightnings in, he gets stunned, he's a sad boy. But he gets that BKB, and then suddenly it's a lot harder to do that. But Storm he's a very committal hero. When he goes in, he goes in. So you can punish that pretty heavily, as he doesn't really... He has the mana to go in, pop one hero, and get out sometimes. But especially in the early game, when his mana pool is a lot smaller, it's a lot harder for him to be able to pull these plays off. So that is something that is potentially punishable, as these bans, kind of everything to be expected. Bulgaria, they're getting rid of the silencer, they get rid of the anti-mage, both counters to the Storm Spirit, protecting their boy. And the same thing is happening for Serbia, getting rid of the Slark, getting rid of the Pangolier, or the Darkseer to protect their Pangolier.
This second, yeah, Darkseer, funny thing you mentioned that, ban that out with the fact the Slark's been put through. And suddenly, this is a real amazing Medusa game.
Yeah, it could be a very good Medusa game.
A lot of strong options on the table, and not many deal with her. The Pango is decent at it, but you need a lot more. You need, like, that Diffusal Wind Ranger, I think, is a good example of what gives you that extra bit of necessary damage. I don't think Pango pumps out that same much as the Wind Ranger. So you have to go for something like this PL or this Naga that's just been banned. We've seen Jug can be great with something supporting it, like the Wind Ranger, to get that necessary damage in.
10 seconds remaining.
I just am skeptical that the
5 seconds remaining.
Pango Undying will be enough to solve that problem. Especially because Pugna works amazingly with Medusa.
Yeah, I wonder if they don't try to steal it at 15, Serbia.
You'd be pressured to, because Bulgaria, I mean, they're debating this last pick. I mean, I'm sure they're in their back of their heads thinking about this Medusa could be picked up, but they're going to decide to focus on removing the Lycan, this quick pick, and they're going to go for Spirit Breaker first. A good team fighter, stun, lockdown, global presence. Works very well with the Storm Spirit to lock down heroes.
See, maybe they just go for like Skywrath Mage Medusa here.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if I'd want to do the Skywrath with the cow involved. Maybe
Yeah, I
something
mean,
more like maybe not the Darkseer, but something that can interrupt him easily last second so he doesn't get the stun in. Or go for something completely different, a Visage coming out.
Radiant team pick.
yeah, and I feel like that
And
Visage
the
hero has
Ricky.
been banned out a couple of times, and there's going to be their additional Silence Bringer in the Ricky Maru, as and that's another diff carrier if they decide to put him in a carry role. They could still
Decent
potentially have
against the
him as a
Medusa.
4.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and has that 4 flexibility. Exactly.
5 seconds
I would
remaining.
still want to go with the Medusa. The main thing that scares me at the moment, I would say, is the Visage.
Dire team ban.
I don't think the stun and lockdown is going to be enough to deal with him. Though maybe
So we
the
just go
Darkseer
classic
could be.
combo. Darkseer Spirit Breaker, good synergy between the two of them. We put the Ion Shell on the Space Cow. He runs in, hits somebody. Now there's extra magic damage that's coming in as well. Get the Surge running in,
Seconds remaining.
running out. Just yeah, I like the synergy between the two of them, and as well, you know, you got the synergy with the Storm Spirit as well. You can Ion Shell the Storm Spirit, he ball lightnings in, and that provides him the extra little damage that he needs to burst somebody down, and then he can get out of dodge a little bit quicker.
It's an interesting way to go about it, but now with almost every single core removed, we're now going with the Terrorblade. We've seen if you have a hard counter to this Medusa, she can be answered. Interestingly enough, the Snapfire getting through this entire time, too. As how do people
Yeah.
run the Visage these days? I would presume
Often.
offline?
Yep. Yep, so that should be the Mixa hero here is the Visage. And I feel like against Serbia they have been banning out the Visage as well. So he must be a good Visage hero, a good Visage player.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be good reason for it. It's one of the few, I would almost call it cheese picks that are left remaining
Mhm.
in the current
10
pool.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's definitely he's a little queso-y. He definitely he's a little cheesy. He may not be the full
Brood-
tilt.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
may
the
not be a
Brood
whole
Mother
wheel of
very
Wisconsin
strong
cheddar.
at the moment, but I wouldn't really call it cheese. It's more just the power of the universal scaling at the moment, not as dependent on the broodlings. The techies, of course, nowhere near the pain that he used to be.
There's the Dusa ban.
In response to the Void being banned out.
So they think they're still looking for the carry here for the side of Serbia as well. So then this would be our 5 through 2 shown. Pango 2, Visage 3, Ricky 4,
Radiant.
5 position Undying. And they are correct with that, as we are going to see a Sven picked up.
Plenty of control that disarm through like the Pugna and the Spirit Breaker bashing. You know, would be absolutely insane right now, and I don't think they could counter.
What's that?
Bristleback.
The old BB, huh?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if he's too useless. I mean, he has to build up those additional stacks for damage, but in the late game situations, it would work great. But they want to go for the carry v carry, mano y mano, and just bring out the Juggernaut instead. Certainly understandable, able to face against that damage.
I'm pretty sure Sven is supposed to win the carry-to-carry matchup between Juggernaut. Because he
He at
Omni
least
slashes,
has-
you have Warcry armor. He spins, you have Warcry move speed to run away. He spins, you have God Strength to help deal damage through the spin. You can just cut him down while he's trying to spin TP. You have Stun Lockdown, which Juggernaut failed to bring. I don't know, I think Sven is
Well, you
supposed
don't
to win
need-
the carry-to-carry matchup over Juggernaut.
But that's okay because you have the Spirit Breaker and the Storm Spirit for the stun, a disarm as well through Pugna, And you can also just counter the Sven by being Sven, thanks to the darks here.
Yeah, and I mean,
Get this raw right click of the Visage, the Riki, and the Sven.
and it's very rare that you get to see just a straight carry to carry matchup, right? Like we love to talk about the carry to carry matchup, who has the better carry coming through the game, stuff like that. But very rarely are you going to get into a situation 50, 60 minutes into the game where it's just the one versus the one slapping into each other. Normally there's some other heroes that are involved at it, providing extra lockdown, providing extra damage, stuff like that. So very rarely are you going to see a situation where it's just low pleb versus the Sven. That's not really, I don't really expect that to happen. You might see a potential for a quick Omni Slash type gank, which I think would fail to go through again because of the war cry and stuff like that. It depends on how far ahead the Juggernaut is. But just because I think the Sven wins the carry to carry matchup doesn't necessarily mean anything, because there are 8 other heroes in the game, 4 on each side.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key detail, the 4 other heroes. Now that I think about it, not a single universal hero in Bulgaria, which is kind of wild.
How is
To think
Darkseer
about
not
it.
a universal hero?
He is.
Oh, he is?
He is, so good correction. I always forget about that. It's always 1 or 2 of those heroes that slip by, so we do have at least one on him.
Dude, and I draft for my amateur leagues, and every time I start searching in the Universal Heroes, and then I go to, like, what they were before Universal Heroes became a thing. Because, like, I just automatically assume that everybody's a is a freaking Universal Hero. But, yeah, it was a huge change, and it's gonna take a while for everybody to adjust to it and to get caught up to it.
Yeah, but you have this universal scaling Visage, which is a terrifying statement to say. So this is just going to have insane amounts of damage and scaling really quickly. And we have that benefit of the double universal damage healers of the Pango and the Visage this time around. The harassment of the Riki, that even though it will be played support, I mean, eventually he'll be able to become a carry.
Yeah, if the game goes long enough, he can itemize and stuff like that to where he would be essentially a 3rd carry, a 4th carry. Visage isn't necessarily a carry from the offlane type hero. He can carry a game from the offlane, but he's not really like a Broodmother is something that I would consider closer to like a carry from the offlane position. But Visage, he provides much more utility. He's more of a utility offlaner.
Certainly ends up just building all those strong auras and has the additional stuns through the micro. And the good old, what's the word for the familiars? Gargoyles?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I guess, yeah, because they turn to stone.
Turn to stone, unbreakable during that.
Man, now you got me wanting to watch Gargoyles. Might have to fire up Disney Plus after we're done casting today.
Well, that'll be quite a while for now with how long these games have been going, and I have a feeling
Yep.
this might be another one that takes quite a bit to finish.
Yeah, no, I'm expecting, like I said, I expect from this series to essentially be a DPC series. Like, it's gonna be, I expect for 3 long, hardly fought games. Anything less, I'm gonna be disappointed in one side, but that's okay. I'm allowed to be disappointed. They'll deal with it. I doubt they care.
Yeah, and you're just speaking from the entertainment and the viewing perspective.
Oh yeah, I always
Not
want
saying
game
that
3, man.
anyone's bad in the game, just want to have the fun.
Yeah, never. His first blood is gonna be picked up, going the way of Mastermind. But no, I'm a Dota whore, man. I want game 3. I always want game 3. If it's a best of 5, I want game 5. I want to see it go the distance. I always want to see those additional games. So, but I'm just a Dota fiend, man. What can you do? I just love the game.
I'm
So.
normally cursed in the CS side, not necessarily for game 3s, but certainly some extensively long overtimes. So the fact that hasn't transferred over here, I think is just a blessing of the patch in general, I would say, over anything else. But it can always strike back at any time. Gotta keep my guard up and know that any match duration is impossible. Thankfully, we can't have those 180-minute games that happened like the 6 to 8 years ago.
You're right.
That's not something to worry about anymore.
Good old Medusa versus Naga games. Oh, dude, remember, dude, Techies used to be the worst. The old Techies Medusa games that would last 3 hours every freaking time. God, that used to be the worst. I'm so glad the Techies is an actual Dota
Have
2
like
hero
15
now.
Roshan kills, 3 buybacks,
Yeah.
on top of like 6 Divine Rapiers put in backpacks and couriers.
You wipe them 3 different times, but it doesn't matter because Techies has bombed up the entire base, and you guys get wiped as soon as you walk up high ground. Like,
Everyone's
It's
legitimately 8 items.
dude, it used to be the worst. I used to hate Techies with a passion. It took until this most recent patch before I finally got past my hating Techies with a passion stage.
Just too much trauma.
Dude, yeah, he wasn't a Dota hero, man. He just wasn't a Dota hero, and he turned the game not into a game of Dota, which is like what we actually love. Which is why we play this game, is to play Dota. I didn't do this to play Minesweeper. Like, I can literally just boot up Minesweeper if that's the type of gameplay that I'm looking for.
Could love some good old Minesweeper every once in a while.
Oh yeah, especially when you're in class, as there's gonna be another rotation to mid lane. Vortex trying to keep the Storm Spirit alive. Borania trying to come through the Fairy Fire, keeping him up. The Blood Grenades playing a factor, as it is gonna be the Pangolier who drops.
And with the Pangolier dropped, we're gonna mean 2 kills that Bulgaria is able to get early. The one benefit I would say is the question of what this Jug's building, because depending on how he decides to itemize, they could try to go for a fast push style, especially with the Darkseer and the good old Pugna, looking to build those treads early. And no other info, so don't know if he's going to be going for the true power speed build just yet.
Yeah, playing the cards close to the chest so far. Maybe he's still deciding himself. It depends on how his laning stage goes. So far, 20-2. He's doing pretty okay, splitting the lane with the Visage. Everybody so far is just farming. Everybody's getting what they want, except maybe the Pangolier, and even then, he's doing pretty okay. He's just trailing behind the Storm Spirit by about 8 CS. So the Storm Spirit, he's the winner of the day so far. The Sven, he's doing very well himself. He's quite happy with his performance. But largely, everybody is getting the things they need, which is going to be great because that sets up for a very fun mid-game experience. We're not going to be chasing waterfalls on anybody necessarily until these engagements start to come out. The first 3 engagements should just be clashing of power.
Yeah, or at least not yet. Got the rookie being able to use that smoke control, the Undying to follow, the full chase. No way for the Spirit Breaker to completely save, but thankfully you can right-click the zombies as the spin away happens. And I guess that's one question to bring up. How the hell do they deal with this Undying Tombstone that can often be so problematic?
Spin.
Just worth
Spin
spinning to
right-clicks.
win?
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be by committee. We're gonna be taking down this Tombstone by committee, or just looking to run away. They don't have a whole lot of answers to prevent you from running away. I mean, you have the area control with the Rolling Thunder. You have really good Storm Hammers that can potentially really be a ruiner of your day. But BZM able to get the zip up to the high ground, so he should be fine here. Gonna dodge out Borania. He's inside his head. He's chilling.
Beautiful kiting. First the Pango to stroll away. No way for the Undying to really participate, besides taking that little bit of forced strength, being a little bit of a pesky annoyance.
Oh,
Now
now they're
the
trying to
Spirit
counter it.
Yep. By a gang of his own, and the Spirit Breaker is far more powerful at it. Can always guarantee the double bash to ensure the lockdown. No way for the Pango to be able to get away with the follow-up Storm forward attacks, giving that sustained stun and suck in. So now Bulgaria a clean 3-0. And the most important thing is, with how valuable kills are in this patch, it's almost not about strictly just getting kills on the enemy heroes, but just denying them from being able to get your own. So now they can really snowball this out of control. When you have things like the Spirit Breaker for constant save, it's going to be hard for any kills to go in. Looks like it's going to be another death momentarily on this Pango, although double rotations of both the Ricky and the Undying will provide a bit of save. A bit of Blink Strike trying to get that silence off momentarily. The Storm Spirit's out of mana. Double Blood Grenades both ways. This Pugna not anywhere near level 6 and silence regardless. So instead, it looks like it should be 2 kills momentarily if it wasn't for the Decrep able to come in.
Mixa. Stone
4 seconds. He's still going to be diving this. And now with the Pango rotating in, this Jug's completely caught exposed, taken out by the Pango Rolling Thunder. This is taken out. Continued rolling on the side, so they do trade 1 for 1, but now a Blood Grenade on the Darkseer. The Storm Spirit trying to do the best to create space, able to trade, take out the Sven, now looking like the Undying also to be removed with that charge, having to take a few tower hits with the double stuns from the summons underway, likely to be also removed. BZM trying to get the slow for the salve to finish, but of course the Blink Strike coming on through to slow things down. But now the Pugna's respawn gone back to the bottom, and now we're getting this proper bloodshed that we've been waiting all series for, as the Spirit Breaker eventually is removed from play.
Yeah, what a crazy fight. What a crazy fight. The Juggernaut goes down early, the Sven comes in, but he's trying to play on the edge of the fight. He ends up getting caught out by BZM, who just dive balls into the backlines, gets the Vortex, picks up the kill. I thought for a second the BZM overextended himself. He was completely out of mana, but they focused their attention on the Spirit Breaker instead, who almost got out of it, but they were eventually able to track him down in the trees and bring him down.
Took a little bit to get there, but still it will be obtained.
You can see some damage issues coming out, as with the God Strength, they're hoping to correct that. Stun number 2. They are going to be able to bring down this Storm Spirit. Mixa stacking the stuns beautifully. Then they're going to make it a double by cleaning up this Pugna kill next.
Able to start going for a bit more of that future harassment.
This Darkseer, though, great game. Top of the net worth by a long margin.
Surprisingly so, able to just freely get away, do whatever he pleases.
And he's going for the Guardian Greaves first. Lots of physical damage that comes out from the side of Serbia, so that makes sense, as we are going to see the Undying get cut down.
So now, with the kills getting traded more evenly, a little bit of a slowed down pace, a nice silence to stop the Spirit Breaker ult from being able to get finished on the way out. Sure that not everything starts continuing in the same snowball fashion. Top tower obtained, although honestly with this patch I feel like it doesn't amount to much at all. How large the map is, the ability to smoke gank really anywhere.
Right.
Only benefit being a minor amount of gold. But doesn't have that same snowball because of the experiences with these snowball rush metas, the beasts and the auras in the past. Not wanting that to succeed.
Now we got a smoke gank. Who are they hunting, though?
By the gods, the Dire's bottom tower.
Maybe they'll try to smoke up into the triangle. Maybe they'll try to smoke up top, try to get their hands onto the Juggernaut. I think BZM is who they'd like to get their hands on, as they're doing the old smoke and bait behind a person play. And Bulgaria, they're actually going to take the bait, get caught out. They're going to lose soon here.
And with those two fully caught out, at least a trade onto the Undying. Still, the Darkseer, he wants to deal with the Tombstone, but instead getting slowed to death by these Undying zombies. Eventually able to clear him out, but the Tombstone itself will be perfectly okay, and the creeps will be assisted to clear it out because of those, you know, undead, crawling little creatures.
Yeah, 2 big area fighting spells used there, the tombstone as well as the wall, so they made it so neither side could really cross the enemy's line in the sand. So we had a little bit of a standoff there. It ends up going 2 for 1 trade. But this Finn, he's just farming along, having a good time, working his way towards the Echo. And he's quite close to it. Milan feeling himself, gonna high five with his friend.
Keep those good vibes going.
Yeah, vibes.
Gotta love to have a good view of those in. Important to keep a good positive nature.
Oh, it's so important in Dota. And I'm so bad at it, but it's so important at Dota.
Yeah, just recently had a low MMR match, as all of mine are currently, having a bit of a loss streak, but maybe I'm not playing the game as much at the moment, so it's making it a lot harder to get those streaks going.
Sure.
Had an offline Wraith King and a mid lane Undying against a Meepo. Went about as poorly as you would expect.
Sure. You know, offlane Wraith King, fun fact, is the reason why I started playing Wraith King. Because I was a carry player, and I got tired of my offlaners always picking Wraith King. So I said, forget this, dude. I'm going to learn how to play offlane, and I'm going to play actual offlaners. And that's how I became an offlane player.
There is one safe laner that I am sold at the idea of using him as an offlane, even though he's technically a carry. And it's the Chaos Knight, because you can use it as this kind of really quirky Legion, essentially.
Sure.
Where it doesn't have the same benefit of the permaduel, but it forces something to be able to clear the illusions. It gives good stun and lockdown and that classic blink initiation in the exact same way. And with the disperser benefits too, I feel like it gives this additional way to perhaps have that bonus little bit of lockdown in the late game scaling that he can work with. Also, the passive in lane is insane.
Not really my type of hero, but I could definitely, I'll give you that. That's like the one carry player that if I saw, or carry hero that if I saw being picked in the off lane, I'd be like, well, there's still hope, right? Because he can still just play like this early active tempo game and stuff like that. It's not like a Wraith King that's gonna want to farm Radiance and just be annoying and never come to team fights and stuff like that. But yeah, this game, dude, this game's so close still. 8-8 on the scoreboard, less than 1k of a net worth advantage. This Finn is the top of the net worth, and he's got a good gap on this Juggernaut, which is going to help benefit that core-to-core matchup that we talked about a little bit in the drafting phase. But, of course, as we said, it's not just going to come down to these two heroes. It's going to come down to the entire 5-man versus 5-man roster and how they're performing. This Undying, the bottom of the net worth, having a bit of a tough go of it. As we have a go onto the Ricky, trying to keep him alive, left his soul rip, not enough. Now we have a counter initiation.
Should be able to lock down the Spear Breaker, but the Pug does suck, able to delay the inevitable, and with the Rolling Thunder, straight through the Darkseer creates all these illusions, plus the Undying Zombie still causing all that harassment on the side, and now BZM has to try to teleport away, but of course the Familiar is able to come in, ensure that lockdown with a little bit of a ball pound to finish it off, and you can see an entire conga line of zombies chasing this Darkseer. Thankfully, the Tombstone eventually does go away, and poor Omni/RNG, unfortunate. An understandable tip, as your opponent had the correct idea in mind to go for that Omni Slash, but it just didn't go his way. And everyone on Serbia joining in.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where it's like, no, everybody tip him. Everybody tip him. And people who didn't even watch the play, they're like, all right, man, whatever. My teammate told me to tip him, so like, for team camaraderie's sake, I'm gonna go ahead and send out the tip button. I don't even know what happened, but
it's pretty funny because it feels like it's of sympathy, yet also for the DM at the same time.
Sure.
The ultimate backhanded compliment.
Yeah, just kind of those what did you expect type moments. But Lil Pleb, he saw murder on the horizon, he went for it. Unfortunately, all he murdered was some creeps instead. But so his bloodthirst is not going to be sated. But he has made a comeback. This Juggernaut, he was 6th in the net worth on the cores, and now he's just barely trailing behind this this Finn. If you remember correctly, before that fight, the Juggernaut, he was over 1,000 gold behind this Finn, but the Storm Spirit was able to get a pick on the Finn before the Storm died himself, and that enabled the Juggernaut to close the distance, and now even giving Bulgaria a slight lead in net worth. So this game, dude, it is still razor tight.
Dire should look
And I would say this is one of the things I am really appreciating from the, what's the word I'm looking for? The Juggernaut, the fact that he's willing to go for these fights still. Oh god, a phylactery on Visage, that's terrifying.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, probably considering the build we're looking at here,
Dire's bottom
the hero probably least affected by the fact he happens to be universal now. Barely any stats built.
Yep. And that's what I was trying to say about the Visage being more of a utility offlaner than being a carry from the offlane type position. So he's still going to go Visage items, still going to go this phylactery, still going to go pipe. Opted not to go for the Helm of the Dominator. I'm not sure that I've really been seeing any Visages going that build lately. Oh no, they found the Jug.
And I mean, he does have escape tools if he so wishes, but deciding to stay in this fight, I like the attempt to go aggressive, but needs the support of the Spirit Breaker to provide some proper lockdown. And again, now you have the Decay getting tons of straight stats. The lockdown from the Pango and the Omni Slash can be put onto those familiars. So another reason that makes it rather weak. The life drain is enough to keep him going for the teleport out, but it still costs 2. Able to at least get the Pango. But this Undying's really starting to become a problem. And I didn't know about that interaction with the familiars, a significant hard counter for the Juggernaut Omni Slash.
Yeah, you saw him bouncing around the familiars too.
That's probably one of the most tilting things I could ever imagine.
As again, Bulgaria, they are showing a superiority when it comes to macro map development. Last time they had about 1,000 gold gain lead in when it comes to the bounty rune seen on the right hand side of the screen. This time it is less significant, only about 500 gold, but they have picked up 2 more bounty runes, and every little inch makes a mile. So these are things that eventually add up, and yeah, man, it's unfortunately did net them the win in game number 1, but hopefully it'll net them the win in game number 2, and we'll get to go to game 3.
Yeah, certainly, as we have our first Tormentor being taken down, giving it to the Spirit Breaker. If the Pugno was on the other team, this Planar Fisher would be absolutely insane for that purpose alone. For the side of Serbia, I don't really think it has any benefits. Other than the fact that the Spirit Breaker wouldn't be planning to buy the shard this game anyways, so...
Right.
Any shards that are given post this point will be useful.
And now we get Sleep Dart on Ricky. So they won the Tormentor trade. Did Serbia.
I don't think there's a better one I could imagine being put into this. So I'd say I am rather worried at the moment. We do have the Roshan that will be starting to get chipped on out. Just the Finn with the Visage should be enough. No Solar Crest being carried on him, but that's okay as the rest of the team comes on in to have that help. The disarm from the Pango doing enough on the side.
Still not the fastest Roshan in the world. They might end up having to trade a tier 2 tower to be able to take this objective here.
Which is going to be great for getting some gold and really delaying this game as a whole. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of doing this without a medallion on the Visage. I understand wanting to get the Boots of Bearing out. It's good against all the slow and just being able to get that additional movement and attack speed. It's a nice item. But if you're going to go for the Roche might as well get the Solar Crest on someone to help. as we do have a team fight starting, or at least the initial hints of one, but with the Ricky already picked off, everyone deciding to back away. Up to the report, BZM getting a little bit greedy.
Looking for me?
We'll take a familiar on the way out the door. Still not amounting to much, I would say.
Right.
Surge is this. Zap.
Now we can see a bit of healing done by the Pugna and the Undying. The Jug, interestingly enough, having the most impact. That healing ward
Dire's bottom
usually
tower is
slept
under
on,
attack.
understandably.
Run, little bottom tower. Run.
Not being a real difference maker just yet. And still yet to see impact from this Darkseer, I'd say. Soon to getting the Guardian Greaves finished. Has a 4-staff to get more people through the wall of replica. Maybe as the Sven scales later on, he'll have more benefits. I mean, we can see that pro win rate being at 56%. Not a bad pick by any means, just feels a little bit underwhelming.
You know, I feel like the last Darkseer game that we saw, I think it was S4 that played it, or maybe it was Mind Control, I can't remember now. But I feel like that game we were a little underwhelmed by the Darkseer as well. As they're trying to have a go onto BZM, not going to quite be able to lock him down, so they'll just accept the kill on Phalitz instead. Familiar's hunting, not going to be able to close the distance onto BZM all the same.
No Mind Control to be a god on Enigma is one detail to note, so that wouldn't be an option as much as it feels like it can single-handedly win games as it always could. And always just a fun pick, even without having the classic TI buffs.
No arms to defend itself.
Man, I can't wait for TI.
I feel like a good part of it is just the buffs and how like wild and unpredictable it makes everything, rather than necessarily the event itself. And as much as I love TI, did you even watch the last one?
Yeah, I've watched every TI since TI4.
Because I'll be honest, I watched maybe a match or two, but it was just unbearable. Like, I could not endure it in the slightest, unfortunately. And I think that's a responsibility of Valve and the TO management. Being a bit lacking. Hopefully next year's will be a lot better, as the Vacuum Storm's able to confirm the first light on this Pango. But now the case to lockdown, allowing that disarm. The Omni Slash able to lock down, no surprises, even getting a familiar on the way through. Thankfully, it mostly being physical damage means the Omni Slash won't be nullified by that good old pipe. At least not yet.
We rely not upon fortune.
Ooh, Golden Butterfly on Lil Pleb. Early Butterfly pickup, and I think that'll be a good one too. The Sven, he's going to be a long way away from an MKB.
And ideally, his team isn't going to be positioned around him with illusions or anything else, so maybe besides the Darkseer illusions, he's not going to have much around him, so no way for the Sven to try to cleave, and I assume the cleave still has the same application of miss chance. Without the MKB? I don't know how that applies, actually. Time for some good old research on the side. Go for.
While you're doing that, I'll try to vamp up some things that are happening on the map as we're watching Coons trying to farm his way towards the Nullifier. We'll see if he commits to that or if he decides to switch it up the next time he gets his eyes on this Juggernaut, sees that he's already bought some components for the Butterfly. Switch it up in a hurry. He's holding on to gold right now for a reason, so I think he's still debating whether or not he thinks Nullifier is the best option anyways. BZM, he's got the Kaya, he's working his way towards the Hex Stick next, so he's just looking to get back onto the backlines and pop whoever he can, as he's been a problem this game. This BZM Storm Spirit has absolutely been a problem this game. La Joya, he's got the 4-staff, he's got the Aether Lens, working his way towards the Tranquil Boot, so he'll be able to keep up that life drain heal spam going on forever and ever, amen. And the Sven has committed. He has bought the Sacred Relic, so he is going for this Nullifier, which is just going to delay any potential MKB timings from coming out just that much further. And this Juggernaut, the Butterfly's done. I was going to say, he's not going to be very far behind him when it comes time to completing that Butterfly versus the Nullifier. And he already has the Butterfly done.
Each blow sharpens our blade.
Okay, so cleaves are technically spells that will always hit. But of course, if the right click, say from a Sven, is directly on the Juggernaut and misses, the cleave and all splash damage won't go through. So it is about how I thought it would happen. So good to see that. The only real way to counter the cleave would be, say, the Faceless Void 25 backtrack.
Right.
Illusion.
Interestingly, Splash works the same way, except so no, the attack damage modifiers work the same way as well.
Being attacked.
As most cleaves can't benefit from lifesteal or something else. I don't remember what it was. I'll have it up in a good old second.
Play. We're about to have a fight break out, it looks like. Nullifier's going to come out. Tension's building. They're going to go retreat back up to the high ground, or the side of Bulgaria.
Right, no lifesteal or spell amplification, even though cleave and splash damage are technically spell applications. A lot of A words.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. It has no
And
arms
unable
defend
to
itself.
adjust to the assault of A's in my direction.
Dire's middle tower is all alone in the world. Being attacked.
It's asinine, buddy. It's asinine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. It has no arms to defend itself.
It is indeed.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Timber!
Speaking of
Precious bounty.
no arms, the top tower disarmed. Good for getting this Jug announcer and some more Jug games.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like that's
Dire's structures
one
are
nice thing.
fortified.
Usually the announcers silence stuff like that.
The Dire's top tower is doing its best, but it
Able to get that success and a gem on the Juggernaut. Good way to deal with the Ricky. Has that Greater Lotus, might be able to save it for some cheese, have that permanent shield later on. But he's just able to freely wail at these racks.
Yeah, they're literally just losing barracks here.
I mean, Bulgaria aren't that far ahead with the Undying and able to get easily picked off. They'll have to buy back to be able to bring up that Tombstone and the Flesh Golem. Trying to go for that later initiation, the first blade. But I feel like the damage has already been done.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely has.
This is a massive misplay.
That reaction, that response, it just came out way too late. And now they're going to 5-man smoke, walk back up onto the high ground with this next creep wave, and secure this range barracks. Are they really just going to lose a free lane of barracks for absolutely nothing?
I don't know how they're supposed to be countered at this point, so I think you're right. I think that's the only real result of this process. I mean, doing enough to kite them away momentarily. Eventually the Jug will decide to teleport out, go back to the farming.
That's a huge win for Bulgaria.
This is such a weird game now. With the Lax getting that native push in. It was the ranged Rax destroyed, right? So
Yes.
not too much insane push. Won't be that much of a problem. Not a big deal to worry about. That said, just letting the tower fall is a lot more on the why question mark side of things.
Right. Stormhammer, God's Strength. Juggernaut gonna control the high ground here.
Blow sharpens our blade.
That control, an understandable desire. You need to get this Aegis, probably not on the Pango, but ideally the Sven to create space around. You have plenty of counters to deal with this Jugstorm combo, ideally, but need to be able to coordinate around it, of course.
Maybe gonna look for a deep wraparound with this smoke. Oh, but the God Strength, or the War Cry, it revealed their location. The smoke popped. They're going in. Oh, no.
Oh, this is tragic because of the full disengagement is the main issue on top of this. The complete disinterest in taking the fight at all, able to freely back away and reposition to make sure the fight's in their favor. They're essentially fighting everyone, and now the Storm can freely swing back in, get the lockdown to take down the Undying. The strength heal still is not enough, and that's a dieback now on him. The Omni Slash able to fully land on the Sven, bringing him to try to run, but the Storm will ensure that he gets removed as well. The Ricky getting Spirit Charge. A nice Yule to interrupt it, but with the gem on the Jug, no way to hide from him. And now, the Visage and the Pango's the only one left. Looks like a game 3 is going to be coming our way soon.
Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna get Aegis here, and then we're gonna start to siege this bottom tower. And yeah, I don't know what Serbia can do to stop this aggression from coming out.
Certainly not. This already feels in the significantly doomed territory. And I'm trying to think about how you find a way back out of this, but I don't think there's any options available to them. As you have now a Aegis on the Storm, a Cheese on the Juggernaut, with all the sustain of the Darkseer with the control, now with the cores having a little bit more impact on the side of Serbia. Now it means the Darkseer has more impact, and I don't think the deck graph's anywhere remotely wrong here.
The Dire's bottom tower doesn't even have arms to defend
I mean, they might be putting this a little bit nice, honestly. The Sven, he's just kind of fallen short. Doesn't really feel like he's been able to have the hugest game impact in the world. Same thing can be said about pretty much everybody on the Serbian side. It has been a close game, 18-16. Just not a whole lot of kills going either way. But just as far as map management, macro movement, now we have a potential chance they're split up here.
And this nightmare will only continue now. A nice pop of that first Aegis, able to have those stuns to initially block him down, but still the Storm Spirit able to just freely fall lightning away. No Bloodstone yet, so that's good. But even then, a Hex, the Fairy Fire, Witchblade feels like only a matter of time. And you can see, I mean, that Pango's having an amazing... Pango and Storm, the top damage dealers. That feels a bit wild to see.
Yeah, and again, it just goes to show that this Sven, he's not really been able to sink his teeth into anybody. Third in damage done on his team, as they've just done a great job of kiting the Sven away. Oh, potentially trying to find BZM again, but the BKB, he's going to be fine. Oh, but that's also a BKB forced out on Sven.
And on top of it, too, even if the BKB is used, this Juggernaut now has a nullifier. And I have no idea what this Undying's supposed to do. He has 4,400 net worth, and he's been given a shard. So he has, what, maybe upgraded boots and a stat item? He's bought back twice now? He has nothing to his name. This Ricky's getting constantly cut out. And I'm sure they can just easily hand this gem to someone else like the Pugna later on, once the Jug doesn't have slots for it. It's complete outplay and shellacking.
Yeah, absolutely. 17k now. They're up more net worth than they have kills on the map. So it just goes to show how dominant Bulgaria has been in this game. And it's looking, as the time goes by, just more and more likely that we are going to be going to a game number 3 here to decide who makes it to the seeding match for this IESF playoffs.
Here I am. I'm over here.
Yeah, certainly enjoying already a little bit of the skirting around, trying to cause some more problems and annoyances. Yeah, no longer the gem because the Battle Fury, the Nullifier, the BKB, phase boots, everything. It says he's going for the Ags. I feel like you might as well cue the Blessing recipe up with what he's holding in his possession.
God Strain.
An early pledge. And they've been able to isolate the spin. They don't even need to get the Nullifier off on him. The Pugna just out healing the spin's damage. It's no concern. And he's being fully guided by the storm while this is going on. An immediate buyback to follow. The Spirit Breaker caught out, able to charge in while the rest of the team resets to go for this fight a second time. Even then, still, on this Ricky. That's going to be him gone. It will be a dieback on the Spirit Breaker at least, so that's something to be optimistic about. But with the Storm Spirit striding around, could be another death. The Undying somehow has another buyback available, but now Tango, nice spin, stun, able to get some damage in on the Storm, but once again, even with the silence, the Pugna's here to save the day, get that harassment in, and looking to hunt down this Pangolier on the side as the Storm's getting harassed. The Storm Vortex able to save him, as well as the Vacuum and the Kiting. Eventually, the Visage is the one able to take him down. No buyback available. Surprise for this loss to happen, and now this Jug can't create the space. It's taken multiple buybacks, but miraculously Serbia find a way forward and now are able to kite the spin, and it's looking to be a team wipe on Bulgaria.
Yeah, great job that fight, man. Honestly, just kiting around. I thought that they were excuse me. I thought they were dead as a doornail. Whenever the Storm went back in, got that huge 4-man vortex, I thought that fight was done and dusted, and that was honestly going to just be the game. But we're going to go ahead and get the replay here. It all started with Storm Spirit stealing that regeneration rune from the Ricky, who was trying to secure it for somebody else, and it just did not go their way. And here's the play. He comes back in, he gets hexed up almost immediately, gets himself back out, goes back in, huge vortex, but the Storm Hammer stopping it all from happening. Silenced up now, nullified up now, out of mana, and that really is the difference maker in this fight. BCM, he's been the gear that makes them go. So he's out of mana, gets brought down, and after that, what do? They all just die.
There just isn't many options available, and they did all this without the Omni Slash available. One of the key sources to quick nuke damage to destroy. I think one of the reasons why that Axe Blessing starting to be focused as the next solution to be handled. Maybe a Dire Roshan to get a Refresher Shard. Could be something in the future too. Try to help handle this.
Hex Stick doing work on the Visage as well.
I mean, I'd say the Visage, the gold Visage just doing hell of lots of work. I mean, you can see this experience lead's completely eradicated. Now, I mean, the Undying has 0 gold to his name with how many times he's bought back in this game so far. Has to be at 3 or 4 now. But even with that, a decent bit of the gold lead eradicated. And Bulgaria, a tough lesson learned. Wait for the Omni Slash. Don't take these fights beforehand.
And again, gold gains superiority, still going the way of Bulgaria. Not a surprise, though. They've had control of the map pretty much all the way through this game, or at least for the last 20 or so minutes. So, not a surprise to see that they've had domination over the bounty runes in that sense. But still, it helps to contribute to this 12k net worth advantage that they have. And now they've got to go back to the drawing board just a little bit, because they were just up like 18k. So they have lost some ground, and with that, that sometimes can bring a little bit of the what-ifs into the back of your head. So Bulgaria, they're just going to have to stay strong and attempt to close this game out, because Serbia, they've shown that they're not going down without a fight.
And it's only going to become harder with time, as I feel like this Storm, soon to hit the 25, is going to hit a bit of a spike. I think the Juggar's already hit his. They're even going for the Smoke Gank because they have the Omni Slash available. The Spirit Breaker in the back line, ready to go interrupt some spell casts. And they will be lining up directly onto each other. The focus is that Radiant Roshan. Changed a lot of pros saying they like at the moment. I think maybe some quirks or tweaks can be made, but I think it's an interesting idea and a nice way to encourage the murder with the twin gates while also trying to get Roshan balanced in the map, as it's been any attempts to do so has been blatantly a failure for the past 20 years, I would say. To have a balanced Roshan position on the map. No fault of anyone.
Sure. It's a hard game to balance.
It's impossible to get vision anywhere.
It's a hard game to balance, dude. It really is. There's so many different variables and stuff like that.
Certainly.
As they take down the Spirit Breaker. Yeah, absolutely. And that might potentially open up Roshan number 2 going the way of Serbia. And this would be a huge swing.
There should be no issue for them to get this Roche. This should be 2K. Well, no, we should have the Axe Blessing too, right? So that's going to be about 6K completely eradicated. I imagine cheese counts as maybe another K, but it just ends up being 6. Yep, 12 to 6K. Right on the money with the first guess. Needed to hold my tongue. Be patient. Already know what I'm talking about. And we have a bit of a pause as the second game is also going to be going just as late.
Dude, I tell you, this has been a hell of a series. It has been one hell of a series, and I'm excited to see how it's gonna end. I don't want it to end, but I'm excited to see how it's going to end, to see the storyline actually play out to fruition. But yeah, man, I honestly, I have no idea. At this point in time, I feel like I'm just gonna like close my eyes and throw a dart at the wall, and depending on where it lands, that's who I would guess is going to win the game. Because this game, it's back to even now. 43 minutes in, you're only up 6K net worth. I mean, a good portion of that net worth is on your Juggernaut though, so that is definitely very, very helpful. It's not just dead floating net worth. That's like your supports are 3K ahead of the other enemy supports, which they are pretty much that as well. But yeah, because this Darkseer, he's trailing behind pretty heavily in net worth behind the Visage. That's about 8K if we're just comparing the offlaners alone. So that, yeah, more of a well-rounded tri-core assault is going to be coming their way, while it's just going to be these 2 dual cores with 3 utility people behind them on the side of Bulgaria.
I think they can be happy in the fact that so much of this reliance on the Darkseer doesn't require any form of, what would the right word be here? Item reliance?
Sure.
It's mostly about just getting those spells out the vacuum wall and all those sort of things. To be able to get that proper impact through, to get all that damage and cause trouble. Take a look at one of these key team fights where the Jug was split on out, the delays were going through, but of course the Sven was completely split off. Didn't really amount to much. Looks like we got more severe technical issues, and with these delays, it's going to be, well, delaying everything even further.
Right?
And
take a long game and make it longer.
Next. This is going to be one barn burner of the series, and I don't know what's going to be the next plan. I mean, you got the Nullifier, you have everything to try to lock down this Sven. But as you mentioned, the call's right. He seems to be doing a little bit stronger, getting that scaling in, causing those issues to fully shut him down. And there's just still struggling to find a response. I mean, maybe eventually this Darkseer will be able to get some items to have a more severe impact.
Right, maybe get a Hex stick of its own. Oh, we have a game.
But this definitely feels like one of those games where something like the Enigma might have a lot more impact. The normal punch, maybe the increased AoE surge will be helpful.
Sure.
I guess the replica wall will have a cooldown reduction soon if it hasn't already, down to 60 seconds. So it'll always be up, unlike that Omni Slash, for quite a while. Always has that 120-second cooldown, it would appear. We'll have to get like an Octarine or a Refresher to respond to it. Which, I mean, we might be seeing an 8-slot jug this game. Certainly possible.
Yeah, I mean, we could see tier 5 items this game. Like, I could absolutely see this game going beyond another 15 minutes. It's just so dang close.
Love to see that. We haven't seen enough love of the good old T5s.
Especially now with the change with the neutral tokens, where like you get to choose what tier 5 item you get. It's not just kind of that random guess, random drop type stuff anymore. I do like the way that they changed the neutral items. I feel like it makes things a little bit more balanced.
Makes things a little bit more reliable, I would say.
Yeah, it's a little bit more predictable. Like, you know a little bit more what you're going to get. Like, I know I'm gonna get, depending on the hero, it's like I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3 of these things. Like, I know I'm gonna have this option, and I'm gonna end up choosing one of these 3 things. Like, but whereas before it's just like, dude, like, I hope I get something good. And I hope that my support doesn't steal it, and my carry doesn't just walk around with 3 neutral items in his backpack all game. Like, it's a lot more balance, a lot more controls. The Hex Tick is gonna come out, the Silence is there as well on the Storm Spirit. But with the charge through, gonna save the life of BZM.
And with that saved life, able to get at least a bit of benefit in. Does give them an advantage. Seems like they're trying to push for that map control, force players back to base. Be a bit helpful, at least at the moment.
And what a turn of events, Trev. Like, if you think about it, man, 3 minutes ago, we were calling this game over. Like, we were in the like, garbage time material, just trying to fill and fluff our way through the game. But now, man, we've got a 2K game, which 46 minutes into the game, 2K net worth differential is literally nothing. It basically could not mean less being a 2K differential. As it is going to open back up just a little bit to 4K now that they get this Tormentor. Agshard is going to go the way of Mastermind on the Dark Seer.
It's an interesting one to end up picking up. Means that he has a slowing trail that might be able to create more zoning. Very interesting shard. I'd say one that I feel like we don't really see.
No.
No reason to expect anything different this time.
Lags, I'm sure. Oh, you guys are coming back to us. Hello.
We're swinging back and forth with these sustained games, lots of issues. I mean, thankfully we don't have like a Tinker PL issue, just crashing everyone's games instead.
Right. Oh, man. I remember before I got my new computer, I was caching games, and it was like a CK PL game. And every team fight, my computer would just like almost die. And I was just praying to the Dota gods, like, please, let me get through this last team fight. Okay, just one more team fight, please, Dota gods. Just give me one more team fight, and then my computer can die. But now I'm all good. I've got a spaceship in here, so, like, we're all good in the hood. Like, not a worry in the world. So give me all your PLs, all your CKs, all your Spectres. Give them all. But, yeah, man, hopefully they'll be able to figure out these technical issues. I'd hate for, in such a close game, in such a close series, for something like lag or packet loss or some other sort of technical issue to have a major effect on the outcome of the game. I feel like that would just kind of sully the competition, which is just so dang good so far. It's been so enjoyable. And talk about enjoyable, we're able to get back into the game, which is even more enjoyable than looking at me and Trevor.
Yes, we want to keep this action going, especially as it becomes later into the draft.
Your death approaches.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Appears to have a little bit more success, of course, with the spin going on through.
Oh no, Jug. Why'd you step off the high ground?
Oh, gave away that bit of vision. The Pugna will be able to come here and save him, as well as the salve of the healing ward.
Good wall.
Now the Pango is getting Omni Slash through. It's not enough to take him down, just not enough damage. The Storm's trying to create the space will be enough to take out the Pango with the Pugna creating space. Now the Visage getting caught out and exposed. The Undying Zombies, all of them having a barrier. No, I think they're magic immune anyway, so it doesn't cause that much of a difference. Getting fully kited. One tombstone disappears, another recreated. It's Undying, likely soon to be forced to buy back once again. Bulgaria able to swing back the advantage, win a team fight as they force the Sven back to face. The Ricky farming a little bit before smoking up.
Man, I really thought that was going to be terrible for Bulgaria. Just weren't quite able to close the distance on that Juggernaut to get the kill down in time. And just like that, we're back up to a 9k net worth advantage. No more Aegis on the spin. And things are scary for Serbia again.
Just felt like they weren't unpredictable enough, I suppose. Needed to make it just that extra little bit even crazier. And they're doing a great job at that.
Oh, here we go.
They now got a perfect lockdown on Sven,
but the heals again
to come in. Heals, a bit of invis, and now the kiting, the Storm Spear coming in late, forcing the buyback from the Visage. Now a perfect vacuum, no wall to follow, not available for a bit, just coming off cooldown. So we could see a wall momentarily, but instead it is to the Storm and the Pugna dead. Storm soon to follow, and looks like they got a Yule's catching the vision, so Darkseer will be dead as well. Jug, the only one to maintain his life. Buyback on the rest of Bulgaria, and this game goes on once again.
Dude, what a game! What a game, what a game, what a game! I thought that it was done. I thought that it was over. They go in onto the Juggernaut. The Pugna heals the Juggernaut. They go in onto the Storm Spirit. The Pugna heals the Storm Spirit. We thought everything was okay. Joke's on you. Kunt's gonna blink to the low ground and just cut through the Storm Spirit. Just evaporate him in 2 hits with that harpoon. And now suddenly it's 5-on-1 going the other way. And we're finally getting some pressure onto the Radiant base. Just what a freaking game, Trevor. Jesus Christ, man. I cannot put enough emphasis on how hyped this game is making me. And they're going T4s. They're trying to force buybacks. They're trying to close this game out.
I'm sure everyone wants to try to finish it at the 50-minute mark for Tier 5, but the wall is perfect. Blind upon everyone. The vacuum, that's a spin that will be forced to buy back later on. The problem is the most of his team doesn't have buyback. They already spent them to win the last team fight to be able to get into the space to begin with. So everyone needs to run so that they can preserve the spin buyback. They have to go for the delay, go for the stall, and keep this going. Bulgaria wants to try to push that advantage. Understanding the pressure, the danger of the buyback being brought on in.
Just when you think this game couldn't get any more tense, there's a tier 4 siege that happens, there's a huge vacuum wall, buyback on the Storm Spirit, zips all the way back to the backlines, gets another huge vortex, multi-man vortex, and they all just kind of get, they cut down through the spin, everybody else has to tuck tail and retreat, and this is going to be a 2-lane of barracks advantage now for Bulgaria. They're holding this buyback on the spin, probably for tier 4 towers, as they are going to have to go down bottom and take this tier 2 tower, so that means they're going to have to get the creep wave pushed up now. It's not enough there are creeps in the base, you have to have the creeps there in the bottom lane in order to get through the backdoor protection that exists there. Roshan will respawn in a minute and a half.
I'll take that.
And we are just slowly but surely working our way towards these tier 5 items, Trev. This game is just so dang good, dude. It's so good.
Absolutely unrelenting. And now we're going to have an Ag's Blessing soon on the Juggernaut. He's able to delete Rack safely with that shard, giving him that right click with the Sven. Against the Sven.
By the gods, the Dire's bottom tower doesn't even
Bit
have
more
arms
items,
to defend
BKB
itself.
blink
What a
on the
brave
Darkseer.
tower.
The Storm Spirit couldn't have more in his
refresh.
possession.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Try to have that double stun lockdown. No use for the bottle. Has enough mobility. Doesn't want to use the boots. Doesn't need to have the boots of travel, rather.
Run, little bottom tower. Run.
Completely being held up, of course. Or are they going to delay for the tier 5s? I guess that's the question. The vision on the Ricky's enough that they want to pop the dust to try to lock down and pick him off before he can get some more of his farm. Buyback scaling, double BKBs pop. No buyback on this Ricky. 4 lives left remaining. 5 if you want to count the spin buyback. And they decide to back away with the Undying also dead. His on cooldown. The Ricky just no gold available for that buyback. And now they're going to immediately go into that good old Roche pit. That should have another Axe Blessing available. Question is, who doesn't have an Axe at this point on Bulgaria's side?
You know, I honestly don't know. Darkseer?
Looks like he'll be the Darkseer to have it get that normal punch. Able to create an additional illusion with that right click.
Dude, he's gonna punch so normally this game. I hate the name of that spell, normal punch. How the hell else are you gonna punch? What is a non-normal punch? All the lag does
punch, maybe?
True punch? Oh no, Borania gets caught out! What were you doing,
to cut
man?
the creep wave and cause a delay, but he's 20 gold and 2 minutes short, so won't have buyback until the respawn. Maybe a little bit too much exhaustion from the Serbians.
Just
As
cracking
the
under the
Jug will be
pressure,
setting
dude.
up for the mega creeps momentarily.
Just cracking under the pressure. And now they can just go T4s. Like, yeah, this dust cloud is going to be annoying. It's going to cause them to miss a lot of right clicks onto the tower. But, oh, Hex. If they bring down Jump, this could be big. But a huge vacuum wall again.
Three-man Vortex still doesn't have True Strike, but yeah, the Darkseer plus the True Strike from the Vortex able to lock everyone down, and they're going to call GG immediately off of that. Jug with the Storm, in fact, able to out-carry essentially what could be considered by some a 4-core lineup. Of course, that's not how the gold and the more advanced handling of it is made, but Bulgaria able to scrap their way through. And that means we're going to be going to a game number 3 that could be going for just as long as these other two.
Dude, I'm happy.
Whew.
You see this? This is happy Rata right here. We get a game number 3. We get a hype series to go to game number 3. This isn't like it was a stomp in game 1 in one direction, a stomp in game 2 in the other direction. So now we just get to see which side stomps the other side in game 3. These have been two very, very close, very back and forth games. And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see in game number 3. I'm just so stoked that this series has lived up to the hype that I built for it at the start of the broadcast. I knew these teams were going to be very, very closely contested, and they are just proving that here on the field of play, man. And I am so... We get game number 3, Trevor. We get game number 3, finally. I've been casting with you for a week, and we've not gotten to game number 3 yet.
Finally obtained. It's taken long enough, but we're able to celebrate that sweet bit of success of being able to see a game go the full distance. And speaking of the full distance, it's very difficult to get there because you have to be consistent in your gameplay. Make sure you win your lanes in a competitive enough fashion to be able to delay the game. And also have a draft that doesn't allow some sort of stomp in any of those phases to go on through and allow for that disaster to come on. So it's absolutely
MVP.
insane. And I'm very curious to see who our MVP for this game is. There's plenty of options to go with, but we'll be deciding to go with BZM. Able to get all that hero damage and that crowd control to allow that Darkseer to get the successful combos and other plays off.
Man, I don't know what's
agreeable
going on
choice.
this series. I don't know what's going on this series, man. First game, there was the early pick of the Broodmother. They didn't really do much to answer. Broodmother goes crazy. He wins the game. He wins MVP. Game number 2, they early pick the Storm Spirit. They don't really necessarily have a whole lot to answer the Storm Spirit. And then, what do you know? Storm Spirit goes MVP. I don't know what's going on in this series anymore, man. I don't know what's going on. But I know it's enjoyable. I know that it's fun. And I just can't wait to see which 7 pick is going to be MVP in the next game.
Yeah, that's going to be the real question. I mean, we've seen so many carries banned out, and I imagine the carries that are banned are going to change every single game. So maybe we'll see the Medusa rarer head in the next game. Maybe a bit of Bloodsuka action.
Ooh. Maybe just maybe, buddy.
Is there any heroes you're specifically hoping to see get brought out to bring out that highlight? I was disappointed that we always saw the Broodmother banned out, so it was fun to see her in at least one of the games in the series.
You know, I don't think I have a hero that's on my mind, man. I really don't. I think I just want to see another very, very good, another very competitive series. These guys, they know what they're doing. Maybe we get to ban out the Undying because the Undying has been he's been a problem this series. But, I mean, clearly they just beat the Undying, so maybe they don't feel necessarily that heavy. So now maybe the Serbians will go ahead and ban out the Undying instead of trying to steal it from Bulgaria and get their hands on maybe that Skywrath Mage that they played so much during the group stage. So I think they ran 3 out of the 4 games that they played. They ran the Skywrath Mage, so it's a bit surprising that we're 2 games into this playoff round and they've not picked him up yet. But enough. We're just going to go ahead. We're going to cut to a break now, and then we will be right back with game number 3 hype, boys and girls. Hang in there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Cutting straight into this draft after that nice little break because we're in a bit of a rush. We've been here for quite a bit, had solid, basically hour games if you include the draft time with it. So we've already been here for a solid 2 hours, and of course we have a third match to deal with this semifinal between Bulgaria and Serbia. Still a focus on the Beastmaster early on to be removed.
Yeah, getting rid of that Beastmaster, and it makes sense. Mastermind, he played an excellent Beastmaster in both games that he was allowed to do so. I think yesterday, if not yesterday, it was the day before. Things are starting to bleed together a little bit here in IESF for me. But yeah, so it makes sense to go ahead and get rid of that Beastmaster. Gonna get rid of the Brood Mama is Bulgaria. And now it's Decision Desk 2.0. Are we gonna go with the Undying? Are we gonna get rid of the Undying? What are we gonna do about this Undying?
That's the grand mystery, understandably removing the Brood Mother. And you seem to have a... Who's going to end up with the first pick here? Is it going to be Serbia again?
I believe it should be Serbia, yes.
With how things boiled down? So that's the case, then I'm likely to pick the Undying if Bulgaria don't ban with it. There's a lot of other great options that could be brought out. So by no means free by any metric just yet.
10 seconds remaining.
On a bit on hold, and so are Bulgaria. They'll decide to remove the Undying. Likely to see the Techies, I imagine?
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about the Tech. They do like the Techies. They like the Skywrath Mage for Serbia. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of these two heroes picked up.
But
because
only
if not, I think Bulgaria takes the Techies. I think the Techies gets picked up 100% in this.
5 seconds remaining.
Someone's going to certainly want him no matter what. Question is, who's the fortunate one to be able to grab him? It seems like Serbia really want to take their time to decide their first pick, as they could leave quite a massive combo available for whoever's there.
Radiant team pick.
And they will decide on the Timbersaw. There's something that's floated through the veto. Completely forgot about that.
Yeah, me too.
Radiant team pick.
And a very strong one to be able to go with.
Team pick.
Monkey King.
Is now the Snapfire with the Monkey.
Good answer to the Timber. Good answer to the Timber. We got Magic Burst damage to help burst him down. We got the Monkey King, who's strong in lane against the Timbersaw if they decide to put the Monkey as a core position, which they did earlier in game number 1. So they definitely have flex potential on this Monkey King. And as of right now, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't put him in the carry role.
Yes, the only mystery to me is just there's no way to really lock down and force heroes into any of these. I mean, the Snapfire can, of course, move the target ult and adjust appropriately. I don't think you can have that same benefit of value and impact with the Monkey King, though. We've seen how good the side of Serbia are of completely kiting out this Monkey, denying him from getting the Jingu stacks or just anything for that matter off at all.
Silence.
And I have no reason to believe this is going to be any different. And the Silencer is going to make it a lot harder for that Snapfire and Monkey King to get anything off. It's going to require Dispels, as the Global Silence is a great way to always safely get away that ult. Could get picked off at the start of the fight and just a buyback later. Just press the ult button and it still applies.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Global skill, very strong. Maybe a little bit of a preemptive block ban as well, trying to make sure that this Storm Spirit doesn't get through, because if you remember last time, the Storm Spirit got picked up, and then they banned out Silencer in the second phase, so maybe looking to amend that situation there, and maybe they're just picking a little bit for the draft before, and not necessarily this draft that's happening at hand. But as you said, he does do well against the Snapfire with that able to cancel the Mortimer Kisses from pretty much anywhere on the map. And by pretty much, I mean literally anywhere on the map, as we are going to see the Disruptor banned out. Kind of an interesting ban, but again, pretty good against the Timber. He tries to chain away, and then you glimpse him back, you silence him, and then he's a sad boy. Strong lane with the Monkey King as well. Good ban.
Yeah, a lot of nice answers being provided, and most importantly, completely nullified
5
out.
seconds remaining.
I have to wonder what the big idea and goal will be to make these heroes wrap around each other. Because Snapfire and Monkey King are amazing picks, but they don't really coordinate that well. Especially considering the Timbersaw will have great lockdown. That Wukong's command won't be much trouble for him. It's just that laning phase that gets a bit on the
10 seconds
more
remaining.
awkward side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad
Certainly
to
nothing else
see.
with
5
it.
seconds remaining.
I wouldn't be mad to see them go with something like a Magnus, a Tide, a Mars, some sort of blink initiator. Mars Snapfire is a great combo, obviously, but the other two can still provide that big AoE lockdown to set up the Mortimer Kisses, set the stage for the Mortimer Kisses to start to come through. And yeah, you can at least, even with the Ravage, right? Even if they don't get a burst down, the Silencer in that time, he's controlled up. You're able to burst down whatever high priority target you were looking for before that stun duration, or before the stun duration of Ravage is up, and he's able to get the global silence out to cancel the Mortimer Kisses from coming through.
Not only just able to cancel that out, but to cancel any of these team fight ultis they may want to go for. Interesting to see the Bat Rider removed. I don't buy into this hype of Monkey King having the same value as even maybe the Juggernaut, let alone the Morphling that's been getting banned. It's another move I'm not exactly crazy over.
Yeah, I don't know if the Monkey's in a better place than Morphling is right now, but I think that the Monkey may be a better matchup against the Timbersaw than the Morphling would be. I'm not a Morphling player, so I'm not really sure how that matchup goes, and there's not a lot of Morphling players that I come up against, so as a Timber player, I don't know how many times I've played into Morphling, so I'm not really sure how that laning matchup works, but I feel like the Timbersaw should be perfectly fine there. Just be able to farm, reactive armor stacks, and Morphling can't really do anything to him. Instead, you have this Monkey King in your lane, he gets the Jingu armor stacks up, and he can cause you some problems on this Timbersaw.
Usually it's something where they're both pretty content early on. This mid game, it's a bit more annoying for the Morphling to deal with the Timber.
Right.
But the second that Axe comes in, it completely hard flips, and then the Timbersaw becomes useless. The Morphling becomes an invincible god off of it. So it's a very essential ban just for that reason alone. You can see Bulgaria banning out the signature Skyra.
Radiant team ban.
That's been so solid for most of this. Won't be
But
able to have the same
interestingly
fun this
enough,
time.
that means that the Techies has made it all the way through 2 rounds of bans so far. Well, there is still
That's
one
a good
ban that
point.
remains, and they're focusing on 4 heroes or Bulgaria, so it's possible that the Tech gets banned out next.
10 seconds
But so far, Techies has survived through 1 round of pick and 2 rounds of bans.
Remaining.
A lot more than we'd ever expect him to get away with. Usually just the ultimate desire being thrown in. But to see him passed off and ignored instead is
Radiant team pick.
surprising. And that's still going to be the
Gotta
case.
take out the
Focus on the
Tango.
stunners,
Enchantress.
the stun team fighters. And this is a very popular character at the top level we haven't seen in a bit. The Enchantress, so much insane damage. The abuse with the Dragon Lance, a nice way to pick off some cores like this Silencer. Or even in the support role, rather, which
10 seconds
you would
remaining.
more likely be in.
Yeah, and you got pure damage to help deal with the
5
Timber
seconds
Saw.
remaining.
It's a really strong lane. The Monkey Enchantress lane is very strong. You get the slows into the Jingu, into the Boundless, and the hero is just sad and dead. So, really good draft coming out from Bulgaria here so far. Very well rounded, providing lots of different magical damage. And there's going to be the Techies, as expected, picked up from the side of Serbia. So, yeah, I mean, the draft, it's going about the way as expected, I feel. There haven't
Yeah,
really been any big
nothing-
surprises.
10 seconds remaining.
I would say the biggest surprise would be the Silencer out of all
5
these
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
But it's
And
a
that's
good
why
response with the Storm game that just happened, so...
Exactly, and that's why I feel like the Silencer pickup, it's more about dealing with problems from the previous game than it is about this game, and maybe trying to do an early prevent pick from them being able to pick up the Storm or something like that now. Now they can focus their bans elsewhere because they feel like they have that base covered. Whether or not that is the actual case, we would have to see in the game. As always, it's always nice to have these answers, and you think that you have the boxes checked, but when the game actually comes and people start getting hit in the nose, it's completely different than what it is on paper. As they're going to pick up the Void Spirit, dual universal cores coming out from the side of Serbia. Void Spirit very, very strong right now. Even the nerfs aren't enough to get rid of him. Oh, and we're going to see the Medusa. So what happens to this monkey now? Is this a 4 monkey in a core snap then?
It could be a mid monkey against the Void. Does great in the matchup, as far as I've seen.
That's true. That's true.
So a good flex to go on in to respond to it. And now with these final bans, they can easily get rid of the main hard counters that would completely destroy her, like the PL or the
team ban.
AM. AM certainly a must ban in this situation. No room for a Dark Seer on the opponent's draft.
Nope.
Unless you want to do something very strange. Might even be a little bit too costly, even if they went for it.
10 seconds.
I mean, I guess in an extreme hypothetical, we could put the Timbersaw mid, put the Void Spirit in a carry role, and put the Dark Seer in the off lane. But I don't like that. I don't think that wins the game, so I hope they don't do that. Yeah, as you called out, the Anti-Mage is going to be banned out. The next ban probably going to be like Naga or PL, would be my guess. They're going to stay focusing in on carries because everything else has already been slotted.
10 seconds.
With all the nerfs, the fact that you will still have this mid-monkey, things like this Snapfire, you have decent ways to clear out these illusions already, so I don't know if you're too worried about at least the PL. I mean, the Naga might be a bit too tanky. And a Huskar last pick ban for Serbia. I guess it's something that would really hard counter their team. It's not entirely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you typically see Huskar bans whenever there's an Ember Spirit in the game. But there is no Ember in the game. I guess Void, he kind of fits into a similar role as the Ember. I feel like the Huskar would absolutely dominate him in lane. And so I can understand the Huskar ban. It was just a little bit surprising to me. I wasn't expecting to see it banned out with no Ember in the game. But I feel like outside of Ember Spirit, the hero just goes untouched, uncontested, unmolested. He just isn't even in people's minds.
Yeah, it's just one of those cheese picks, and it doesn't feel like Bulgaria are trying to set up for anything like that either. They just have this monkey flexing as either 4 or mid. I'd still hope for it as the mid role with that quick aggression, but we've seen how well the snap can be in that universal role.
Yeah, they might feel like it's a little bit too greedy to put the monkey in the carry role, or I'm sorry, to put the monkey in the mid role. They might feel like that's a little bit too greedy, and so they go a different direction. I agree, getting rid of the Windrunner, Diffusal Blade Carrier. And I feel like that's the reason why the PL and the Naga are also good against the Medusa, is just their natural Diffusal Blade Carriers. So
yeah, there's a way to clear out, and even the Medusa generally ends up being able to deal with the PL illusions. You can, especially with this lineup, have a lot of ways to kite out. One of the few that can go up against the Medusa, buy a Diffusal, and fight at range is the Sniper. And with Shrapnel buffs, this is his time to shine, I'd say. This is probably the best core that you can get in this matchup. As the PL and the Naga, I feel like, are a little bit of baits in some way. A lot of trappings and failures that could be found with them. And they could even go wild because of this Monkey King flex possibility. Could have it as a 4 snap as well. Could go for an Underlord offlane. But they'll decide to pick up the Ember themselves. I'm assuming this is to respond to the Sniper, expecting him to go mid and it to be a safe lane Void.
Yeah, I mean, it's just maybe it's just more of a. I think he does fine in the lane against the Void Spirit, and then later on in the game, they have an answer to get on top of the Sniper, because outside of I mean, you have potentially the Monkey, but the Monkey, I mean, we just saw in the last game, his movements were spotted out quite a lot. So the Sniper would be able to distance himself a little bit further. Shrapnel provides flying vision, so they'd be able to see him up on top of the trees, stuff like that. So they end up going for the safer option. They go for BZM's Ember Spirit, so he should be able to get onto the back lines, get on top of the Sniper, cause problems for him there. But yeah, enemy needs a hero that's not quite as committal as like as a Storm Spirit. So he might be able to dance around the fact that this the silence. Maybe he'll be able to bait out a global silence early, kite the global silence out, come out with the victory. But at the end of the day, I'm a simple man. I think Medusa's the strongest carry in the game right now, potentially. So I think I'm gonna go with Bulgaria here. I think they're the stronger side. They have the stronger hero. So I think Bulgaria take game 3.
Yeah, I mean, this sniper, I'd say, is the correct answer against this. But the fact that they decided to go screw it and just grab the Ember last second, thinking that this is a great matchup for him, I think is the key detail and what's going to be the make or break. If this Ember can have a good game, especially early, stop this sniper from being able to have any impact to be able to farm, then this Medusa is going to have all the space she needs and they can completely dominate.
Prepare for battle.
Yes,
Going to
strap
be
in. This might be
all
another
up
long
to
one.
Yep, it's all up to this Ember sniper, and if that breaks even, it's going to be a long game, and this sniper can fight the ultra late game against a Medusa. Don't be deceived by that. And with something like a silencer, the amount of damage he can pump out, just right-clicking the Medusa, don't forget about that glaive stacks that he can end up building, and just completely stealing Ent from her to eradicate that mana pool instead. I think they have enough direct answers to this Medusa to be able to handle her in the fight.
So are you going with Serbia then?
It's entirely execution. I'm with you. This is full 50-50, man.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm a little bit more of a fan of the Medusa, but there's always that bit of danger in every single end of things, and Timbersaw is an obscenely broken hero at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's a very strong hero for sure. And Miksa, he's been able to dominate games before, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do the same here in this game number 3. And I mean, this is an important game number 3. This is what ensures your spot at the IESF Worlds. So this is a very, very important game. Neither side wants to drop this one, as there is going to be a bit of a clash. Sticky Bomb presuming that he was going to go up the high ground. He did not. He went back to where his friends were, so that's going to miss. At the end of the day, nothing's really going to come of it. Lots of awkward positioning, but we're going to go back to lanes. Hold, enchant. Maybe we're going to have a kill on this silencer. Yeah, he's
going to be able to get some nice damage on the way out, but he is going to be doomed. Ensuring that it gets to the monkey, interestingly enough.
They tried to give it to the Medusa, but the Medusa uphill missed.
Yeah. A little bit tragic. And Timbersaw Techie should have a fantastic time harassing her in this early game. No Pugna to be able to give that extra mana and save. When we up this Enchantress to try to deal the exact same amount of impact and damage. Which is a lot easier on the said than done side. In all honesty. We've ended up with offlane 4 Monkey King with the Snapfire.
Yep.
And Ember versus Void Spirit. I feel like that's a dead even matchup. Maybe slightly Ember favored at the level 6 because the Remnants. Able to teleport back, fully regen.
I think it's going to come down to rune control in that mid lane. Whoever's able to get the rune control is going to dominate that lane, be able to go across the map, cause more action, cause more havoc.
Yeah, we're likely to see tons of support rotations for that power rune control, I would suspect.
Yeah, I expect there to be an emphasis on it.
Really try to keep that early success going. At least that'd be a nice idea to have. Of course, that Techie's harassment continuing to get harassed off. The Enchantress soon goes down if it wasn't for the magic sticks, but the sniper will get the first blood instead towards the safe lane. Monkey King with the Jingu Mastery should be able to get the kill, but it will be traded out by the Silencer. No levels of glaives, fortunately enough. So no early stolen int.
Ember coming out to a little bit of an advantage in this mid lane, 14-4 versus 11-2, and he even has a couple more creeps on the field of play as well. So he's doing a good job controlling his lane, getting his CS. Void Spirit trying to hang on, do what he can do, but this Ember, he's dominating the lane so far.
And the fact that he's dominating it to start should be able to keep that going. It's going to require support rotations, if not multiple, to be able to have this defense, or maybe they decide to have him as the sacrificial lamb. That's also possible. It seems like the sniper had a good start to the lane, but a nice dodge of the cookie. The additional harass from the Monkey King should be able to get enough slow for the scatter blast to finish him off. Should be a trade, but a nice tree dodge. Now Snapfire can harass down the silencer as well. The Ember caught down. And there's too much harassment going on in these other lanes. They have no way to help this Void Spirit.
No. And that's another death.
Stop gloating when you start floating.
This is the bloodiest start we've had, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. 8 kills, 4 minutes in. It's been a lot more controlled gaming so far, but in this game number 3, they're feeling a lot more comfortable in this game. At least the Bulgarians are at this current point in time. I'm not sure how comfortable Serbia's feeling right now. They're down 2k 4 minutes into the game against a Medusa. But, you know, game is hard sometimes.
And part of that is just the power of the Medusa herself. Going to accept there will be a little bit of a net worth deficit. That's going to be a bit deceptive, generally.
Yeah, but not this early. But not this early. This early, this is a legitimate net worth advantage.
Fair enough, and it looks like it will be continuing to grow steadily that way. As all 3 lanes dominating for the cores, the Void Spirit getting at least a little bit of CS. And the Timber Saw, of course, will always be able to contain his own. But yeah, those last hits on the sniper, non-existent.
Dude, I just saw that. Holy shnikey.
That is nothing to work with.
And this isn't a hero that can go and farm. Like, go and farm the jungle. Like, he needs to be able to hit some creeps for a while. As again, they're going to be able to bring down the silencer. And this game is, it feels like this game might be just slipping out of the hands of the Serbians. Maybe some mental damage from game number 2 or something along those lines. Maybe they just got simply outdrafted in this game. I'm not really sure what's happening here, but it's coming up all Bulgaria.
I think that Ember was just such a godlike play to bring out. I didn't know how much value exactly it was going to be able to bring, but the answer seems to be an absolute boatload, as there is not a single response being provided right now. Absolutely helpless. And now with the rotations, with that dominance, the Void Spirit taken down once again. I think that's 3 deaths on him now. While this Ember is able to get everything he wants, some decent damage from the silencer, but now the Enchantress causing some bonus damage and harassment, and even the Fire Remnant to get that extra little bit of chip in, send him on his way. And the Ember Spirit can even freely go back to base after this if he wishes. This is an absolute shellacking.
He's level 6. He can place a Remnant, go TP back home, go do whatever he wants to do, then come back at a moment's notice. Well, he has no TP scroll, so the TP play, that's not possible. Instead, he's going to go and invade and steal their bounty rune and refill his bottle that way, and just continue his map dominance as BZM. I feel bad for Borania, man. He had a really good game number 1. Game number 2 was pretty solid, but this game, he is just getting stomped right now. And I'm not really sure what the answer is.
You need to slow down hemorrhages. Stop the hemorrhaging of his bleeding.
Right.
Get some hemoglobin or something.
Yeah, apply a tourniquet, but it's much easier to say I need a tourniquet than it is to apply a tourniquet. And he's going to get aggressed upon again. After Astral Step himself to safety, he's going to be able to get the banner creep. Remnant diving back behind the tower. shield. Is it going to be enough? Blast off. It might be enough to turn this around. BZM Fairy Fire, but he does get the kill first. So even when he dies, they don't give any experience to the Void Spirit.
This is devastating, which means there's going to be no way for him to make ganks. The Silencer obviously has nothing to his name. Unable to have that presence the Undying could in these sort of situations. Complete domination. And now the Enchantress is stacking the Dire Triangle?
She's stealing the Dire Creeps.
At least one or two of them. So I guess the Timbersaw now with the level 6, some decent stacks of the reactive armor, can try to farm this before anything else gets stolen away from them. So that'll be one silver lining they can be happy about. So arguably the other one is there's going to be a lot more death in the future. Enchantress trying to do the best she can to harass, but give merely the 4th death away. See that Flame Guard just nullifying any potential damage from the Void Spirit.
All the pieces, los besitos.
Look at all the damage. This Ember is low. He's trying to respect, but you have the early Medusa rotation. They understand that they are in a significant lead right now in more ways than one, and they want to push that advantage further. Void Spirit will barely be able to keep up his life. Techi's having to blast off to try to run, but of course that Ember Spirit with his own remnants to be able to keep up the chase will deny it. 15-5 now as this lead continues growing.
Oh, and the Medusa's gonna steal the Ancient stack as well. This game is getting late early, dude. This game is getting late so damn early. And I'm really not sure what Serbia can do to stop this hemorrhaging, dude. Like, it's getting bad, and they're so far behind. They're so far behind on all their cores. The Silencer just can't stop dying, and he's gonna go down again. They find the Void Spirit as well. Astral Step trying to get himself to safety, and he does. They get a return kill on the Techies, so they're gonna win this exchange. Technically, because they are behind, so they won the exchange by going even on kills. But it does not feel good to be Serbian right now. A
At
Serbian
what
player.
cost? Yeah, because they just have nothing. I don't think there's any other better way to describe it. They have nothing to work with, and because they can't fight, they have no way to defend these towers, no way to even hold on to any gold, as it's all just stripped away from them. Consistently, time and time again.
It has no arms to defend itself.
I mean, the tower pushing isn't that strong from Bulgaria, but I imagine we're going to see little shredder stacks soon to try to help with that. As this Void Spirit's doomed to die again, fully 2 levels down. Flame Guard to finish. Techi's trying to get some nice magic damage in. The Illusion Rune won't be enough. Fantastic play. And the canceling of the mid-TP due to the Monkey King denying the rotation means the Sniper and the Techies gets deleted and the Ember gets away, and it's a full team wipe instead. Oh no. They can't get anything.
What's the win probability at? Because it feels like this shit's at 80% already.
I think it's at 90 already.
Like,
this is easily. There's no way. They have no space on the map. They have no way to get farmed. Medusa's taking all the camps. Enchantress is stealing it for jungle creeps. Snapfire's already cutting the tier 2 tower while they push mid with the rest of the team. Get that stun gank combo. This Monkey's gone a little bit too far in. Well, that's a support roll, I'd say, with that tower still being there. But a perfect dodge of the Assassinate. Now the Enchantress coming in from the side, almost killing the Silencer in a single enchanted arrow.
Impetus hits hard, man. Impetus hits hard.
And they just have no answers at all to address any of this.
Yeah, it's a rough game, man. It is a very rough game, and the Ember, he's going to go Blade Mail into BKB, feeling like he wants to just fight. As, yeah, 70%, so not even quite as extreme as I thought that it was. So Ice Frog still showing faith in the boys, as we are going to have a go onto the Techies. Techies completely out of mana, so I feel like it's only a matter of time before he falls. He's going to blast off, do what he can to create space, but it's not going to work.
Fair shot. But again, with how clean this is, the fact that Bulgaria are avoiding giving away any of these deaths to give some recovery gold, or even XP for that matter, it's going to mean that it keeps being that this stomp that it's currently been sustained as, there's going to be no way for them to reinitiate back into this.
We're almost 4K net worth ahead on the Medusa than the Sniper.
The Sniper can counter her and have a decent time, but he has to have a game to be able to do so. And the Ember hard counters the Void so hard, they have no way to get any map presence or control. They're not even able to play a game of Dota. They're playing cat and mouse and getting absolutely dominated without the Medusa's participation as she goes back to farming. And their 14-minute knowledge room likely to be denied. They're trying to fight to obtain it, but with the Slay of Hands and the Wukong's command, they have no way. That's the XP denied. Snowballing Bulgaria even further ahead, and they'll take a forward spear on the way out through that.
The lesson was.
Oh,
This
the chain
already feels
doesn't
like
connect.
GG. That's not even the 15-minute mark. They can't kill a single hero. Guardian Greaves already on the Snapfire. So she'll be safe for the rest of all time. The only supports being maybe the Monkey King that's showing a lot more restraint. And there's just nothing to show for this. Even an Arcane for the Ember as this tier 2 top, it looks like, is about to fall. And this is the ultimate nightmare, to play two amazing games and all you can think about is the fact that you could have closed it in 2. Yeah. You could have had this win and not even have this game 3 nightmare that's arising before you.
And they got close too. They got close to winning that game number 2. But game number 3, it's not very close at all so far. As there's going to be a Remnant trying to keep Orania alive. He does have more friends in the area, but they're just going to cut through him anyways. Techies with the blast off connects onto 2, but everybody's so low. They can't continue to chase forward with that final Remnant. Going to pick up the Timber Saw. Now they're chasing onto Milan. Sleight of his chains. Milan being brought down low. One more touch is all it takes, and he's going to fall as well. 3-0 exchange, 11k. Make it 4. Make it 4 for nil. Why not? It's a buy one, get one special.
Absolutely nothing. Diving essentially around the tier 3. 16 minutes. And the one problem with Sniper is he has no farming tools early. No way for him to try to catch up to this Medusa. Especially left this far behind. With both him and the Void Spirit completely shut out. The only thing they have to worry about is the Timber Saw later on in these fights, which is not going to be a problem either. And now even the Snapfire's godlike. You have her isolated for a few moments. A good nuke with the Timber Saw. Medusa a little bit too late to get that ult in, but able to get some revenge. You can see that is 1,500 on just the Snapfire alone. But this is already snowballed too far. They're going to need a couple of more kills on her and the rest of Team Bulgaria to have a chance back in this.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of gold pinatas in this game, as Mixa took his hands off keyboard and just stood in the middle of the lane.
Maybe a technical issue, maybe just frustration. I mean, this is heartbreaking.
It really is, dude. I hate casting games like this.
To just have this amazing performance, to have a fight for so long, and then you have BZM getting an Ember Spirit and pretty much smurfing on you at this point.
Now we're up to that 90% mark that you thought we were a couple of minutes ago. as this game just gets more and more convincing. But as I was trying to say, there are some gold pinatas on the side of Bulgaria. We have some major kill sprees going on right now. So if we're able to get these kills without losing anybody else in return, or at least the important heroes in return, then there is a chance for a comeback. But that's a tall ask. That's a tall ask, especially because it's the Ember and the Medusa who are left with the big kill bounties. They have already killed the Snapfire and claimed hers, and they lost heroes in doing that in that process.
Well, one deceptive thing is even after you break that streak, it's still always a golden pinata to try to get that streak going. But these supports won't really amount to that much. It'll be better than nothing to then get that Enchantress too. But with just the one, everyone else should be able to escape. Wait for the Timbersaw to go.
BZM coming over.
And they've been around for a little bit too long, and now the rotation's coming on through. And you have an Ember at level 16, a Silencer that recently got level 6. The Sniper and the rest of the team's barely at double digits in levels. And I don't think there's anyone that's going to be stopping BZM. He's giggling. He knows what he's in right now. The freest Ember game of his entire career right in front of him. To just completely outplay opposition. A nice quick reconnect. But that's another Timber dead, another Techie's dead, the ult to follow, and because the Medusa has the Butterfly and the Manta able to easily right-click the Sniper, that one of his big weaknesses is no form of escape, unlike that Medusa that has stuff like the Stone Gaze, things like the Manta.
Oh, just call it. I hate to say something like that, but here we are, 16k net worth, 19 minutes into the game, and it just does not feel like they are even close to getting a foothold in this video game here.
No way
like
to get that
Medusa,
high grounds Techie's defense. No space of any kind for them to be optimistic about.
I mean, we got 19-minute Manta Butterfly on this Medusa. She's having the time of her life. Again, this Silencer just cannot stop dying. And there it is. They're just going to call GG.
And I can't blame them at all. I didn't expect the Ember to make that much of a difference in the draft, but it allowed them to dominate every single lane and make what was a very competitive series a complete stomp.
Yeah, man, that's about as anticlimactic as they come. Dude, like, dang. Dang, cuz. Like, those first two games were so good. They were so good, and then this game number 3 comes along and we don't even really get a video game. We just get to watch one dude beat the crap out of another dude like it's some uncontested bar fight that should have never taken off in the first place. As, yeah, and I feel so bad for Serbia because they're so much of a better team than that. They showed how much better of a team they were than that in this series. It was just...
But it shows how fragile this meta is. You can just get dominated with one or two bad picks, a creative outplay for getting one or two heroes in the banning phase. Although there is the one benefit, as I'm sure, like, after we're soon to have a break, not just yet.
Sure.
You know, gotta cover that MVP, talk about the different gods that were on the side of Bulgaria. This will bring us back on schedule for the second series.
That is true. I don't think we have to discuss the MVP. I already know who it's going to be. It's going to be BZM. And now we're gonna throw it up onto the screen. We're gonna prove that I'm right. Go ahead, throw it. Production doesn't tell us before it goes up on the screen who's the MVP. Just for those of you at home, as it's who's it gonna be? Drum roll. BZM.
There we go.
No surprise here. 22-7 on this Ember Spirit that just absolutely dominated the entire game. He's going to go to bed feeling like a god tonight. That is for sure. He's just smiling, laughing, had a great time. That might be his best game of Dota ever. He might remember that for the rest of his life, man. That was just such a master class from the Ember Spirit.
Those are the games that you want to have every single time that you get assigned to play in the mid role. to get the opportunity to have this pressure. We got the good news of having Ukraine and Turkey up next. Not entirely sure what to expect from that semifinal, so it should be exciting to see. But it's going to be a nightmare because regardless, they're going to be up against either Bulgaria or Serbia, I'm pretty sure, afterwards. Well, that's going to be dangerous to handle. But we do have that break confirmed to be able to have a little bit of a respite, calm down from all this chaos that was that crazy first series, and be able to refresh and go reinvigorated into this next one coming up shortly in just a few. Whew. Okay. Well, we're already back from the quick little break. We got some rosters to cover and a draft to likely speed into shortly because we're still on a schedule, somehow miraculously, after 2 full hour games, being able to finish the last game and draft in merely 25 minutes. So lining us up to go right into this next game, and it should be a bit of fun. Turkey and Ukraine, I've seen some very creative drafts and plays from. I'm feeling this game's going to be no different.
Oh, gonna go ahead and show you guys the Ukraine roster at this current point in time. As we got to watch Ukraine yesterday play up against it was Israel who we got to watch them play against. It was Otto and I who covered that series as Ukraine came out on top, thus securing their position in the playoff round. It's Stonebake, Panda, Infernal, GeoZZ, and Kadaro. Couple of pros there for the Ukrainian side, whereas the Turkey side, I think they only have 1 pro on their team. So just looking at star-studded power, I would favor the Ukrainian roster, but I mean, 2 versus 1, there's a lot of various factors that go into this thing, so Turkey very easily could prove me wrong.
And we've seen a lot of surprises just as a whole throughout this entire thing. And I have a feeling that this roster is no different. Seen some very impressive surprises from everyone. And I'm very excited to see what they have to show for us. As this Turkey group, because they have just the one pro player, they don't feel too tempted to lean directly towards that meta. Usually the same sort of things we see where teams are focusing on things like the Brood Mother, or just whatever else comes to mind. So as we highlight that lovely Turkish lineup of players, should have no surprise in terms of stands-ins. That likely made that first match a little bit more competitive than it could have been. No insult to injury, but of course with Jeezy, Funkafel, Posing Osme, Koblack, and Necroman, these guys have been looking to impress and make the best sweat. There's a reason they're here, able to get to the semifinal, to create all of that pressure. Because of some of their unorthodox picks.
Yeah, man, I'm excited.
More Brawly style.
We had such a little break in between the two series that I've not really gotten to scout out what Turkey has done in their drafts. I'm about to do so, like, as we're talking in real time. So I'm excited to see what Turkey bring to the table, what kind of ideas they like to play out onto the field of play. Looks like so far they like Spirit Breaker, they like the Void Spirit quite a lot.
Some solid classics to help initially support the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we got some after that it's a little bit more open. Rubik, Keeper of the Lights, Nyx, Silencer, Faceless Void, Phantom Lancers. So they have the things that they do well, like these strong lineups. Let's see what they did against Moldova. Again, with this Void Spirit pickup, they like this Silencer, but they do kind of switch it up. I see a Vengeful Spirit pickup, so that's something that we don't get to see a whole lot of. So there's a little bit of creativity coming out from the Turkish side. So yeah, man, we'll just have to see. And that game was a 29 minutes, so that game was a little bit stompy up against Moldova. So hopefully we get some good Dota.
A good meta understanding and everything else. But we should get caught up in leaderboards and everything else that has gotten us to here, I suppose. You know, these teams had to go through some group stages, get some credit to be able to break through. We break to that cut momentarily, of course.
They debated you, dude.
This is one I'm thrilled for, because I mean I'm hoping we see some more wild picks, not just things like the Venge. We of course have some things like the Ember Spirit that just came in. I mean, I feel like Storm's been slept on, so seeing him in these series has been surprising. We've seen Snapfire's mid, off lane support, the whole shebang, and then some. Completely unpredictable. You know, you can see it right there with the Ukraine able to get the 2-0 to top that group to get themselves in this position that we currently find ourselves.
Yeah, man, both sides were the top of their group. Obviously, that's how we got to the playoff round. So now it's just gonna see who's better, who is the stronger side out of the two. And I honestly, I have no clue. I have no clue the answer to that question. Like I said, I think Ukraine might be just slightly stronger, but that's largely just based off of the fact that they have 2 pro players versus Turkey's 1 pro player. But I've not got to watch Turkey play yet, so they've had all their games off stream. So this is something that I'm excited to actually get to see play out, get to see what they bring to the table, because obviously they're a good side, or else they wouldn't have made their way to here. I mean, they had to go over Moldova and Georgia. I don't think that those teams are necessarily layovers. Moldova, they won a series off of Georgia themselves, so they had to go through competition that had won a series previously. So you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe, just maybe, this Turkish side might be a little bit legit. But really, I feel like it's a shame that Serbia versus Bulgaria had to happen the way that it did. I wish both of these teams could have classified for IESF, and with the way that they played, I don't know. I feel like they would have been able to if it had split the other way and it was Bulgaria and Serbia on opposite sides of the table, they would be meeting up in the seeding matchup would be my guess. But oh, we're waiting for 2 players, so there is going to be a little bit of a delay here, guys, as we're going to be filling and vamping and talking and juking and jiving our way to this next draft. But yeah, man. What has your experience with IESF been so far, Trev?
It's been absolutely amazing, every single side of it. It's very interesting to see this format. So I'm seeing names that I'm not familiar with. I don't have a way to get necessarily educated in the same way. Just have a few Dota buff profiles generally to look at. So we can have these very uncanny draft situations that throw us off. And sometimes mistakes get made, like the most recent one, I would say was arguably a little bit of a mistake in the process to be able to allow for such a stomp. But we've seen the stomp swing back and forth both ways, or close competitive games 2-0. I mean, getting 3 games that close like in that last series, I think with just the way the patch is at the moment, is way too much to even dream of asking for. So not much of a complaint there by me. I can understand with how this patch and everything's breaking down, it's hard to have those competitive games, and we're seeing just now as we're getting towards the end, able to start breaking that gap, breaking that disparity, and close us back into a situation more like what we would expect.
Yeah, man, it's been a great time. I've really enjoyed casting on IESF. I've enjoyed watching the games here. I think it's different, right? It's different from the DPC. It's different from like the Dream Leagues. Like it's different from pretty much any other competition in the Dota sphere. So it's really cool to get to see these guys representing their countries, not just representing a club, but they're representing a country here. So maybe there's a little bit extra emphasis added to it. And there really is nothing else like that. You literally cannot emulate playing for your country. You cannot do
10
it.
seconds remaining.
Like either you have done it or you haven't done it. I've never been good enough at anything to
5
play for and
seconds
represent my country by playing something. Like that's just never been a thing for me. So like that'd be really, really cool to get to do. And I'm sure these guys are all so dang proud of themselves because, you know, I did it. I am representing Turkey here at IESF, or I am representing the Ukraine here at IESF. And both of those are just as strong of a statement. You know, you are representing your country. You are one of the best people in your country at this one facet that you are doing. And you are so dang good at it that you get to represent that country on the international stage. Like, that's just awesome. You cannot emulate that in any way, shape, or form.
Especially when you add on top of that benefit of how essentially you don't have these orgs, you don't have this clutter, you don't have all these additional cogs in. So the money from the prize pools can be a lot more focused on the players that are trying to represent their nations and coordinate to these group lineups. So I think that's another great benefit. And we're already seeing some personal bans going out. The coddle removed by Ukraine, something that I believe Turkey's been enjoying to run a lot and very atypical of most teams in the current meta. Can't recall the last time I've seen a good old coddle anywhere else. So it's refreshing, while Turkey going for the classic Undying and Spirit Breaker bans.
Yeah, so it looks like they ran coddle Spirit Breaker lane up against Georgia. Did Turkey. So good call out there on the personal ban of getting rid of this Keeper of the Light. Now we're going to go with a little bit more of a meta ban and get rid of the Morphling. No surprise there. We've talked outside of our neck for how many different times about how good this Morphling hero is, so I think you guys get the picture as to why he's a first phase ban now.
Yeah, there's good reasons for it. Anytime the Timber Saw, which normally would be one of these most powerful characters you can bring out, he does get absolutely destroyed and hard countered by something like the Morphling, so a required ban to be able to bring him out.
Oh god, locking them both in real quick.
Yeah, and 2 very strong ones at that. A beautiful offlaner support or mid flex, tons of ways you can interpret this Bat Rider. Exact same thing with the Broodmother, except the support, obviously. two of the more popular and successful heroes of the patch, complete lane dominators, destroyers, and it allows Ukraine to already have this nice start to be able to keep things with fast momentum. The Techie's decent at clearing the Broodlings, but again, Broodmother isn't strictly about them anymore.
Yeah, Ukraine not playing around with this opening, man. They're not playing around at all, dude. Like, they're coming out here throwing it all out onto the table and saying, what are you going to do to beat me? Beat me. I'm going to beat you. I'm out here trying to beat you. What are you going to do to beat me? And that answer from Turkey is to come with the tight techies lane. I like this lane quite a lot. I've run it quite a lot in my amateur league as well. It's just a super strong lane. You get the watermelon in front. He's able to you can get the gush into blast off combo. Got good magic burst damage coming out with the anchor smash as well with the sticky bombs and the blast off. So altogether, this is a really strong lane. It'll be able to create a 1v1 lane with the Tide Hunter and the carry, which is something that he absolutely loves to do. And they're going to use these next bans protecting it, so when it goes to that 1v1 lane, it's something that the Tide Hunter can handle and can withstand.
And since it's something that can withstand,
10 seconds
can deal with the Broodmother, but we've seen it still lose out in spite of that. It does give this benefit with the Brood to be able to hold her back and to slow her down, but it doesn't slow her down from farming necessarily, taking the map control, and the Broodmother can have a far more global presence than this Tide Hunter with the rotations. And on top of it too, you have these universal heroes like Batrider and Broodmother that are going to pump out so much damage in different ways. Meanwhile, this Tide, he has a nice ultimate. It's hard to kill him.
That's true.
But he doesn't have anything else with it. It's the exact same thing as a Timbersaw with a rough game early. He ends up having no impact and can't help you get out of those tough squeezes.
Yeah, I mean, that situation, I think that situation was more on the fact that they lost the carry to carry matchup when when they did the lane swap and put the Tide Hunter against the Broodmother. I think it was more just the fact that their carry that I can't remember right now came out so far. I think it was Ursa Monkey King, and the Monkey King came out so far ahead of the Ursa in that laning phase that it didn't matter that the Tide Hunter was able to sit in front of the tower and keep the Broodmother from stealing it, because they lost mid, they lost their finger hold on the game elsewhere onto the map. Then they were able to make the rotation, bring multiple bodies down bottom, and take that tower anyways, that the Tide Hunter had just spent 12 minutes protecting and doing his best to keep it alive. So yeah, that is, I think that's at least my read on it, why I think that kind of went so bad as it did. Like, if they want to lane swap again, I think it might work out to in a better fashion, but I would still prefer for them to pick a carry that could just deal with the Broodmother rather than having to deal with, like, lane swapping. I don't know, maybe like a Drow or something. Multi-shot to burst down the spiderlings, slows to keep her from running away from you, silence to push her back if she's trying to get on top of you. Maybe that's an answer.
Not a bad idea, but it also leaves you severely exposed to this Batrider. Which is a bit of a danger. It's the same with anything else, like a sniper or whatever else you could imagine. A lot of cost to going for something like that. However, what still is in the pool and might be able to rear its head, Medusa would be very nice for Turkey in this current situation.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I always assume that hero is going to be banned out. I don't know why I never recommend that hero in a draft. I don't know. I can't explain it to you. Maybe also I just have PTSD from so many games up against Drow Ranger where she just kicked my booty. So, like, that hero often comes to my mind whenever I'm thinking of carries, because, like... I mean,
there used to be a time it was a Drow versus Medusa meta, so...
Right.
Certainly reasons why those memories string on up.
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Math checks out.
Man, I've gotten my butt kicked by Drow Rangers so many times, man. I really have. I don't know. I need to talk to my coach, be like, dude, forget teaching me how to play, just literally only teach me how to play against Drow. That's the lesson for today. I just need to know how to play against this freaking hero because this Dark Elf is just kicking my butt every time I see her. So I've given out my secret strats. Now the next game I'm going to be playing against a Drow Ranger whenever I'm in pubs. People are going to be like, oh, hey, there's Rata, that guy from IESF. He hates Drow. Let's pick Drow. And talk about picks. We're going to go ahead and lock on to the Enchantress. Again, just very strong heroes coming out from Ukraine. Just very, very strong, very meta heroes. Very strong laners coming out as well. And maybe that really kind of goes to show you the way the Ukraine's thinking about the game. Win lane, win game, and snowball their way to victory.
Radiant team pick.
Certainly a solution to the problem. Speaking of solutions, we've seen the classic, the good old Void Spirit. It's a nice play against something like the Broodmother, as it's a solid way, again, to clear the Spiderlings, especially considering his shield specifically does physical damage in contrast to the Ember's magical.
5 seconds remaining.
So a lot more fitting in that way as well. Say the bigger catch would be just, again, the deal with the Bat Rider. I mean, nice stuns and lockdown, and sure, he can't get away with anyone, I guess. But there's so much strong power just in the lane matchup that Ukraine can just choke out your entire map, and I don't see how you keep them away from that other than this Tidehunter. The techies will be a nice support for that, but you need a safe laner that can fend off against the Brood and have a decent time. It'll be a Lich to protect whatever hard carry they go with to finish this.
Yep, so again, focusing on the physical damage that's coming out, I think they can expect their Tidehunter to be able to just build the pipe to deal with this Broodmother, or I'm sorry, the Bat Rider, not the Broodmother. Should they feel like the magic damage is growing to be an issue. But again, yeah, focusing on this magic damage, another good team fight ultimate spell. Sinister Gaze is a really, really good spell as well. I feel like that spell is slept on quite a lot, as it's a channeled root, or channeled brain fog is it's basically a stun, gosh darn it, and it also drains your mana at the same time. So yeah, it's a really good spell. He's a strong laner with the Frost Blast. He can out lane most of the 4 heroes in the pool, I think. It's just a question of what 4 they decide to pick up themselves. So again, I mean, strong lanes are coming out from both sides. Both sides, Turkey and Ukraine, they're putting a lot of emphasis on this laning phase.
Yeah, and this Lich does give the protection, but that ult of the Snowball isn't going to be too useful with the Broodlings. And these all feel like responses to what Ukraine's doing, so I feel like they're already in the back foot on this draft.
Yeah, and that's not a good place to be whenever you have first pick, right? When you have first pick, your goal is to be the one that is dominating the game, or dominating the draft phase, and you are the one that's asking the questions and forcing the other team to be answering the questions, is the way that you would like to be. And that's where the power of the 15 pick comes in, right? When you have when you're the second pick priority, right? That means that you have the 15 pick, the first pick of the second round of picks. And if you do it right, you can make it so that you are now on the front foot over whoever had the first round of whoever had first pick, and make them answer questions the rest of the draft. And you get the last pick. So ultimately, you get to ask the last question as well, and they do not get a chance to answer it. So, like, if you do the 15 pick right, you absolutely can dominate a draft that way.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, I mean, I'm trusting that's correct. Both these teams have completely burned through their reserve time. So these last phases are going to be going through rather quickly.
You say that, but maybe we're just using all of our time to go through the bans. But eventually we're going to be running out of reserve time. We've got 5 seconds left for Turkey. We've got 1 second left for the Ukraine. And yeah, man, we're gonna have to come up with these answers in 20 seconds, 30 seconds. We've got to wrap it out.
Fits the fast pace, has a lot of ways to punish the Void Spirit, at least. Can do the same to the techies. AoE Circle Silence to punish.
Yeah, and like we said, right? So like they're going to be
5
putting out a
seconds
lot
remaining.
of damage, a lot of harass and poke damage in this offlane with the Techie's Tidehunter combo. So the Bloodseeker is a good hero because he can regenerate off of the creeps, and suddenly that poke damage isn't quite as much of a problem anymore because you are able to out regenerate a good portion of it. So getting rid of the Bloodseeker makes sense. Helps to, so they're going to actually be able to exert some sort of
10
pressure
seconds remaining.
on whatever safe laner is going to be going into the lane against this Tidehunter Techies.
5
Maybe
seconds
it's Ursa.
remaining.
Juggernaut's gone. Bloodseeker's gone. Monkey King's gone. I mean, I guess you could just deuce.
Certainly an option on the table, and with the Slark removed, looks like Turkey wants to try to get that Dusa out. I think that's going to be their play attempt. Question is, do you want to call the bluff
10
on
seconds
whether or
remaining.
not they're doing that?
I feel like if they were going to go I feel like if they were going to
remaining.
go Medusa at the 23 pick, they would have gotten rid of Anti-Mage.
Get rid of the Naga. So a lot of these diffusal carriers, but still the AM in play, and with this Ukraine team to run around, we can see one of these AMs that decides to go for the early fighting, of course focused on farming and getting
10
that battle
seconds
fury.
remaining.
But every single time the team's like, hey, we're going to rotate here and fight, you can participate in,
5 seconds
especially
remaining.
whenever the Medusa's involved,
Dire
can
team
purge
pick.
through that tankiness.
Face the
But they'll decide to go
sword.
with the Void instead. Another decent answer, but the Void's relying mostly on his damage.
Yeah, they don't have damage outside of Chrono. I mean,
They do have
Chain
things
Frost.
like the Blast Off and the Chain
10
Frost to
seconds remaining.
follow up.
Blast Off will get canceled halfway through. He won't
5
ever actually
seconds
land and do the
remaining.
damage.
But with the Bat Rider on the enemy team, I'm not sure how much Ukraine are
Nice,
Choose your
concerned.
hero.
Interesting to go for the Sven.
Yeah, I was almost certain they were going to go Medusa, but maybe not because the Void is a diffusal carrier, or at
Medusa
least
or
he
like
has
the
been in
Wraith King?
patches. Well, yeah, Wraith King would have been good. A bad and
Then again, Sven can go for the early fighting, just get this Echo Saber and just go killing an Echo Saber or Blink Dagger. Needs like 4k gold to cleave to flash farm early, keep up pace with his team. Maybe choke them out in the first 20 minutes and keep the push going. Thanks to things like this Broodmother.
And they're not as reliant on cooldowns, are the Ukrainian side. But God, this is close. This is close. I think I'm gonna go with Turkey. I think I'm gonna go with Turkey in this game, number one. For no reason other than they have one of my favorite heroes, Tidehunter. So, yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
a pretty valid reason.
The highest level of analysis possible here. I like this hero, so I'm gonna pick the team that has him on it. So, yeah. But I feel like there's a little bit more synergy for the Turkish side. I feel like, because you have the Ravage into Chain Frost combo, Ravage into Blast Off. You have Chain Frost plus the Faceless Void Chronosphere. You have the Void Spear is going to be able to run around the map, making space, stuff like that. Whereas none of the pieces of the puzzle on the Ukrainian draft fit together quite as nicely. Like it's still a solid draft. It's a well-rounded draft. They still provide and answer quite a few of the questions. It's just they just don't fit and line up as nicely together, in my opinion, as the Turkish side does.
That's certainly an opinion I can agree with, and I think is reflected pretty nicely. Void can cause some annoyances with the time dilation, but generally early on, it's a bit of a struggle to get that success off of him. And this level 1 looks like it'll be the Sven.
Oh,
That
Kadara
was
already got
almost
first
the
blood.
to take down, but they got a nice catch on the Lich first.
That's a disaster, because that would have been first blood. No, so Funkafel ended up picking it up anyways. But I was about to say that I thought the Void Spear or the Faceless Void got the right click there. So like that would have been first blood on your Faceless Void. He's real happy. He's real rich. He's got his boots done already. He can control his lane. But instead, it's going to go the way of the Disruptor, who probably himself will just buy a bunch of regeneration, maybe some extra wards, maybe get an earlier boot timing coming out. But it's not really going to change the game that much.
Certainly not. And I'm trying to find a reason that would be changing anytime soon. Nothing really comes up. I just feel like the concern's this Brood Mother. There's no real way for the Void to deal with it early. Usually he wants to go for the Maelstrom, especially if he's going to be reliant mostly on his own individual damage. Like in a game like this. So the Brood Mother's going to be able to freely farm, and if you want to get the Battle Fury to be able to deal with the Spiderlings, it's going to have some heavy cost with it. A nice pick onto the Lich. Punkfall being taken out. And now we'll be able to get to those lanes. We'll see if Turkey have a way to fight back. Nice early harassment on Sven. Importantly, this Disruptor, he has some nice harass, but no way to keep this Sven protected against the techies. Especially. One thing they can be optimistic about. A missed sticky nade, but still keeps him away. Getting harassed heavily at this level 1. Sven going to need the base for that Mask of Madness and Lifesteal to really be able to recover and sustain here, because that Disruptor should be dead if it wasn't thanks for the wand. Meanwhile, in the other lanes, looks like the Brood Mother's having a nice time with the Enchantress. Bat Rider has a mid matchup against Void. Kind of hard counters him in the same way that like an Ember or Storm Spirit would, with just the raw magical damage and shield. I would suspect. Has Napalm, Firefly, everything on Bat Rider's magical. Completely ignores this protection.
What? Can't believe that Sticky Bomb latched.
Some nice range, able to just barely get those wheels rolling on in.
It was like a bullet in Wanted, the way that thing bent.
Got a navigation system with it.
Dude, I'm telling you. Heat sensor. Heat-seeking sticky bombs.
Certainly feels like it.
I mean, I guess technically that is what it does, though, right? Because, like, you throw it out there, and if there's a hero nearby, it latches on. That was one of the longer latches that I've seen from a techies. So I guess it literally is a heat-seeking bomb.
Gotcha.
Yeah, certainly spot on description.
But this Void, he's having a good lane, man. The Void Spirit, that is. I guess both of them are having a good lane. But the Void Spirit, 12 last hits, 10 denies. He has a full range, a full level up on this, or just about a full level up on Panda on his Bat Rider. Oh, Sinister Gaze onto GOZZ, level 2, so he still doesn't have the Untouchable. Even if he did, Frost Blast doesn't worry about it. So able to bring down GOZZ here in the rare 4-position Enchantress.
Not too often we see it, but that just means that the Dragon Lance will come out even sooner to just allow that ludicrous amount of damage. We've seen support Enchantresses sometimes outcarry their cores in terms of damage. Be so obscene in that sense.
Middle tower is under attack.
No reason this game can't be the same in that regard.
Lich leaves to help secure the water rune, but that leaves his carry alone to get kind of harassed here by Infernal on his Broodmother. And Infernal, he's a good player, man. He played very well in the series that we covered yesterday with Otto. So, I mean, this dude, he can solo carry a game, and right now he's in a pretty good position to do so. 22 and 8 on the CS. He's outlaning this Faceless Void very comfortably, as really it was really close until the Lich left the lane. but you got to do what you got to do to help protect your mid lane as well. Because like you said, this Bat Rider stands the potential to just be able to run him down. And that's the last thing that you want, is to have a Bat Rider problem on your hands. And just as we say that, force the TP out, so the Void Spirit had to go all the way back to base. And now aggression happening on the Faceless Void down below. He is able to get the time walk away, so he will be fine. Now trying to get some return poke damage onto this Broodmother.
Trying to get that poke in doesn't seem to be doing too much, as it would look like the Void Spirit and the Bat Rider having a decent time. And the difference between Void Spirit seems to be getting away with a lot more denies, just playing better in that game. Time dilation giving a nice slow, forcing the Broodmother back. She wants to use pretty much every single cooldown to her disposal, so we'll get some nice damage in early, even at level 1. With the Lich Frost Blast, the right click, it brings her so low, but being able to move freely through the trees is just too much harassment. Now the Insatiable Hunger could be enough with the bonus damage. Sinister Gaze gives a little bit of lockdown, but she's able to always keep tucking in these little bits of right clicks to save. And those bashes just are not giving that little extra bit of mercy. Nice damage onto the Enchantress, and the Insatiable Hunger is faded. So the Broodmother stuck for about another 25 seconds, forced to wait patiently, as this Void should be able to get some space and last its in.
Where was that bash on the Broodmother, man? He got it on GOZZ, but he couldn't get it on Infernal. Unlucky.
Just
as now they're looking to get aggro. They saw the Lich TP to the mid lane. They know the Lich isn't here. They're going to bring extra resources. The Glimpse back, called Black. He's going to fall here.
Disruptor provides so much nice lockdown against something like a Faceless Void that would normally be so intimidating, but instead you have the late lasso and just the fire stacks and so much raw damage from Firefly. You can see that this Bat Rider's still sticking around here, planning to go against the techies if he allows it. So forced to entirely back to ensure that that doesn't snowball out of control.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We still have the rest of the snowballs in play.
This Broodmother out on top by a good margin.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Starting to just get all that farm in that she usually does. And it does come with the cost. The Sven's having a terrible time in his lane. Sort of expected. It was part of the reason I was thrown off by the Sven pick. His early laning is terrible, no matter how much the rotations are, but I think the reliance is just going to be on this Broodmother continuously getting more. I hope this Void at least has level 2 of the time walk, because he will get away.
Able to finally bring down the Bat Rider, and that was a kill that they needed. Now Necroman is able to take over the top of the Bat Rider, 3,100 net worth. Level 7 presently, and maybe looking to make another play in the mid lane. He has one Astral Step though, just one.
Certainly far from ideal to be able to work with. In all honesty, it should be enough to get away. The Disruptor can stop the aggressive move from the Void. Again, with that mine dropping on him, that will be the Disruptor taken out, and the Sven's so low, he needs to go all the way to the jungle just to stay safe, as this Void would be happy to dive in and be able to get some kills, considering how lost his lane is been against the Broodmother.
Yeah, I figured that this was coming, that they were going to do a little lane swap-a-rooney here pretty soon. Maybe they should have just started off the lanes like that. I don't really know, but yeah, they have some ground to make up. Luckily though, it's they're not really that far behind. Oh man, and they're just gonna keep putting this Broodmother on the Faceless Void, just swapping, sending the Brood up top immediately, keeping her away from the Tidehunter. And TPs have been expended to do this, so oh, but we're gonna bring the rotation. Let's just squash the spider.
Looks like they'll be able to do so successfully. And interestingly enough, taking out that tier 1. Broodmother isn't able to get far enough. Just sandwiched between the two towers to get a nice bit of space.
Dire has fortified its structures.
Dodging by the Enchantress, able to get some jungling action going. And we can see this Techie's already doing the most damage out of everyone, even the Bat Rider behind in comparison, which is insane.
That tech, man, he just does a lot of damage constantly. It never stops. He's so annoying. Now Inferno going back bottom. Trying to apply pressure where he can. Dire side Brood, at least on the old map, was better than Radiant side Brood. I can only imagine that it's still the same with this current playout. So, no surprise to see him going back down to this bottom side of the map where he wants to play, where he wants to live, try to put some pressure onto this tower, and then eventually complete the wheel, go to mid, help to try to achieve that mid tier 1 tower as well. But this Tidehunter is going to be a big problem, in literally a big problem. Tidehunter, that's a huge model, is they're going to have to find a way to cut through him as Kadaro. Looks like he might fall in the mid lane, Astral Step through the kinetic field, and there it is.
Nice play, able to come out. I'm sure this Broodmother's able to cause so much issues, but this Techie's with
Ravage into Blast
Ravage.
Off.
Beautiful double connection, but it's still not enough. Having to throw additional webs, which hints reasonably towards her position. Techie still wants to hunt more towards her. My main question that's confused me at the moment is the fact this Broodmother has wasted 3 of the spawn Spiderlings on the Tidehunter. All it does is slow him down a little, doesn't really do much damage to him specifically.
Right. Just letting him know that he's there. As now finally they're able to remove the big obstacle in the way, so the Broodmother should be able to use this time to take this tier 1 tower, and then start really opening his game up, invading into the jungle, and then completing that wheel, making the way towards the mid lane, taking that mid tier 1 tower, and then his game really truly opens up in a whole other form and fashion.
And this is more of what we were expecting to see. It's amazed me that Turkey's able to get this much pressure and success on the defense. But of course, the Broodmother has to run away, dealing with both the Techie's mines and the Tidehunter, so quite a bit on the annoying side. Able to get that tier 1, and now back to farming for her. Every single core, and this Sven that we talked about being held back, getting harassed early, now finally has some items to get some flash farm going. And now every single core, a solid 500 net worth about each, ahead of everyone else on Turkey.
Dire's middle tower now belongs to the Aegis.
Smoke on smoke action. They want to hunt this spider.
Good move to want to hunt for.
But the smoke is going to come up for nothing. Unfortunate. Might be able to try to put some pressure onto this tower. GeoZZ's level 6 now, but they have the magic damage to be able to bring him down.
The Radiant should really do something about that middle tower.
At least in the future. For now, this Void Spirit not getting as hard punished in the matchup. Had a little bit of struggle in the early game, but it seems like everything's breaking to the equilibrium.
Radiant's middle tower.
Same likewise, another tower taken down thanks to the Broodmother. But not without its cost, as there'll be 2 supports taken out. He was a little bit greedy to chrono that, but not wanting to waste any more time, and the Broodmother has been locked down. Should be able to get the Insatiable Hunger off in even the Echo Saber hit to kill the Lich on the way through the door. There's still some nice damage, some bonus gold, but with how much this Broodmother's been able to farm up, a hefty toll to be paid.
Radiant should look to
Echo Sabers across the board getting picked up. One on Brood, one on Sven, one on the Void Spirit. Those two arriving simultaneously. And this is, it's again, we have another close game on our hands. 11-9 on the scoreboard here, 15 minutes in. 1K is the net worth advantage. And that 1K is basically the difference between the Sven and the Faceless Void. Outside of that, everybody else is, they're very close. It's a very close game. This Enchantress actually is making up a decent bit. Well, no. Yeah, it's just the Sven. Because the Enchantress is trailing behind the Techies by 500 gold.
And because of that trailing behind, I'm going to give a decent bit. My predictions for a very fast game are maybe deceptive, or at least being delayed, certainly, by Turkey. But now with all the Broodlings there, a beautiful Ravage, a full cast of the Meteor Hammer should be able to remove every single Broodling from play. Again, she's not as reliant on them. Can't just use that Insatiable Hunger, that right click, but now needs to be careful to disarm. The lockdown from the Void Spirit going on in. And now they understand their target. Isolated out. Even the wand, just not enough with the current cooldowns being popped out. Void having to wait a second, but this should be a dead Disruptor. Decides to back away. Going for the Midas Maelstrom build.
Yeah, couldn't get the bash. If he got the bash, he gets the kill. No bash, no kill. Sag. Goes and bashes one of the Alpha Lions. Real Sag.
Very tragic in that way. Now a little bit more of the reset. Coming on in. Void Spirit having one hell of a game, but so is the Sven. Having a great time. Almost about to hit that 10k. Got the Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, and is building that full BKB next to follow. Question is how to deal with the Chronosphere. That'll eventually
just
allow
don't
for
get Chrono.
plenty of law damage. That's true.
Easy.
Sacrifice the Brood later on, maybe? Hope it's enough. There is that possibility.
No surprise. Looking for the Manta style next is the Void Spirit. Seems like this is kind of the go-to build on all these Universal heroes. Echo, Manta, Harpoon. Then things kind of get a little bit creative after that. We might see him go for a Desolator. We might see him go for, I don't know, a couple of different things here.
Certainly a good few options to go for.
Infernal applying pressure down here, and he should be able to claim this bottom tier 2 tower.
I certainly hope so. It's a good way to benefit off of just getting this split push going, causing this pressure. Spat Rider gets a regen, help benefit the boots traveled, the rocking all over the place. I guess this is the one danger. Sure, the Faceless Void's great against the Brood and the Sven, but when you have both a Bat Rider and a Disruptor to try to lock down, I feel like I'd almost want to try to help and get this Disruptor and Axe Rush. Because if you can mute that Void, even if he gets dispelled from the Bat Rider lasso, you can completely lock him down and stop any form of escape and still have that burst damage through the Sven and the Brood Mother to take him out.
Just being a bit of an annoyance towards Necro Man in the mid lane there. Not really looking for the kill, but now with Vision, they're going to look for the kill on the Lich. Even popping God Strength for this. Surely they're going to look to put some pressure onto the tower or something else. But we do have Chrono Ravage available.
Well, 5k net worth lead, and you can see with a good save on the Broodlings, but the Broodmother herself getting harassed down. If it wasn't for the hunger, all these interrupts isn't enough. The Disruptor able to provide the save for the lifesteal to go on in, and now microwing baiting with the Spiderlings. And the Gush only being single target won't be able to clear them all out. And it's a nice turnaround, won't be able to go high ground with it, but back to farming. Ukrainian side can go with that Void Spirit down.
Extend the lead. Good fight there. They kind of baited the Ravage to come out from did Infernal. And it looked bad for a second. It looked like they were going to be able to bring down the Broodmother, but a great Storm Hammer that clipped both the Void Spirit as well as the Tidehunter in that engagement. It gives her the time to put off the Insatiable Hunger, gives the Disruptor time to lay down his ultimate, and that is what inevitably gives them the ability to kill the Void Spirit.
Exactly that. I suppose now, what's the next big item? Broodmother planning to go for the Manta.
Next big item is Aegis.
I would suppose so. I would think just a single stomp would clear out all the Broodlings, but I guess not. They have a decent bit of healing. Clearly something I don't understand about Broodmother, as I would assume the next stomp would remove them all, but Inser just waiting for Roshan to die to get more Spiderlings.
This Tidehunter build is interesting to me. I mean, I get why he went the Meteor Hammer to help clear out the Spiderlings, but it's interesting to me.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, the Poison Stings only provide Lifesteal. She would have to go for one of those classic aura items if she really wanted to have sustain on Spider Bites, Spiderlings themselves. Unlikely to see. Although, again, Spiderling's perfect bait. The Lich Ult unable to be used. Chrono's already been spent. So as the Disruptor has gone down, the Enchantress soon to be underway. Nice dodge. Able to lock down this Bat Rider, but now the rest of the Dragonlance charges with the lasso, and boom, that's a Void Spear disappeared. They'll eventually chase down the Broodmother on the side, so it's not all bad for the side of Turkey, but costly once again.
Yeah, we've all been there. We're one right click away from killing the enemy, so we just chase it just a little bit too far, and you end up paying your life for it. As the TP rotations came in, he tried to lay down the Remnant to buy himself some time to get out, but the Flame Break pushback came out first, and so closed the distance, allowed for the lasso to come out, and as soon as that lasso comes out, the boy's dead as a door now. Here's that fight that we were talking about earlier. So here's the Ravage that was baited out, and then this Storm Hammer right here is what enables the entire play. Techie's blasted off, he also gets caught up in there. It's only the Void Spirit that gets trapped in the kinetic field, and that the Static Storm still prevents the Faceless Void. He wanted to come in and drop a Chrono there, but he simply could not time walk to close the distance.
Nice attempt to try to escape. Just doesn't work out. Now the Broodmother able to do the consistent harassment. Of course, the Tidehunter a little bit too strong.
Oh no,
really easily shrug off that damage. Yeah, this is probably why they went for the spin, just being able to have the burst damage, the blink, the stun in, and the Void can just disappear within that stun's duration, understanding how he can be squishy if stunned for a few seconds with all this lockdown, like the support from the Disruptor. And they can fully accelerate off of that. Likely a lasso soon to come in, but instead just providing vision for the Enchantress to arrow down the Lich instead.
Yep, lasso's still on cooldown, so just gonna run him down with the Firefly. Which this is a fun little tip for you, Trev, since old Necroman, he's gotta try to escape. Nah, he's gonna go down. But if you look up at the scoreboard at the top of your screen, right, the Bat Rider, his gem is currently green. That means that his ultimate is ready. The Disruptor, his gem is currently black. which means that his ultimate is not ready. So that's just a little quick guide, so you can just kind of look up and see whether or not any of these heroes have cooldown or have their ultimates off cooldown. And it's also effective to you guys at home, because that still shows in your game. That it will still show you when you're running around. You don't have to ask Tidehunter, do you have Ravage? You can just look to see if his gem is filled or not, and that will tell you the answer. And if you hover over it, it'll tell you how long until the ultimate is available. So just a fun little fact for those of you who do not know, as we are going to be looking to take a Tormentor here.
And with the stolen Tormentor, now we start seeing a little bit of that snowball that we're used to seeing around the 15-minute mark, taking a bit longer at 25 minutes, but now a more proper lead handed to Team Ukraine. And a beautiful blink initiation, able to isolate the techies momentarily. Fight will be enough to save the day, but the Disruptor ult should have been enough if it wasn't for the BKB. Of course, no ult to mute, and the...
Oh, he got the BKB off!
Oh, so did the Sven. So it doesn't matter, everyone else is getting nuked. They're trying to run. Nice Manta dodge.
What?
Or whatever it was to provide the illusions for the Void Spirit. Likely the Manta, indeed. So the Enchantress won't murder him, and a quick technical pause, as there's a bit of lag.
Can't just pause in the middle of a fight just because it didn't go your way, Turkey Man. As we are going to cut back to us. Hello, everybody.
For a second. It looks like a Void's about to get a little pick off on the side, but so is his Void Spirit. So a little bit of a double catch situation. This should help accelerate the lead in favor of Ukraine. This is looking like what should be a nice close for them. A nice job to successfully pull off the top, but all it takes is a blink. Nice vision. The Echo Saber will finish him off, and the Broodmother even chasing the Void. Nothing to really slow him down, so he's able to dodge all of the slow and harassment from the Silken Boa and everything else. Continue time walking, but the Harpoon just barely denies him, and instead it's multiple groups of Broodlings to come out of his corpse as the Harpoon denies the shield rune that would have surely saved his life.
Can you imagine how terrifying that would be? You're just casually walking around, and then an 8-foot spider starts to attack you, and then spiderlings come out of your body. As this is a bit of an awkward fight, but the BKB Koblack, he's able to get off this Ravage, or I'm sorry, the Chronosphere, and they try to line it up with the Meteor Hammer, but the quicker fingers from Stonebank able to get the BKB off, and that is the complete difference maker in this fight.
And difference maker it'll be, because it'll cost everything. A nice early pick on the Disruptor is handy, but you need to find a lot more than that, and that's exactly what they do. Walking down with this Broodmother, sure the healing's coming in, causing a little bit of delay.
Oh, be
but
careful,
you need
Tide.
the spin to have the impact.
Be careful, Tide.
Block down, the Silver Edge completely shatters him, cracks the watermelon like an egg. It's nice Lich bounces. Almost gets the Broodmother killed. The Void unable to finish her off. The Kiting's there, and now the Insatiable Hunger able to sustain the Void for quite a bit until those bashes give that extra little bit of necessary damage.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Quite a fight then still to be able to get through. To cause all of that success. Now as we reset, I guess the question is, what's the play next for Turkey?
Wait for cooldowns, smoke up, try to take an engagement, catch them with their pants down, hopefully bring down this Sven. Because if you don't kill the Sven, you're not winning a fight.
I guess that is a pretty severe concern to have.
I mean, look at it. He's now 7,000 net worth ahead of this Faceless Void, who is the top net worth on his team. So he is out 7k on the Faceless Void, 9k on this Tidehunter and the Void Spirit. As he's going to go out even further while he's cutting down this Techies in the woods. And they even find the Lich, icing on the cake. This is starting to look like it's over, buddy.
Yeah, I'm compelled to agree.
That's not gonna hold.
As the Sven's going to be able to bash his way, no minus armor.
Chrono?
Nice setup
We have
with the
Chrono?
Ravage. Chrono
Come on.
combo. It has
Come
barely
on.
clipped in the
No,
tower.
but the Tide-
Bat Rider,
the Tide is-
he's unable to lasso to follow, but it doesn't matter. The Broodmothers come in late, and now the lasso on the Void Spirit. He's doomed to die in just a moment. Oh, what a miraculous escape. But now the barracks can be properly chipped, as it's a few seconds to respawn still for the rest of these Turkish heroes.
Dude, that was the moment. That was the moment, but he caught the Tide. He caught the Tide in the Chronosphere, so he couldn't throw down the Meteor Hammer, providing that next round of lockdown. And that extra magical damage that they would have needed to bring down this Sven. Instead, the Sven lives, the Faceless Void almost dies. I'm not gonna lie, after he caught the Tide Hunter, I had to cover my eyes. I was so taken aback. So all I know is what you called out, as that is a massive slide down 88% now. Network is the favorability on the Ice Frog Index for Ukraine.
Continues snowballing out of control. This Void, he wants to go for a Lincoln's, and I understand wanting to have the defensive item, maybe just in case the Bat Rider is able to get the cast in and lasso you. But what does that matter? You just trade a Disruptor for your Void Spirit once again. This Sven is a raw machine of armor and damage, 750, and he's only has the base Chrysalis crit with the Silver Edge, but I don't think he needs anything better, considering this Broodmother is going to be able to creep up mid, start working on those racks, understanding that these big cooldowns, have you mentioned many times, are down once again, and he's waiting for a little bit of lockdown support from a teammate. Vision and the great chase begins on the Void. Sun
There's
connects,
that
forces the
Lincoln, but
BKB,
it's
the
broken.
lasso to follow. And now everything should be able to take him out, but it's actually not enough damage just yet. He will have the Mercy to be able to escape. Mad Rider eventually forced the BKB back away, but of course the ratting has continued. Barracks onto the mid lane. Almost entirely taken out. Seems like the melee will live for now.
Oh god, the spider is living inside the house and they don't know where it is. This is an Australian's worst nightmare.
The Mask of Madness replaced by a Satanic and a few hundred gold that can be easily obtained for the Butterfly too. Situation's only going to get harder as this goes on. And I see little reason there's going to be a fight against any of this. The attempts may be there, but I feel like they will be fruitless.
Smoke on smoke action. They're about to come to a head. Oh, static kinetic. Can they close the distance?
Where's their Sven? They need their Sven to be able to break and track down the Watermelon. And with the Ravage
He's
now out,
almost
the
here.
Disruptor old spent, the Void just waiting to use his Chrono. Perfect hit, but you can see the Sven.
with the
He has the
butterfly.
Butterfly and the Satanic. He's too tanky. He can't even get a hit in.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
They're doing a great job isolating the rest of the team, but that Void has no buyback. He's shut down. The Void Spirit getting perfectly caught with the blink of the Sven. And this might as well be GG. The techies will be able to get a disarm to escape the Enchantress. But nothing more, as this Brood still alive should be collecting her Spiderlings and ready to clear out another lane of racks momentarily.
Awkward fight, man. Awkward fight, but they're able to find out the Tide Hunter who was waiting in his, with the Smoke of Deceit, trying to find a spot. Goes ahead, drops the Ravage here, clips onto 3 heroes, I believe it is. But the BKB comes out first from Panda, so it's just the 2 supports that are heavily affected by it. Sven's able to blink in, and look at this. Look how sad this is. He does not right-click him but 1 time. He swings 6 times with the mace. It connects 1 time on this Sven, and he is a long, long way away from MKB.
just hurt so much on the side to watch, as this is only bound to get even more difficult as it continues. No reason for the case to be believed to change to anything else.
And now we're 10k out ahead on this Finn over the Faceless Void. 28k is the net worth lead. This Void Spirit looks like he might be getting walked down. No, he has Astral Steps, so he'll be fine. Or will he? They have the reach. They have the damage. They're waving bye-bye to him. High-fiving. As they're going to find out Jeezy as well.
Yeah, and they just know this is doomed. This tower is lasting a surprisingly long time thanks to the Lich, but that armor doesn't last forever, and neither will the racks, and with the Lich now removed, that's another portion of the team fight completely cut out for 50 seconds, and they're just going to go for the end. The GG isn't going to be called, but they're going to force it out to be able to secure this first game in a rather clean fashion. A nice Ravage. Will have the Faceless Void ult, but he has no way to kill this Finn. Just the Javelin and the Maelstrom. There's just no damage. It doesn't matter. It's a nice attempt, but that'll be it.
Aiki hit him 3 times out of 6. GG has been called. Game number 1 going the way of Ukraine, just like I called it in the draft predictions. Just like I called it.
Yeah, normally Voids have a lot stronger games than these, but just unable to get that farm, that Broodmother proving to be too much of an issue. And even with the participation of the Tidehunter, this is one of those same situations. It doesn't provide any of this damage or space like all these universal heroes like the Batrider and the Broodmother can provide. So it leaves them completely cut out.
Yeah, man, I mean, that's... Shout out to Ukraine, man. They showed out what they were going to do from the first 2 picks. They showed what kind of game they were going to play from the first 2 picks. And Turkey just couldn't stop them. They just simply couldn't stop them. I don't know. Maybe we need to ban out the Infernal Broodmother. Maybe that's a solution that needs to happen. Because that stuff is off the charts. It's off the chains. It's off the shit. It's off the hizzy. I don't know how else to describe it, man. This is just a great game. Yeah, he ran Brood twice yesterday against Israel. So he ran Brood twice against Israel. First game was won in 25 minutes. Second game was won in 29 minutes. This game, I can't remember how long it lasted. I wasn't looking at the clock when it ended. So like somewhere around the 30-minute mark, I believe. You just cannot give this guy Brood. You just can't give this guy Brood. And then they won against Montenegro via FF. So there is no match data for that. But now we have the MVP. I swear to God, man, if it's not Infernal.
I mean, it might not be.
Stonebank. I am rioting.
I mean, this Finn... I mean, this Finn was able to come back from a poor early start like the Void had as well. And was able to have that impact, be able to understand how to utilize his hard carry early on to ensure that it wasn't just the Broodmother with a bit of the Batrider to have impact. He was participating in those fights early, getting pickoffs on the supports, disabling those cores from being able to have right click, and ensuring that the Tidehunter had absolutely nothing to work with, building essentially a Silver Edge first item after those classic Blink Dagger and Mask of Madnesses that you normally expect to come out.
Yeah, just absolutely squashed that watermelon for sure, man. They were just so unlucky. We're Turkey, man. They were so unlucky. So many of these engagements, if it had just gone like a split second, like a server tick, if a server tick had gone their way instead of in the favor of Ukraine, I think Turkey would be the ones that won this game, or this game would still be going on. One of the two.
At the least.
But instead, the server ticks, they just didn't go their way. They went the way of Ukraine. Ukraine taking the game number 1. But for now, we're going to go ahead and cut to a break before we come back with game number 2. Hang in there, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. A thrilling game one. Took a little bit to be able to get that close. And surprisingly enough, just the Faceless and Timber, or not Timber, but the Watermelon, the Tide Hunter, the other tanky offlaner that everyone loves picking at the moment. It just isn't enough to get the damage through. So Ukraine are able to take the first game.
Yeah, good game for the Ukrainians, man. And like I said in the wrap-up, I really feel like they were a server tick or two away from Turkey pulling that victory out. Unfortunately, it just did not bounce their way. Hopefully, they'll be a little bit luckier here in Game 2, and we'll be able to get a game number 3 in. But, I don't know, man. This Ukrainian side, they look sharp. They look good. It's going to take a tall ask from Turkey to be able to level this series.
Yeah, I'm honestly with you there. I mean, it felt like a bit of a questionable choice. I wasn't sure how confident I should have been in the Sven, but clearly the answer was not confident enough. Now being able to
you
see
still got it
its
right.
performance.
You called out the Ukraine was going to win game number 1. So even if you undervalued the Sven, you still got it right. And Turkey, they're going to finally amend the wrong and get rid of this gosh darn broodmother that yeah, man, 3-0 on this brood in this competition.
Yeah, certainly good riddance on her at the least. Been such a thorn on the side of everyone with how much she can farm and everyone else.
10 seconds remain.
And as we get into these first bans, see Ukraine repeating with the Coddle. Interestingly enough, going with the Monkey to be removed with it. Not what I'd say would be the top follow-up removal. Not a bad choice by any means.
Sure.
Just not the ultimate answer or solution, I would say.
Okay, so Ukraine, they fix all the problems from last game. They get rid of the Bat Rider, they get rid of the Broodmother, they steal the Bat Rider themselves. Oh wait, no, Ukraine, they're dipping back into the same cup. They get their Bat Rider back again. We'll see what they want to do with it, if they're going to flex it around, if this is going to go back to the mid lane. They obviously felt strong in the Bat Rider's performance. They feel confident they're going to dip right back into that cup.
Good reason to want to do so, because with the Undying Ban 2, removing many of the options. Normally you'd see teams even go for both the Bat Rider and the Spirit Breaker as a deadly combo. So ensuring that they get at least one of the two, I'd say is a wise play for Turkey to go with. But it does sort of restrict... It's pretty obvious where he's going to be in terms of roles and everything else like that.
Well, I'm pretty sure Turkey is the team that ran the Spirit Breaker in the offlane. So this is one team that will swap around the position of the Spirit Breaker. Yeah, it looks like they ran it once against Georgia. And I think they ran it twice against Georgia. Both times they had it in the offlane position. So, and it looks like they're going to stick to that as they're going to go ahead and pick up the Techies. Techies, of course, he can be flexed to the 5 position. We have seen that in various competitions, but the expectation is this is 3 Spirit Breaker, 4 Techies.
I'm honestly down for that. A little bit of a mix-up. It's nice to see the Space Cow get some damage in, get the full gold, the full rush early.
Sure. Get an early Silver or get an early Shadow Blade. Start causing problems across the map, start getting off picks, stuff like that. So, yeah.
A lot of good reasons to go for it. In which, for now, we have to figure out what the next pick for Ukraine will be. Could go for the classic Medusa in a situation like this. Can't go for any of these diffusals on the supports. Already sort of have an initial foundation of what's going to be brought into play. No way to really throw things off in the traditional sense.
Yeah, why not, man? I think it would be a strong enough lane against the Spirit Breaker. I don't think it would have any problems. Like, you would have to deal with the Techies harass. Yes, that would be annoying, but it's not like they have an offlaner paired that deals a bunch of damage like that, so that would burst through the mana shield. They would definitely have some issues cutting through that, so I think the Medusa would be safe and fine to go ahead and lane that. But we'll see if that's the way that they want to go. They're dipping into their reserve time to figure out what they want to do with the 8 pick, probably the strongest pick of their draft. So they want to use it to full effect.
Yeah, it's a rather important one. There's a lot of ways to go with it. And again, something we always, I feel like we're forgetting about today, but it's such a solid pick every single time. The Shadow Demon, so much damage and dispelling with the healing, just has everything in just one small package, and has ways to even protect himself, so it's hard to isolate and get that kill.
Yeah, and I
him,
enjoy
of course.
playing Shadow Demon into Spirit Breaker. Back when I was playing support, I did enjoy that. Anytime that he's charging in on any of your friends, you just put him into the bubble, and then suddenly his whole spell is useless, and now he's caught out in a bit of an awkward position. He's already used his exit spell to enter, so he has like 20 seconds before he's able to exit, and usually you're able to punish him and kill him in that time. So I like the pick, Shadow Demon. Of course, you can slow him down as well with the Demonic Purge and Barathrum. He likes to go fast. So anything that makes him go slow makes him a little bit sad.
10 seconds.
Yeah, which is normally one reason why we've seen the Vino a lot in the 5 role. Obviously, the 5's a little bit more selected now, and should be decent enough in the lane. We have to be very proactive in the warding to be able to call off these rotations from the Spirit Breaker before they actually commit and come through. Can be one of the most difficult parts about it, but will be very useful at least during the team fights where he's trying to get the sustained stun and bashings in, especially with things like the Octarine later, because this is going to be likely a 3 put into play.
5 seconds.
Getting that
Again, that's
Ags
my
Octarine
assumption.
tucked in.
They could do something silly, do like 5 techies, 4 Barathrum. They could put the Barathrum in the 5 position if they really wanted to, put him in front of a hero like a Drow Ranger, Sniper, something like that, that likes to have a body in front of them. That's always an option as well, with the Undying taken out. Spirit Breaker might be the next best option if that's a role that you're looking to fill.
What you got?
Medusa
The
is going to get
Timber
taken out.
Saw, completely untouched up till this point. Crazy. But a good response to the Morphling ban. In response to the Slark, following the Quap and the Medusa. Quap, someone we haven't seen at all, but at the very slight top level above this, like in Dream League at the moment, I'm seeing tons of Quap played, and she seems very much on the overpowered side. Looks like a classic silencer, so we know the Spirit Breaker has to be a 3. I feel like. I don't think we're going to see any of that 2K mid-silencer shenanigans unless something outrageous comes in. I don't think it does well against the Bat Rider mid either, so I don't think it's a valid option.
No, he'd get run down. As spicy as it would be, he'd get run down by the Bat Rider, so...
Might still get run down in the off lane. I'm not sure if this is a good silencer game. Just by any metric.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting choice to go with the silencer here, but obviously they feel like they have enough lockdown control. We got the blast off, we got the charge, and they're going to pick up the Juggernaut. Safe hero into the Spirit Breaker. Of course, he can cancel your spin TP type plays, so that is a little bit of something to keep in mind. But they're going to go ahead and give him Enchantress. That's going to be a nice lane together. Enchantress, she might be able to hang and bang with this techies in the 1v1 matchups. And then if she's able to do that, that creates a 1v1 of the Jug versus the Spirit Breaker, which I think the Jug does not care about the Spirit Breaker. His attack animation is a lot better. His attack speed is a lot faster. So he should be able to outclick the Spirithrum.
A lot of nice benefits to work with there in that regard. But now... Jug Enchantress. I mean, she has the slow with the sprites. That can also provide healing, or call how that works. Untouchable, so it's going to be hard for the silencer to try to steal int stacks or harass her, or the techies to do much. Doesn't need to do much direct spell casting, but can have that auto attack right click, which sure, the silencer has 2, but it's going to be hard for most Turkey to deal with it. Bring the classic Void Spirit out, considering that Storm's been banned. But we've seen how much we can have an Ember just completely clown on him. So it's going to be important to get an Ember on these last phase of bans, as I'm sure Ukraine would be happy to bring that up to finish off the draft.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the Terror Blade. good ban out. They don't have the burst damage to kill him in time. They do have sustained damage, but they don't have burst damage. But Terrorblade is good against sustained damage because he's just able to. And I mean, the sustained damage, it does not last all that long, right? It's a Firefly duration. So then he'd be able to get the Sunder off, and then suddenly it's a whole new fight. So good ban getting rid of the Terrorblade. Ukraine, they're looking for mid heroes here. I think maybe off lane, maybe they're just going to run the Bat Rider in the mid lane again. It seems like Turkey thinks so, so they're going to get rid of the Underlord. Good ban against the Void Spirit. He's good against all the Spirit heroes with the Pit of Malice. Roots are the bane of their existence.
Getting rid of the root of the problem, per se.
Hey.
Rooted in a solution. But that means Turkey thinks they want an offlaner, I would presume. I mean, Bat Rider does just fine against this Void Spirit matchup, so it is a way they could take this.
Yeah, and I mean, this is always a valid option as well. If you don't know what they're doing, you just ban out two things that you want to play against the least. But instead, it really does seem like they think that it's going to be an offlane issue here that they're trying to solve. So they're getting rid of the Beastmaster, getting rid of the Underlord. But it's not uncommon if they're flexing for you to go ahead and just get rid of the two heroes that you don't want to see. And boy, am I excited to see her. I want to see some professional Legion Commander gaming. I've not got to see it yet. I don't think I've seen the LC. She's been banned. I've not seen her get played. Also, looking at Dota buffs, I'm not sure that I've seen her win a game. So that is something fairly questionable. But there are some good dual targets in the field to play. And yeah, man, BKB, then you can purge the silence off of somebody else, so that's nice. Good LC game.
Tons of just dual targets. I mean, you'll have the Spirit Breaker to try to interrupt it, but both this Techies and the Silencer are very squishy. Yep. She has one spell at most she wants to cast off during any team fight or anything else, so she doesn't really care. Can pretty
like
much
I said,
do whatever she pleases, and
she's going to go BKB. She's going to go, like, depending on the matchup, she's either going to go Bracer or Falcon Blade. And then she's going to go into her Boots, her Blade Mail, her Blink Dagger, and then her BKB. So she's going to get the BKB regardless. And so, especially now with the Silencer in the game, she's going to go for a BKB. And like I said, with Press the Attack, she's able to use the BKB to get rid of the Silence herself and then purge the Silence off of somebody else, i.e. your Juggernaut or your save hero, the Shadow Demon, able to put somebody into the bubble, make sure that whatever carry was going to die does not die. And yeah, man, it's like I said, I like this LC pick. I think it's a good LC game. And they're going to pick up the Ursa Warrior. So a good lane against the LC, I believe. I don't think you can purge off the Fury Swipe stacks.
You cannot. It's decent in lane, but the thing is she has her own sustain, and if you can get the damage and the success in early, I've done this matchup all the time, the Legion can totally win out against this bear in a comfortable fashion. All
yeah, so I think
it's just a decent start to it.
I think I'd like to see her go Bracer over Falcon Blade this game. I don't know. Because, like, you could just nuke the waves down. But I think she wants to go for the Bracer so that she's able to scrap with the Ursa Bear a little bit better, is my assumption. I've not really been seeing a whole lot of high-level pros go Falcon Blade lately anyways. But, yeah.
It's a bit too pricey in the current meta, I would say.
As you can tell, I'm an LC player, so I'm going to be focusing a lot of attention on this Legion Commander, what she does, how she buys, what she and all of that jazz.
Tons of it as well, so I'm with you there.
So she's been my flavor of the month lately. I've really enjoyed playing her in my pubs. I've not played her in any organized Dota yet, just in my pubs, but it's been fun. Been helped to dominate lanes, control the game, get a lot of dual damage. You feel like a pseudo carry. Yeah, feels good.
And I have a suspicion that it might feel good as we cut into this game. I'm totally down for the Legion. I mean, we could even see something wild like a Legion mid. We don't have the full info just yet. I would trust that it's going to be in the off lane, but we've seen mid Legions run sometimes during this patch.
I feel like she would be fine against the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I think it would be fine against the Void Spirit, which is kind of my big question. I don't know how that matchup is, as I've done most of the traditional off laning. So no real explicit idea to bite on.
Yeah, so it's Infernal on the LC. So it is going to be offlane LC. Panda back on his back on his Bat Rider, so no cheeky shenanigans happening there. They are going to smoke up, look for first blood, just barely miss and pass the Techies and the Spirit Breaker, but maybe they have their eyes on this Void Spirit instead. They get vision up, they're holding the high ground, and they're just looking for anybody to come along.
Yeah, hoping to have that little bit of the initial gank and setup for the fun of it. Get the blood pumping nice and early.
30 seconds to battle.
At least I imagine that'll be the dream goal in mind.
Здорово, бандиты.
Trencher's going
Красава.
rather
Респект.
deep, but also in a position that I can't imagine anyone ever going, so it's pretty much fine. As much
Just
as it
securing more
is
vision.
also odd.
Going where
Full
no man
vision
has
for a
gone
few
before.
minutes.
They've
Need a
trained
bit more
hard
on that
to get
brave
here.
side.
It's time now for the final fight.
Now
Looking
with
for two on
Ukraine
Rune?
up 1-0, I'm liking their draft more into this. As like
Me as well.
Legion is happy to take the fights against the bear and can be even a safe laner against the bear. I do genuinely believe it's that good in the matchup.
Yeah, I think I'm favoring the 2-0 here. I think Ukraine takes this game, unfortunately. As much as we would all like a game number 3, I'm not sure that we're going to be treated to one in this series. But hey, we finally got one in the first series of the day. If you guys haven't watched that, check out the VOD. It was a series that was definitely worth watching.
Absolutely beautiful to see the whole way through. Except maybe the end, but also there is beauty in destruction, I suppose.
Yeah, I was trying to leave the end out of the discussion because the first 2 games were so dang good that, like, it's worth it to watch them, even though the last game was a little bit stompy. But, yeah, man.
Sure.
A little bit of harassment out onto the silencer. Not
Oh,
able to
but
get
he
the body
doesn't
blocks
care.
in time.
The illusions just allow too much right click to come in from the Shadow Demon, so he doesn't care about the spell damage that goes on through. Trying to find that additional harassment. Just unable to pan out to anything more. At least yet.
LC with a strong start to the lane, the top of the net worth, or top of the CS chart rather.
Which just interests me on what sort of building situation Legion goes on. I'm definitely with you there. I'm curious to see how that's handled.
It looks like she's going double bracer.
I don't know if you even want the second one, because you want to try to go for the fast momentum. Try to get
Right.
the duels in early. Not really go for this farming.
I think to get
I
it
guess
just
you
goes
don't
to
really
show that
need
she
the-
feels like she's gonna have to scrap in the lane.
Yeah,
That's why you build
also-
bracers.
Also the mobility. There's no one that's really able to run away from her, so she has no concerns in that aspect.
Nature attend us.
Will be able to just freely go around and do as she pleases. Nice first blood secured on the silencer by the Shadow Demon, and now this Ursa can get completely chipped down. The counter attacks plus the Void Poison, just barely able to get away, and it seems like he doesn't have a stick. So he'll be taking down that or collecting the stick charges for the next life with the silencer.
As we do have another pause here. Sorry, G. So the pause won't be very long. You guys won't have to look at our ugly mugs this time around. At least I don't believe. Misu, will you click on the Legion Commander for me, please?
Yeah, because we've seen just the raw stats for the double bracer. I imagine just the classic Q and E.
Yep,
Yeah,
so yeah,
thank
she
you.
went double thank you very much, yes. She went double bracer here. Double bracer and stick. So she's just gonna be a menace in this lane, dude. She'll be able to dominate this lane.
Yeah, Yeah, she won't have a single issue keeping up all that harassment. Speaking of the harassment, the Bad Rider, surprisingly, having issues.
Yeah, might just
Getting-
limp his way back home now. Give full resources, come back out to lane, feel a lot better about himself.
Getting damage down too close with that Void Spirit, and the Techie's able to come in, get that extra little bit of damage. Not getting the kill, but I think it's enough to get him back to base. Create that proper space. Go back. Interestingly, going for the 4th level of press the attack. Don't think the Dispel's that valuable, but I guess against the Silencer, that might not be...
Oh yeah, you definitely want it against the Silencer. It just makes his whole kit useless. He throws out his spells on you, you press the attack, and then suddenly it's like he never did anything to you, and he just has a lot less mana, so... Trying to make it go onto this Ursa, body blocks coming in, feeling like you might just have to turn around and man up. Silencer throwing out a lot of glaives, but they are still going to be able to get the kill onto Cobalt all the same. So this Legion's game just continues to go wonderfully.
Yeah, a little bit of stolen int because he went for the glaives early.
Yup, so that is +2. Good call. Nothing to stop that play.
Build a bit of stats, hold back the Shadow Demon just the slightest bit.
He likes his mana. He likes to throw out Shadow Poisons.
Dire's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
And in the early game, the Shadow Poison is actually worth something. It can cause kills and stuff like that, so... In the later game, when you have more HP, suddenly Shadow Poison isn't quite as good as it once was.
Certainly not as much as the memory can recall. Space Cow able to have at least a neutral time, not having a rough start in the lane. Just sort of going with the moods. Everyone just last sitting, getting a little bit of harassment in. But it's mostly up to this Shadow Demon, just able to punish the Ursa, considering the Fury swipes, building up those poison stacks, and the burst damage once out of the illusion. You can see all the mana and int being stolen away from the Legion. But now with the Ursa going aggressive,
What is
a bit
that?
of a weird move.
4 stacks? 3 stacks? He's
About the 4. He'll be able to hold this okay. But the harassment will continue, forcing the Techie's rotation. Able to get the Enchantress on the side, and now the Bear able to get those Fury swipes in, and Bat Rider killing his teammate with that knockback with the Molotov.
But he got the kill on the Ursa, so I don't think he cares. You're a core player, you don't care if your support dies.
Maybe not, but that is gold and XP given to the Ursa beforehand.
Little for Radiant's middle tower.
So certainly a way to mitigate the damage done.
Again, Panda coming out a little bit ahead in this offlane matchup.
Middle tower.
Or the mid lane matchup, rather. He has at least half a level advantage over this Void Spirit, level 7 versus level 6. Even though the Void Spirit is winning on the net worth chart. Or was. And you know, he's about the only one that's having a great time. LC still level 5. She just got 6. This is going to be the first duel. Can she get the
boy.
kill? No. Oh no, she got it. She loses.
That's a little bit awkward. It's early on, so it's only the 10 damage. It doesn't really amount to much, but it'll help this Ursa because, you know, his base attack at the start is absolutely nothing. So 10 damage for him is massive to be able to try to get a little bit of farm squeezed in.
And more important, it slows down this snowball that was present from this Legion. She was dominating the lane, she was dominating the game, and now they're going to lose the Juggernaut as well. Tried to man up against posing as me, but wasn't quite able to do so. Just too much damage. And here comes the LC coming in, gonna pick up a little kill. Let's get this snowball rolling back down the hill again. Still 13 seconds until duel, so she wasn't able to get the duel damage in, but it's all good.
It's at least a nice pick to try to help keep the, almost feels like we have a kill equilibrium now, rather than pre-equilibrium.
Sure.
In that sense.
And now it's gonna bounce back out again. shield rune activated. It's Panda trying to fly away. Sticky bomb gonna be there. Dual damage. First dual damage going the way of the LC.
As long as it's just the 10 given away early, it's not a big deal. It's okay to hiccup the first 1 or 2, especially because the Ursa died immediately afterwards. So it's not like he was able to get tons of gold and farm and immediately benefit off of the little bit of power spike. Instead, it's entirely just cut away immediately.
Still chasing after this LC up top.
Forcing the Dispel to be used. Of course, can't dispel the charge coming on in. Right click, +2. Able to benefit off that. And that's one of the ways that I'd say is pretty decent to hold back the Legion. If you can just get enough damage in, stop her from being able to have the int to really cast the spells, could hold her back in the early stages.
She does not have a great mana pool. She does not have a great mana pool, and she didn't go a mana regeneration item. She decided to go for the bracers to combat early instead, which I mean, obviously it's proven out well. She's the top of the net worth. I don't want that to come across like I am dogging on the LC. I just yeah, that is a concern. Is if she loses too much intelligence, will she be able to do all the things that she wants to do? Hello, everybody. You're going to be cutting back to us while we have this pause going
Generally, the question is, what neutral item does she get?
Sure.
Generally, you get a reliable mana regeneration item that provides enough for the LC. The Occult Bracelet, generally the dream item of choice. The Arcane Ring works perfectly just as great as well. Just have to be up a little bit more about its cooldown, but doesn't force you to be strictly being hit by creeps or anything else. So,
Faded Brooch might not be bad either. Extra mana and extra move speed.
Perhaps, but you need to be able to have a way to recover it, and you don't want to spend gold on that. So the other two are way more valuable.
Sure, that's just the other answer. That's just the other answer. If you don't have, yeah, if you don't have the ability to regenerate, just bring more of it. Just a quick highlight, we are not back to the game yet.
Yep, of course. Gotta have the group situation. We still don't even have a reason on why this is happening. I mean, sure, it's just some classic team speak or some other sort of similar issue to come in mind. Go on, have these happen, and can't have a smooth day every day.
Yeah, I think we had some lag issues today as well across various teams. So maybe there's just a little bit of server inconsistency or something like that.
Certainly.
But okay, a minor player issue. So they're just trying to fix that before we're able to get back into the game. But yeah, so far I think it's been a good start to the Ukrainian side. They had a good draft. I think both of us favored their draft coming out of the game, and they're living up to it. This LC is just dominating her lane, much stronger than what I expected. It sounds like it was exactly what you expected against the Ursa. But I personally, I expected the Ursa to have a little bit of a better lane than what he did so far. So kudos to the LC player. I mean, this dude, he can just play some freaking Dota, dude. He's pretty good. Like, dominated on the Broodmother. They give him a new hero, take the Broodmother out. Okay, maybe one Infernal's a one-trick pony. Guess again. He's top of the net worth on this LC. This dude, he can just play some Dota. And he's a red tag. He's a red tag on Wikipedia. This boy's not even a blue. I think we need to change that. I think this boy needs to get some more time in the spotlight because he can just simply play some Dota.
You can always go for those brawls, keep going for some more damage, trying to make more trouble happen, and doing one hell of a job at succeeding at exactly that. He's had no issues consistently creating more and more problems.
Right.
And
yeah.
There's a reason this hero has such a high win rate at just not, I would say the pug level, you know, even top of Immortal, just when you have the MMR. Even if you have a coordinated team, it's easy to catch people out of position to be able to take full advantage of, to get the necessary timings to just continue getting that damage, and most importantly, the lockdown required. That can be so difficult to claim.
Yeah, I mean Duel is a very good spell. It's a very good spell, and it just gets better and better as the game progresses because you're able to keep stacking up these dual damage wins. Your friends can contribute to your getting your kill, so you didn't have to necessarily get the kill. The Aghanim Scepter doesn't make it where you're just a solo dual target anymore. It does mitigate damage coming out for extending the duration of the duel, stuff like that. But I very rarely see anybody go the Aghanim Scepter because why would you? You just want to hold somebody down, lock somebody down while your friends are helping you beat them up, and hopefully at the end of it you get some extra damage, plus 38 damage to be specific.
Yeah, pretty much. You don't want to snowball and give damage to the Ursa, but the main thing that slows down the Legion is the fact that all this dual damage takes a little bit, increases by 10 every single level, and you get the +8 at level 10. So once you get that level 12, it spikes to suddenly about 28 damage, and that's when it really starts to become measurable, especially as a lockdown tool. The Silencer is able to get the upper hand the second this Legion stops worrying about necessarily the carries early on, as weird as that sounds, and instead deals with these supports that can provide the silence and the team fight. She's going to be able to really get going, and then she can target just whoever she feels like on the map as a whole.
Yeah, once she gets that blink dagger, it's the map is dangerous for everybody. It's simply dangerous for everybody, especially with the start that she's had, and she already has some dual damage in her back pocket. So I mean, I'm not sure how much damage she's hitting for right at this current point in time, but as we already pointed out in the draft, their supports don't have a big HP pool. So if you're just trying to push a wave out, if you're just trying to soak some XP, if you're just trying to do support things, it's very easy to get punished by this LC. And before the team is able to react, everybody tries to play on a string so that when, one player moves one direction, everybody else kind of moves in a similar facet so that if there's an engagement, we're never more than a lane away from each other. But the LC is able to eradicate that as a whole because she just blinks in, duels somebody, kills them in a couple of seconds before the string can really start to respond. The tension just breaks it instead of actually pulling the enemies over with you. So yeah, man, it's this LC. I predict that she's going to have a very good game. She has the start to have a very good game. If she does not have a very good game, it's all on Infernal at this point because he is in a great start. He's in a great position. And I've been there. I've been in this exact same position as LC, and I pooped the bed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I made a couple of too risky decisions. I've decided that I had strongman syndrome, that I was the strongest guy there, and then just got put back into my place. And then suddenly the LC isn't quite as strong as she once was, and the game is more level. And then you just kind of throw it away. It's what I call it whispering a game because in my opinion, Whisper is the best offlaner in the world right now. So what you got to do when you have a start like this is you have to whisper the game. You have to carry the game from the offlane position, and you're in the position now to whisper a game. You just have to succeed and excel.
Yeah, certainly. And because the entire point of the Ursa is he can scale in all the stages of the game. So no easy way to just say that, oh, he's been dominated too hard, guess it's too late now. There's not really anything like that in the situation. Always has the ability to try to get back into it.
Yeah, you can always make Roshan plays, stuff like that, give himself that extra life, and make space that way to make the comeback farm. Or you can use that to be aggressive and try to take engagements and farm heroes instead of farm creeps to make your comeback goal that way. Or you can just look to control the map, slow siege, stuff like that. And I mean, Ursa, he's one of the best Roshan taking heroes in the game, if not the best Roshan taking hero in the game. So therefore, it's just, there are always a multitude of ways that the Ursa can come back into the game. It's just going to be how much pressure can Ukraine continuously apply. And I think they have a good draft for it, right? The Bad Rider, that's a pressure hero. The Juggernaut, yes, he does like to farm, but he's a hero that can fight early with the Omni Slash timings. I mean, the Enchantress is going to help to apply pressure to buildings early. We've already seen it happen in the game. So yeah, man, I think Ukraine is they're in a wonderful position to win this game, to take game number 2, and to make this a 2-0 sweep. But it's just, again, man, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it really, at this point, it all just comes down to execution, especially when we have an elongated break like this. How sharp are you going to be when we get back into the game? How focused are you going to be when we get back into the game?
Yeah, I was about to say, you do get the time to sort of think about, brew on the thoughts a little bit about the actions you've taken, about how you might be able to improve and adjust them. I feel like they just want to start going to try to do these gank attempts, as it's still sort of in the phase where teams might be baited to go for laning and allow for these rotations and opportunities, especially with Twin Gate still opened up.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think
So-
we've taken any of the side lane safe lane towers. So Twin Gate Portal is still very much 50-50 at this current point in time. So, and you have that global presence with the Spirit Breaker as well. So, but of course, and this is the reason why I don't like Spirit Breaker being in a laning role, because when he's not going to be in lane hitting creeps, where is he? He's charging at somebody, because he's not a great jungler. So, like, you're able to do this process of elimination. Is the Spirit Breaker in his lane? No. Is he in somebody else's lane? No. Well, then he's probably charging on somebody, and we can get prepared and find a fortified position to set ourselves up for success whenever he does inevitably charge in on us. So that's the reason why I don't really like the Spirit Breaker in a core role, in a laning role where he's supposed to be last hitting creeps. I think he's much better in a 4 where he wants to roam around and do natural Spirit Breaker things. I think it just fits his kit a little bit better. But the Spirit Breaker core, I mean, it's not new. It's not like this is some new tech that they're trying to legitimize and bust out by any stretch of the imagination. So, I mean, and this is even, they've done this multiple times. Who was it that they ran it against? It wasn't Moldova. It was against Georgia. They ran it twice against Georgia, the Spirit Breakers. So, and I do believe that he had good games in both of those. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the Dota buff while we have the time. So,
Okay.
oh,
And
okay.
there seems to be some more severe problems and just issues being resolved currently. So what we're going to do is we're going to have just a quick break cut as things maintain pause. Someone's sick and just not having the best time, so we're trying to give them the respite needed to be able to recover before continuing with some good old Dota in a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game. Sorry about this sharp cut. Again, we were only given a very limited amount of information. So here we are resuming game number 2. It's 8-7 on the scoreboard. 2K net worth differential leading in favoring the Ukrainians here in this game number 2, who also have a map lead. They took game number 1 as well. So we're getting back into it. Ukraine versus Turkey. Thank you for your patience and enjoy the Dota.
Able to get a little bit more of a proper party started, perhaps.
They're gonna duel
Of
this.
course, have the good old fight. Legion's great at surviving against the bear, and in fact, using a blade mail to punish it. Just using the duel is more lockdown in that situation. Won't benefit much, but the Enchantress with Bat Rider certainly able to get some revenge on the Void Spirit for the harassment with the techies earlier on.
Yeah, the bear got the enrage off first, so the duel didn't last very long, didn't do very much damage, so didn't get much off of the end of it. Meanwhile, Funkfall looking like he's going to get run down by the Enchantress. Hidaro's having a great performance. He might have to pay the Pied Piper here, though.
Yeah, and now the level of Untouchable being picked up early, because it's a little bit punishing, but still with the Spirit Breaker and the Void Spirit, they have a little too many ways to be able to ignore her and not have to deal with the attack speed problem. That can be so pesky in a lot of situations. Instead, completely shut out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
LC lying in wait, trying to predict where the bear is going to go. Duel, but again, the enrage got off first. Now he's got friends in the area as well, so it's looking like the LC is going to drop here. And this is not whispering a game, Trev. This is the opposite of whispering a game.
Yeah, a nice pick on the Legion. Really try to hold her back, slow her down. But even then, still tons of harassment. Cow needs to be dangerous with the danger of the Impetus Arrow. Thankfully, the Enchantress only has the second level put onto it. Able to claim some map control in this Bat Rider. Able to grab a DD. Got the boots to travel. Teleported directly on the creeps. Will be forced to use the lasso last second, but that is an Ursa completely dead. No way to get out of there without the DD used. Not a problem.
Dire's bottom tower.
Now Legion back to farming. Blade Mail completed. Of course, the Blink Dagger coming up next. So now Shadow Demon again harassing the Silencer, being so annoying. If it wasn't for the Techie Spirit Breaker combo. Nice right clicks by the Juggernaut to try to destroy some of the mines, create some space, and will eventually Omni Slash the Techies out of existence, but with the cost of his own life, at least it should be momentarily. The boots of travel allowing the Bat Rider to keep up the global presence, to keep up with the Spirit Breaker, but only able to trade the supports for one of the cores. Certainly not making it great, but this Void Spirit unable to escape due to the double damage, able to keep up. And this Bat Rider able to keep up the aggression while this Legion Commander holds nearby, just soaking some XP, trying to get a surprise engagement on. But a little bit too tanky for the Blade Mail to benefit her to go aggressive against the Ursa currently.
Yeah, she just needs the Blink Dagger. She really needs this Blink Dagger. I wish she would stop farting around.
Just keep farming for the moment. Don't stress too much about anything else in play.
Just play like an axe. Just play greedy for the first like 15-20 minutes, and then from there on just be like balls to the wall.
Well, you definitely want to use the dual lockdown and try to get some presence, but going for a solo engagement against the Ursa, I would definitely call on the optimistic side.
And that's just what I mean. Like, just chill out a little bit. Just farm. If you have friends in the area, if there's a play being set up, then obviously make the play. Don't ignore your friends. Don't, you know, and this goes for pubs too. Don't ignore your friends in pubs either. Listen when calls are being made. But right now, he's just chasing this Ursa around, trying to find this magical initiation area that he can find this sweet spot where the bear isn't enraged and he can get the duel off at the same time. You know what's the magic way to do that? Is a Blink Dagger. It solves the problem for you.
Exactly. And being able to have that provision made, be able to create the space. I mean, I guess the Blink Dagger might not be needed considering this Bat Rider's always getting so much damage, so many pickoffs. I'm surprised the Legion isn't with him, but maybe focus on getting the map control and harassment, forcing 2 support rotations just to keep the Ursa held for now. Not sure how much longer they can maintain with that being the case.
Yeah, close game with the Bat Rider clearly out in front of everybody else. He's making up the net worth differential, but if you look down the board, pretty much everybody is at about the same point as the Barathrum is charging across the map. It looks like he's going in onto maybe blue, or is it just creeps? Just creeps.
There's some good old creeps, but that said, Enchantress is left in a little bit of an exposed position, trying to get away, but this Spirit Breaker's on the chase, trying to get vision to allow for that charge. But a Sentry will call out the existence of the Spirit Breaker, which will keep fucking away before she gets into some real proper danger.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire shall look to their top tower.
Good job dodging, getting out of that. They got nice lockdown now on the Bat Rider, able to still benefit, and with the charge, the bash, you'll be unable to get away even with the BKB. That's the first BKB used to be unable to escape thanks to the Spirit Breaker. It does come up with the cost. The lockdown should allow for the beard to be secured, but just not that much damage yet, and it will require everything from the Shadow Demon to be used. And now with the Spirit Breaker charging, easy double bash connected. And with the Shadow Blade can keep up, get that extra damage in. Force the Shadow Demon, perfect luck on the first right click to get the bash through. And even potentially the blast off, but just the right clicks will do enough to finish the job. Not much of an issue, I have to say.
Yep, Kadaro gonna fall here as well. They've got the charge coming in onto him anyways. But that should be the Battle Fury complete on our Juggernaut hero. Battle Fury is also complete on our Ursa hero.
Yeah, now with that in mind, I guess the question is, what actually is the next question? See concern pinging about the Legion being missing. A heavy push towards this dire triangle. Ursa focused on getting some farm meanwhile. And he's gone for this full Battle Fury. It'll help him catch up in the gold to the Juggernaut and the Bat Rider. But it doesn't really answer this Legion in any way, and if anything, plays into her hand now with this Blink Dagger, Blade Mail, everything in her possession. Hitting that level 12, which is that power spike. She's got the level 2 duel with the bonus damage. Be able to get 28 on that next one. Just needs a nice gank with it. Unless the Ursa goes step ahead and goes for the gank first.
He's just gonna smoke his way into Roshan. And this will be a quick and easy Roshan play.
They're just going to go for pickoffs on the side using the Bat Rider and the Jug. And again, the Legion's nearby. Oh, the duel is activated and does get the Void. That is massive. That's the necessary punish that you need to start being able to obtain, as well as a nice Bat Rider lasso. This Ursa gets the Aegis and gold for his team, but if the rest of the team is wiped on out meanwhile, that gold's just going to be given back to your opponent. As you can see, Ukraine still up 4K in the net worth. Not much of an issue in the current state.
looks like he's probably gonna die, and he does.
Doomed a bit, arguably, into the possibility. Like a bit of palmade, beautiful blink blade mail, but the Void Spirit's here in surprise. We'll be able to have the sustain to survive the duel itself, die after. But a little bit too bold going for this strength core. A little bit misunderstanding of, as much as this is a good Legion game, a clear lack of certainty on where the value and impact is to be made.
Yeah, you gotta know who you're gonna duel, man. You gotta know who you want to duel, who you're looking for, stuff like that. Right now, I think it's just looking for anything that moves. And when you're trying to, you know what, anything that moves, sometimes you end up with a grenade. So, yeah, man, and that's kind of what happened there. He kind of dueled without really knowing what was going on, without really seeing that many heroes, and then like next thing you know, the Void Spirit is here. Oh no, he just procced his own Aegis.
That's a little bit awkward. Still gets the Tormentor, I guess, but he also killed his Silencer too.
Gotcha.
They just not a big deal this early, but still not anything to celebrate, for sure.
No, just a little bit of a goof. And you could see him think about it before he swung his fist that last time, as this is going to be a duel. Going the way... Oh, should. I guess it's not, though. No damage. Gonna get the kill, but no damage.
Good
so Infernal's
disarm
still
from
stuck
Turkiye.
at 38.
And being able to slow down this Legion so handedly is going to be a great benefit to have.
Yeah, man, I've had these games before, man, where you come out of lane, you're at the top of the net worth, and the next thing you know, you're the bottom of the net worth of the course. Like, I've had these games before on the LC. It never necessarily feels good. You always feel like you threw too much, too many times. As there is looking to be another engagement. A double damage rune is going to be up onto Necroman to take this. And no Jugger in the area.
It's one of those games I described as there's no reason to be stressed yet. As much as there is those concerns. All that damage with the Omni Slash, beautiful setup. Again, duel being available, but still not able to build that damage. But I guess that's okay, because the Bat Rider and Jug will be able to clean most of this up to trade it equally, and no way to have protection on the Spirit Breaker currently. So they'll be able to go back, just push elsewhere, get the split push going on.
And here's the replay. See, he thinks about it. He thinks about it, and then he swings it anyways.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which is the most painful thing of it all, just debating and then just goes, I'm not going to use this anyways. And still a 3k lead, all this magic damage. This Spirit Breaker is burning himself alive in the process. Fortunately enough, the Bat Rider has run out of mana for a moment until these Lotuses go through. Perfect ult, targeting the Silencer. No way for that target to disarm. And able to get that acceleration going, plus 28 provided. And now can go for a bit more if time allows. Depending on the rotations, Techies will be able to get that magic and harassment, but again, the danger is that Enchantress able to get that help in.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So we're going Manta style on the LC. That's going to be her answer to the global silence instead of a BKB, which I thought she would go. Don't know how I feel about that she's going the Manta style instead, but that is what she's doing.
I mean, let's just try to think about it for a second. I mean, what other spells and disables will she have to worry about? I mean, the Void Spirit will eventually have additional silences. But
Yeah,
the
well,
real
I mean, it would
idea is to
protect
blink
you.
in and initiate beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, it would help to protect you against, like, the disarm from Techies, for example. If you BKB'd before you went in with the duel, you wouldn't be able to get disarmed. It would help you against like the residual Techie's damage as well. It would help you against the Void Spirit damage. It doesn't help you against Barathrum, of course. But yeah, I feel like it's a good BKB game. So it's interesting to me that he decided to go Manta
it's a good
style.
Dispel game because the Manta has, you know, basically a third of the cooldown.
Sure.
In comparison to something like the BKB, which I think is the main benefit.
And maybe that's his thought. And maybe, but like the thing is like you can't Manta while you're dueling somebody. You can BKB and then go duel somebody, and that BKB still runs. So like you won't get disarmed. But like you're kind of hoping that you're gonna get disarmed first, and then you're gonna be able to Manta that off, or that you're gonna be able to get the duel victory before the disarm even comes out from the tech. So, yeah. Interesting decision, but I mean, this guy is leagues and leagues and leagues better at this game than I am, so like, I'm sure he has a very solidified reason for why he's going the Manta.
Yeah, I mean, it can't happen during the duel, I suppose. But even then, still, there's plenty of value to be harbored.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I mean, clearly Manta is in a good place right now, because everybody's buying Manta styles. Universal heroes are buying Manta styles. We have 2 in this game already with the Juggernaut. Of course, that's not a surprise going against the Global Silencer. But, yeah, man. I mean, the Void Spirit, he might end up going for a Manta style this game. I wouldn't be surprised. So, like, it's clearly, it's in a good place right now. It's just, an interesting decision is all that it is.
Certainly. We have a little bit of debate trying to push this tier 2, able to evaporate it, just deciding to go ahead and just trade them.
Yep, just trading T2 for T2, which I think that favors Turkey very slightly because they're behind. So trading towers is a win for Turkey.
Certainly fair enough of a claim.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, the main issue is as much as they trade this push, the defenses, you have this 8k gold lead for Ukraine, which I suppose should melt away. Or like it can melt away, rather.
Right.
Nothing stopping them from keeping the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, the LC, she's about to have a harder game because there's going to be Lincoln's out on the Ursa, there's going to be Lincoln's out on the Void Spirit, so she's just going to have to pick on these little supports. I don't know if she really minds about that, though, because, like, picking off the Global Silence at the beginning of a fight before the Global Silence comes out, that'd be a big deal. But as you pointed out, you can always buy back Global anyways, so, like, just kind of making it harder for her, making it so she has to answer questions and make decisions rather than just play this free LC game.
Yeah, and the less free the LC game is, the more that pressure is going to grow. The need, I mean, you can always snowball that damage, you have all the time in the world. I guess the most important thing would be that lockdown. Even then, it can't feel great to not be going, you know, balling out of control. As you'd normally like to have on the Legion.
Dude, this Enchantress is farmed. This Enchantress is actually so fat. She's also so dead, but...
That's okay, because you have the Omni Slash to counter, of course the Silence, and then the Blade Mail to follow, so the taunt is ignored. And they even get the Silencer. So, a trade for an Enchantress for the other two, I'd say is pretty good, and now they can go for this Roshan. There's no way for Turkey to contest. They can just push this lead further and further away.
Now time this out. You threw out the sticky bomb. Now time it out. Ah, they baited out the play. They knew what was coming.
Beautiful job. Able to ensure that it doesn't come out. You get that dual damage. Now you have the Jug with an Aegis, Battle Fury, the Manta, and the Butterfly. There's no way for this Ursa to directly compete with him. I think that's only going to go from bad to worse as this gives more space for the Legion to be able to get past those mistakes. No duel available, but that's okay. Already been obtaining the dual damage and an additional pick on the Void Spirit, attempting to cut some waves. instead will be cut out of his own life.
Yeah, LC will join him.
Eventually, so it'll be a decent bit of gold. You can see that 1K. But the second they find some success, there should be a response, but the rest of the team has been caught out, isolated. The Bat Rider even struggling to run, and the Fury Swipe starting to build, and at least the Silence providing additional slow that the Juggernaut's locked down. Fantastic gank from side from the Techies to completely remove the Bat Rider, and now the bashes from the Skull Basher from the Ursa, able to ensure the first life of this Juggernaut is completely removed. He isn't able to have another Omni Slash to follow, and with the Global Silence coming in late, it will instead be a team wipe of Team Ukraine, and Turkey have been able to find their opportunity, as it's a bit of a chain feed, is the way I've described it, on the side of Team Ukraine.
Wow. All started with LC getting picked off first in this engagement. They tried to react. The reactions came a little bit too slow. One by one is how they came. Enchantress is down. Now it's a one-on-one. Here comes the Juggernaut on the right-hand side of your screen. Now it's a two-on-one, but the Bat Rider's low, so he has to leave. So now it's a one-on-three. The Shadow Poison starts to come in, but he's going to get picked on as well. The Bat Rider goes down, and now it's a 2v5, and things are sad. And then they isolate your Juggernaut. Now it's 1v3, and you're real sad. And yeah, man, they just had the manpower that entire time. The manpower is the great equalizer in this game of Dota 2. Like, as it looks like they're hunting for more, and they're gonna find it.
That's the danger of the Ursa. Once you get those Fury Swipes going, there's no reason to stop. And even though you have those Bat Rider and Legion cooldowns available, Jug's just now getting the Omni Slash, and he's died twice. So this Ursa, with all of those kills, has caught all the way back up, and now we're back to an even game where things can start to get weird. Still, favor certainly towards the Ukraine, but now they have to earn it.
Oh yeah, game's not a cakewalk like it was before. They threw that away. They had an easy game before. They threw it away. Now it's a hard game. Now what are we gonna do?
That's a puzzle for them to solve. It's not going to be a fun one either.
Middle tower is under attack.
Try to address the difficulties. Being put underway. So we have all the stun and the silences with the silencer and spirit breaker. I feel like it's up to who initiates who.
Oh yeah.
On how we can figure out the advantage and who to favor in these matchups.
Vision is king at this point in time.
Pretty appropriate descriptor. I think I can agree with that.
Oh, they popped the Lincoln.
Vision. Beautiful Lincoln's pop. I guess they had to do it with the Jugs Nullifier.
We have a halberd. We have a halberd on the LC.
Ooh, okay. That's another way to handle it. So even with the opportunity to have that extra split second to react with the Lincolns, it's just not enough. Bat Rider, no Firefly. And with the stuns from the Spirit Breaker, he has no way to escape. He's just going to be bounced back and forth. But that Omni Slash, the damage coming out, that's a dead Ursa for quite a while, 90 seconds. And as much as they've been able to cut down this lead, this Juggernaut's going to cut down all of Team Turkey with that Void Spirit being cut out. A little bit of frustration from the Ursa. A bit of apologies. There's that raw damage with the Jug, and it appears like another duel's gone off. The silencer removed. One of the main targets the Legion wants to go for. Getting 700 gold for herself. Looks like an Ag's being planned next.
Looked good. Global Silence expended. They're able to cut down this Bat Rider here. but the reinforcements, the Rider the Rohirrim. And again, manpower is the great equalizer. We saw it in the fight by the river, we saw it here. It's really who has more men here. We pointed out, and it was a good point. It's about who gets the drop, who's the person that initiates onto who. But also how many guys are actually there and how many can be there is a very important in what decides team fights. As again, they don't have the resources, the enchant to slow down. Looks like they're going to be able to bring down this Barathrum, and they do.
I guess you're more than.
And just like that, we have 208 duel damage on our LC.
Yeah, and again, this is the danger with the dual damage, because now, when you stack it with the Bat Rider Harass, able to easily get a pick off on one of these supports that normally would be so problematic. It's a nice bash, but he can keep on spinning and ignore it. The Fury Swipes are building, but that mini Omni, or maybe the full Omni slash, actually. No Ags in play,
it's
just
the full Omni.
Didn't really do that much damage that time around. And this Legion should be able to fight off with the counterattacks, trying to chain the silences, but the silencer taken out, and the Enchantress, of course, has so much damage at range. That is another death on the Ursa for 100 seconds. The Spirit Breaker's doing his best to charge out, but there is an arrow attack that has been sent that way.
Will this Impetus kill him?
I imagine so. Unless
Or did he disjoint it with the shadow blade?
Maybe it counted enough to disjoint it and allow him to escape. Fortunately enough.
Oh
But
no,
this is a
not
dieback
again.
on the Void Spirit.
Oh, the lasso on the
Another
techies.
lasso on the techies. Able to Yules out of it for a moment. But this is every single fight, and they're going to be able to completely eradicate this base with all the high damage. Even with the Jug down, the Legion is plenty enough to clear this. And this might be a force out GG as it is.
Yeah, I still think there's one more fight in this, dog. I mean, this is their tournament hopes, so they're not just going to tap out. They're not just going to roll over. They're going to try to be able to take another fight here. But in Ukraine, they're sensing that. They know that. There's still a tier 2 tower up, so we got to take T4s. We can't just take megas here. So we're going in
Bat Rider available. So another lasso to follow up. That silencer's gone for the rest of this, and they're going to be able to really break it down. And as much as there is heroes starting to respawn, it's too much damage with all the creeps and heroes, even denying the techies. Baton, good disarm, but it doesn't matter. It's just a delay, stalling for the Aegis to blow. And in a nice 2-0 fashion, Ukraine able to clean their way to the finals.
Yeah, man, I expected that series to be a little bit more competitive, so shout out to the Ukraine side, because they took care of business here today. They came into the office. They in game number 2, it wasn't easy. It's so easy to let a game like that slip out of your fingers, and they just showed that they had the mental fortitude to be able to win a tough game as well as the easy ones.
Yeah, it's normal to have that impression that things can slip out of control, can get that lack of confidence, and they're able to make it 2 competitive games and not let it entirely slip away from them. But I'd just say the drafting was a little bit better on the Ukraine side to give them that slight edge they needed to be able to get this win out in a clean 2 fashion, and to be our other finalist as well with the good old Bulgarian side, which should make it a very thrilling match to watch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hopefully they're able to pull off the big time upset and take down the big bad Bulgarian side. I'm not sure when that game is going to be, but yeah, man. Hopefully Ukraine's able to do it. I just like the chaos. I'm team chaos when it comes to Dota and stuff like that, man. I always want to see the upsets. I always want to see the brackets get busted and things like that. So it's nothing against the Bulgarians. You guys didn't do anything to offend me. It's not that I'm showing favoritism. It actually shows that I think you're the stronger side. I just like chaos. I just like for the crazy stuff to happen. So
Like to see some surprises, some upsets, but speaking of possible surprises, the question mark of the MVP.
Ooh.
I have a good suspicion, but there's a couple of people that it could be thrown at. As everyone did a great job.
Oh,
But the
yeah, we goes to
Enchantress.
Kadaro.
Some good old support love to finish off the day. Able to get tons of that hero damage in. We can see 30k, likely keeping up with the rest. I mean, she got a pick off on the Ursa single-handedly with a couple of arrows.
Right.
Was a trouble. It's a great counter against something like this Spirit Breaker with all the stuns and bashes trying to cause issues. It's hard to get those follow-up attacks or any of that disable. And the second you try to charge away, those Impetus arrows are going to be even deadlier than normal. So just some wards placed, not really any camp stack, playing very greedy, but able to get the damage done with that benefit.
Yeah, man, great game from Kadaro. I feel like that MVP is deserved. I feel like he made a lot of space, made a lot of noise in the early game, in the mid game, in the late game. He was, well, did we even really get to the late game? I guess not. So in the early game, in the mid game, he made his effect known. And so yeah, man, that's just worthy MVP. I think this is the first time that I have seen a support get MVP here at IESF, so I'm glad to be a part of that as well. Shout out Kadaro, you played well, man. You played great, and good job to the Ukrainians again.
Good job by them there. However, that does haunt in the back of my mind that unfortunately that means there isn't really any more Dota for us to watch. Certainly talk about for a minute or two longer.
Yeah.
But doomed to have a break. But we've had quite an intense day. A full best of 3 that lasted until the exact transition to the next series, which was a little bit more clean. Ukraine having a clean finish, but we're expecting them to have a nice showing into this, and considering that it seems like mind control is occupied elsewhere, unless the name updating just causing a bit of confusion, it's
right.
It's going to be a slightly weaker Bulgaria that Ukraine might be able to take advantage of. So I think it's going to be a fun series tomorrow to be able to address. But any last words you have to say?
I don't think so, man. Just thank you for, again, for letting me be a part of this. This has been a great time. I love this tournament. It's really cool. It's unlike any other tournament in the world. So, like, yeah, I'm just glad to say that I got to be a part of IESF. So that's all I got to say.